And a live look. Gorgeous Thursday afternoon. Bird's eye view, Saratoga. So much going on today. First of 10 races in about 7 minutes. Way down below. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There are some days around here that just mean a little more than just racing. This is one of them. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day at Saratoga. It's a chance to recognize and salute all those people, all the organizations to do everything they possibly can to ensure a better future post-retirement for the stars of our sport, the horses. And just look at all these organizations we'll be recognizing this afternoon. All those organizations involved. 8 of the 10 races sponsored by different Thoroughbred Aftercare organizations. That's really the best part. So many involved, a sign of how important this all really is. So I welcome in my co-host. He is a karaoke superstar, Rajiv Mirage handicapper, Jonathan Kinchin. Rajiv, for someone who's just tuning in, somebody who doesn't follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis, they've never heard of the phrase Thoroughbred Aftercare. What is it all about? What do they need to know?
Well, these majestic animals that provide so much for us, they deserve the proper post-race retirement and a proper support system for their welfare and well-being, and that's what the aftercare provides. Now, these aftercares come in multifaceted ways, right? Some of the aftercares, they give a horse a second career. Some aftercares give horses just a R&R, live their lives out. And some of them are actually therapeutic aftercares. But all of these aftercares, they're there to take care of the horse, well-being and all that. And it's pretty costly because they deserve top-of-the-line attention, which they do get. And for these aftercares, you know, the human resources and the financial resources, it needs funding.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is these horses need something to do and somewhere to go after they're done racing. And it's our job as owners, trainers, bettors, and fans of the game to try to help them have a comfortable situation after. I always tell people, if you get a big score, throw a couple bucks in the way of a retirement situation to thank those animals that just gave you a good time and a little bit of money in your pocket.
Take care of the horses that take care of us. We'll have much more on Rick Violette, the person, throughout the course of the broadcast. One thing for sure, he'd be thrilled to see what's taking place at Saratoga this afternoon. Hence the stakes race that lives in his honor. Field for the Rick Violette. What else? New York breds, 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th on grass. And while Russian Realm is favored, let's start with number 3, Instamatic, 7-2, second choice. She's sharp. JK, her latest. Aqueduct, late June. She stalks, she pounces, she wins.
She stretches out, which is a question mark.
That was the follow-up
for Instamatic. And look, let's be honest. I mean, Danny Gargan 0 for 8 at the meet, not going great right now, and so that you want to take that into consideration as well. But you do have Kendrick in the saddle. The problem I have with this horse, Rajiv, is she's a late-running sprinter. I don't think late-running sprinters translate as well to stretch outs. I prefer a forward sprinter stretching out.
He's definitely more effective sprinting, and his success have come sprinting. Today he stretches up, but he did have a second place finish stretching out. Well, the thing about that second place finish was he made an early move like you'd expect a sprinter type to do, and he faded late. This is not his optimal distance, but it's a horse with some quality, and he's definitely going to be an impact on the race. I think he's vulnerable at the distance, though.
Wide open Thursday feature, the Rick Violette race 7 post time around 4:36 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farms. First race, 6 minutes. Riders up post parade shortly. Starts the early pick 5. The 6th solid 2-year-old filly Maiden Affair starts the late pick 5. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 83, 84 degrees. And a reminder, an invite, only 3 weeks left. Get signed up if you haven't just yet. NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPOT250. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NYRABets.com. Field for the opener. Great way to start. 2-year-olds of the New York bred variety. 6.5 furlong dash. Scratch numbers 2, 4, and 8. Man of Mischief with the edge in experience, the 8-5 favorite. Let's meet the field. These New York bred 2-year-olds and get things rolling on this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. There's Ozzy, Smart Choice Stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, some slow works down on the rail, a little bit of a concern. You want to try to get away from there from that inside position. I'm not trusting that that's going to be the case.
No backflip like Ozzie Smithwood on opening day, MLB in St. Louis. Man of Mischief odds 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, this horse has some experience, ran extremely well first time out. The most likely winner for me, because we know what he is. The firsters, we're still guessing.
Manhattan Twist, strong second choice, 9-5.
Yeah, this horse worked with a horse by the name of Assertiveness last time. It didn't work all that well, but this horse is taking money, and it's Todd Pletcher in a first-time starter race.
Number 6, Rockstar Rebel. Happy 5 Racing, stable first-time starter.
Yeah, Rockstar Rebel for Charlie Baker. Charlie Baker only 10% with first-time starters throughout his career.
Number 7, Gambird, yet another fresh face, cold on the board.
Another Charlie Baker, but you get Jose Gomez, the type of rider I like in these races with young horses.
Keeping it real, Chester and Mary Broman debuting homebred.
I'm not sure what this horse is all about, but I'll tell you this. A couple works back, worked with Grade 1 winner randomized. Chad's got no interest in putting a young horse with a horse like randomized and discouraging him, keeping it real must have a little bit of talent. And also my favorite Dave Chappelle skit, when keeping it real goes wrong.
You had me at randomized. Circling back to the favorite, Man of Mischief, and revisit his debut 3 weeks ago, right here. Similar company, Man of Mischief, Raj, a very wide and a solid effort in his first try.
I saw him in the paddock this day, and I love what I saw from him, and I actually picked him to win this race. He ran so good. The loose on the lead winner got away from him, but he never lost anything in the feet. He kept trying. This was a very, very good effort, and it's going to really take a first-time starter with a lot of talent to be able to beat a horse like this who has experience and ran as good as he did.
Man of Mischief at 8-5 as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by front side. Acacia, lots of new, fresh faces, first-time starters for you to evaluate in this first of 10 at Saratoga.
There certainly are, Lafitte, and I know you guys are on the trackside set today, and when posted up by the paddock, you can usually hear the 2-year-olds, and that was the case this afternoon with a few green first-time starters back there and in the preliminaries throughout. But we'll start with the one with experience, and especially in these types of cases, I think that just really counts for a lot. The 3 Man of Mischief getting an aggressive solo warm-up from Junior Alvarado, as you can see there. Now, this was a horse that first time out was really revved up saddling, very bad in the paddock, had a pony there to accompany him. So much more professional throughout today. He was sharp, got himself a little bit warm, but it is warm outside today, and I just really appreciate the maturity step forward from first to second start. The winner wired the field that day. He was chasing throughout. I think he's going to get something from that race, and he looks by far the most fit of this group, and definitely has run on his mind as Junior's trying to get him to slow down. The number 5 Manhattan Twist, who was vying for favoritism a moment ago, should be noted that my racehorse is a part owner of this horse, and thus these horses always take money. But again, you do have a Todd Pletcher firster coming in here. Comes off back-to-back gate works, which I typically do not love. I know that the DRF Clocker report has been pretty complimentary of him and how he's been training in the mornings, but I do think he was flattered. His last work was in company with a horse named Freaky, which you can watch on XBTV, and that horse just refused to break. So this horse ultimately looks so much better even coming out of the gate. He's fine. He's a little bit on the smaller side. He's very fit. I do wish he could bulk up a little bit, put a little bit more muscle mass conditioning on. But he is out of a mare that won at 2, and 6 out of her 8 foals have been winners so far, and by the always effective Liam Smap. The number 9, Keeping It Real, is a homebred for Chester and Mary Broman, so I always take an extra long look at these families and their strong pedigrees, and just always such good runners in New York bred company in particular. He's a pretty big horse, and he looks to me like he just really would do well with a race from the fitness perspective. He's moving well out there. He has some good size to him, but I just think that more ground. I know he's starting at 6.5 furlongs, which I think is a good starting point, but he's really going to benefit from getting a race under his belt, getting to go a little bit further, and I think getting to tuck up a little bit more as well. As the one Ozzie coming off 5 gate drills consecutively coming into this race. And this is a horse who looks very, very quick. But this horse, also looking at the clocker report, has been quick in the mornings as well, but looks like he may want to go a little bit longer. I disagree with that. I think he looks like an out-and-out sprinter, and he looks like he should be fast. Typically for me, Lafitte, several consecutive gate drills suggests that it's a horse that maybe hasn't yet learned their lessons in the mornings. So watch how this horse breaks from the inside post.
Yeah, and for his trouble, Acacia, as you mentioned, draws the rail, does Ozzy, something to watch early on. Circling back to Manhattan Twist, co-owned my racehorse. JK, Acacia mentioned my racehorse-owned runners often take more money than perhaps they should. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Well, yeah, I mean,
why so?
Look, if you owned a horse and you're at the racetrack, you're going to bet your $5 to win, your $10 to win, whatever it might be, your $100 to win. Well, my racehorse is a micro share situation where there's a lot of different owners. Based on their website, Manhattan Twist, you got for $225, you got a piece of Manhattan Twist with 3 other horses as well. So there's a lot of people that own Manhattan Twist. It might only be 0.01%, but there's that connection, which then leads to them rooting and betting. And the win pool can sometimes be a little bit exaggerated because there's a lot of people betting on these horses.
Manhattan Twist at 2-1, strong second choice, along with Keeping It Real. Live, first-time starter on the outside for trainer Chad Brown. We'll find out. Manhattan Twist steps forward in the Reeves Thoroughbred White. Final check of the tote board reading 6-5. Man of Mischief, first of 10 on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Lafitte. Game Bred goes in, backs away now. Keeping It Real to the outside. Right up to the gate. And they're off. Manhattan Twist is very quick away from the gate. Man of Mischief broke outward but did break alertly. It's 3 lengths back to Keeping It Real in third. They're followed by Ozzy, 7 off the pace in fourth. Another 3 back to Rockstar Rebel. And Game Bred is at the back of the field. Manhattan Twist just in front of Man of Mischief. They've sped 5 or 6 lengths clear of Keeping It Real in third. Rockstar Rebel moves through on the inside to be a joint third now, and they're followed by Ozzy, 8 lengths off the pace. 3 more to Game Bred, 22-2 for the quick Manhattan Twist. Manhattan Twist goes to the 3/8 pole, opening up a 2.5 length cushion on Man of Mischief in second. Keeping It Real inching closer in third, followed by Rockstar Rebel, who's fourth, 5 lengths off the lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Manhattan Twist is the one to catch, turns for home in front by 2 lengths. Man of Mischief is trying to come to him in second. Out in the center of the track, Keeping It Real is third. And Rockstar Rebel at the rail in fourth. They're coming to the 16th pole. And Manhattan Twist is digging in. Man of Mischief switches to the inside, but Manhattan Twist has been in control throughout. Manhattan Twist wins it by 2. Man of Mischief was second. Keeping It Real third. Rockstar Rebel was fourth.
A tough New York bred in his first career start, showing some grit. Manhattan Twist turning back all challengers. First things first, Rajiv, right back to the start and what happened with the favorite Man of Mischief.
The gate was key, but Manhattan Twist broke sharp. Man of Mischief broke well. He broke out a bit and actually bumped into Manhattan Twist. But Manhattan Twist was just faster than him early. Very polished debut, a horse that was ready to break sharp from the gate, took control, and just put his competition in chase mode. Junior Alvarado was on Man of Mischief. He was trying to keep up early. The quicker horse utilized his speed to his advantage and took control.
This is a good illustration of why, a lot of these Todd Pletcher first-time starters, Bob Baffert first-time starters, Brad Cox, Chad Brown, they're just so well-trained that when they pop away from there like that, it's a huge advantage in these races with these lightly raced horses to get to the front end. And Manhattan Twist popped away from there, was in control, and even took a horse like the 3 Man of Mischief, who I thought was the most likely winner. You put him into chase mode. For a young horse, they don't know what to do sometimes in those situations, and it can make them a little bit uncomfortable, and Manhattan Twist was out there comfortable as ever, and there's thousands of people that are very, very happy that Manhattan Twist just won.
Wasn't just a sentimental play, smart money. Manhattan Twist Acacia pinning those ears and telling all rivals, not today.
That's right. He was incredibly game in here. And yeah, I don't know if the Saratoga winner circle is going to fit all these people, Lafitte, but I wanted to point out something to watch about the 9 keeping it real. He was trying to get out a little bit on Tyler Gaffleone on the turn and ended up finishing on his left lead, kind of that greenness that we talk about. So a horse that is one to watch moving forward and just illustrates yet again how professional the first time starting winner Manhattan Twist was, in that he did everything right throughout the running of this race, and that's not something that you always see with a 2-year-old first-time starter. Is there, objection. Things got interesting, Lafitte.
Yeah, we could hear the mass of humanity in the winner's circle. I'm sure they're looking up at the tote board saying, wait, what just happened? Just an objection. Manhattan Twist the winner here. Jose Ortiz aboard. 5.396, Raj. It does involve the top 2 finishers. The difference between an objection and an inquiry, could you explain?
So an objection is when a jockey feels like he was impeded and he calls it in to claim foul against the other jockey. An inquiry is when the stewards throws it up. So sometimes stewards will miss something that a jockey feels like should be looked at as a potential foul, and then that's when they call it. And in this case, you can see the gray on the lead, Manhattan Twist, drifting slightly, but in my opinion, he was definitely clear enough where he can take that space. I see no reason for a change at all. I don't think that there's anything to worry about if you bet on Manhattan Twist.
That was your first look. Top 2 finishers, Manhattan Twist. Jose Ortiz, he did go to the left hand. There was contact there between he and Man of Mischief. Another look at the head on here, Raj.
There's 2 things that the stewards are looking at. They're looking at, first of all, is there a foul? And secondly, did the foul impact the finish, the outcome of the finish? So first of all, I don't even clearly think this is a foul, because if he's clear, he's allowed to change paths. If you're clear, you're allowed to change paths, and I believe he was clear enough to change path. Secondly, even if he did foul him, he didn't change the outcome of the finish, because he clearly won by more than 2 lengths. So I would say there would be absolutely no chance of making a change.
Rajiv, let me ask you, if you're an inch clear, is that acceptable? Or do you need to be clear?
It is actually an objective view of the stewards to determine even if this is a foul or not. For my opinion, if you're an inch clear, it means you're clear. And if he wasn't clear, what would happen is the horse would make contact when he shifted in front of him. So that's a way to determine if you were clear.
At first glance, I thought there was contact. I was wrong. Manhattan Twist came in a little, and then Man of Mischief sort of shied from him, but it never looked like they actually made contact.
Right, and if you're driving in the highway and you shift lanes behind another car, if you're not clear, you're going to make contact with the car, and then that's going to be an accident. Same with horse racing. If the number 3 shifts in behind the 5 and doesn't make contact, then it was clear.
I got to tell you what, though, it doesn't matter when I switch lanes, my wife grabs the side of the door as if I'm going to wreck.
And Junior grabbed it because he felt like it was such close proximity. You know, and moving at such high speeds, we're talking about inches here of being clear and not clear. But the fact that they didn't make contact when they went behind, when the 3 went behind the 5, means that he was clear enough, marginally, but he was clear.
You do drive too fast. you need the pump the brakes.
She must have texted you.
Everybody knows you drive too fast. Manhattan Twist. Sire Liam's Map won the Woodward here back in 2015. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Manhattan Twist. Results forthcoming 5.396 plus. 4th annual Thoroughbred Aftercare Day at Saratoga. The people, these great organizations looking after our equine athletes once retired. Among them, take the lead doing just that. A deeper dive next.
to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As we just saw, a nice group of New York bred 2-year-olds to kick off the day. Winning trainer Todd Fletcher joining me here after Manhattan Twist breaks his maiden at first, surviving the objection, Todd, but throughout a horse that really seemed to know what his job was today.
Yeah, he was very professional. He left there, in running, and just a little worried the horse that was second had already had a start. That's always a big benefit in race, 2-year-old racing. But no, I was very pleased.
And for a horse that comes in off a couple of gate drills, showed speed in the mornings and showed speed in the afternoon too, how important is that for these types of races?
It's really key in 2-year-old racing to get away from the gate well. You take out so many of the elements of kickback and those kind of things that they'd have to overcome. So an alert start's really critical.
You're going to be running 2 this weekend in the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. I wanted to ask about Candied, as we saw her behind Torpedo Anna last time out, but a horse that she really seems like she's kind of figured things out with switching her leads, doing it professionally in her last start.
She's getting better and better, and with a couple races under her belt, we feel like she's hopefully coming into the race in good shape. And obviously, it's a far different race than if Torpedo Anna would be in there. But Candied's been pretty well accomplished in her own right, so we're hopeful.
And as far as Miss Justify, what are your thoughts on the added distance?
Well, it's two good races at a mile. By a Triple Crown winner, it gives us some confidence that she has a pedigree to go longer, and she seems to be in really good form now.
Okay, wait for this weekend, but congratulations here, Todd.
Thank you.
Todd Fletcher kicking off the day in style. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day continues. We see some polo ponies out on the track right now.
That's so cool, Acacia. Jonathan, you like Candied. Did he sound enthusiastic enough for your liking about Candied in the Alabama?
Todd's a professional at not showing his hand. He's always going to just kind of say the right things, and it's partially probably not wanting to jinx, also not wanting to give away any information to his rivals. Look, I think Candied obviously is well meant in there, but like you said, Miss Justify deserves to be in the conversation as too, taking the same path as last year's Alabama winner randomized.
Those horses will not be running in the Alabama. Raj, have you ever polo? Have you tried? Have you done it?
I've been to the event. I haven't tried it. Those guys are really brave
That's
and
no
athletic.
joke.
I couldn't do what they do. It's just a different dynamics. Have you ever been to the polo match? And they jump off horses and jump on top of other horses, and They get banged around. It's pretty rough out there.
So much that retired thoroughbreds, again, once retired, so many different occupations, so many different jobs, so to speak, that they can be a part of. And that's what this day is all about at Saratoga Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, an important day, the 4th annual running, taking care of the equine athletes that take care of us. Among these terrific programs, Take Two, Take the Lead, spearheaded by former trainer Rick Schosberg.
A racing career can be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The Take the Lead segment of the initiative is what we do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities.
From the day we make a decision to move on with the horse to a second career, they're there for us, and within 5 to 7 days, usually, horse is on the way to another rewarding occupation.
We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities.
Take the Lead to me is the absolute benchmark of racetrack retirement programs in North America. They're my first port of call whenever I need to find a safe landing for one of our equine athletes.
They're tracked, and listen, the idea is to retire them, one race before.
Take Two is a hunter and jumper, thoroughbreds only league, if you will. To be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. It's all really, really cool.
Take the Lead gives me a great sense of security to know that my horses are accounted for the rest of their days.
It's so important to be able to have a purposeful second career, and we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Rick Schosberg, great insight, great passion. Take Two, Take the Lead, a heroic effort for retired thoroughbreds. Raj, just to expand on something Rick mentioned about not waiting too long, not waiting for that one more work, one more race. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Well, sometimes there's a thing that might seemingly start develop an issue, and it's hard, especially in the past, to judge where do you stand, what more can you get out of a horse on the track without putting him at danger and at risk. And one of the great things in our industry now, with the evolution of technology and different things to be able to test these horses, we've come a good way, and we keep advancing.
Early detection is everything, and the emphasis now on thoroughbred aftercare, and it's come such a long way in such a short period of time, and the reason we're here today and emphasizing this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, the 4th annual here at Saratoga. We turn the page. Race 2, $32,000 claiming sprint, with about 20 minutes out. Over to Acacia in the paddock, standing by with this Race 2 paddock report, sponsored by Act Naturally. Acacia.
And we'll talk about horses in a moment, Lafitte, but first I'm very pleased to be joined here by and welcome to Saratoga, Valerie Buck, the founder of Act Naturally. Valerie, tell us a little bit about Act Naturally and what the program does.
So after almost 30 years as being an exercise rider, I decided to switch gears and start volunteering with aftercare organizations. In 2013, I founded Act Naturally to retrain, rehome racehorses, and in the process, our horses participate in equine-assisted learning programs, helping people, veterans dealing with post-traumatic stress. We invite them to bring their families. We work with victims of domestic violence. We have a teen leadership program, and the horses absolutely love their participation in these programs, the good loving, and it's all about mutual respect, healthy boundaries, trust, confidence. Our programs have been doing really, really well. We work with the SUNY Adirondack peer-to-peer group. They bring the veterans to our group, and we are currently moved into a 165-acre ranch out here in Cambridge, New York, and it's a beautiful facility, and it's healing in itself just being there. We've got a handful of horses that are ready for adoption. Just everything's going great, and we're so grateful to Andy Belfour and Rick Schosberg running the Take the Lead program to help us. We're accredited with the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. So you feel like you're not a ship sailing in the night. We've got a fleet working together to support each other, because I feel like one of the most important parts of horse racing is making sure that these horses are safe when they're done their racing careers.
So well said, and couldn't agree more. And I understand you talked about a very productive summer. You said you've had even some conversations with the White House about some processes that you can do to help further the equine assisted therapy you're working on.
Yeah, I saw that the National Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association is working on a bill to fund programs working thoroughbreds and racehorses together. So there's funding coming. It's one of the biggest issues that we face is funding. There's never enough money, and it's getting better as time goes on. I think the different organizations, the TAA, Take the Lead, just getting the word out and making people really understand. Richie and Lafitte, I appreciate what you guys are doing today. You guys do a great job in talking about all the efforts that we put in. It's a labor of love, but I couldn't imagine doing anything else. I've never felt like I could go to work in the morning.
They're incredibly rewarding animals to be around. Well said, and thank you for all that you and Act Naturally do.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. And Lafitte, so many wonderful organizations we'll be able to highlight today, and that's just a taste of some of the great work and next careers that thoroughbreds can have.
Rewarding, Acacia. She's right. That's the word that comes to mind. The alliance, the industry aligned for this terrific cause. The more people, the more organizations, the better taking care of our thoroughbreds, the stars of the sport. It is horse racing after all, as our coverage continues from Saratoga. And when we come back, Week 5 ride of the week. So many to choose from. Every jockey wants to receive that call from Rajiv. Who will it be this week's career changing? That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst last at home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a $1 $400,000 on a pie. $1 million $5 and $1 million $6. $150,000. $1 million $550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Katie, I chose your ride aboard Within View on August 11th, race number 5, as the ride of the week. I thought it was a difference-making ride for you. The way everything you did made a difference in winning and losing. What was your strategy going into the race?
So, knowing this horse very well, I used to breeze him for another trainer, and I got to ride him at Aqueduct before coming up here, and I just knew he was a very easy horse to ride. So my plan was to get him out of the gate and sit pretty much third, and that's exactly where I pretty much placed him. So I was super focused in the gate, and he acted up right here a little bit, and I was like, no, we're getting out. So I asked him a little bit, just stayed out of his way, tapped him once, and he just glided right out of there. So I got him comfortable, and I knew Joel was going to go because he was coming off of short to long. And so I was like, my plan was just to really follow him and Manny.
So right here, you have a decision to make to stay between horses or tuck to the rail. What are you looking to do here?
So right here, I looked to the left once, and then I looked again, and I was like, you know what? I wanted to really follow Manny too, so I just tucked him right in, and he relaxed for me.
So now you're here on the back stretch. You already got your position, very similar to what you're hoping for, maybe a flight behind. What are you looking for from here going into the second turn?
You know, I was just super patient knowing that there was horses next to me. And once again, I'm following Manny. And I just was like, let me just get up on his heels and see where he wants to go first, because I know he has horse and he will make his way out if he needs to, and then I'd have a spot. So right here, I'm like, okay, get up on his heel, follow him. And right here, I see the 7 next to me, and I'm like, I'm gonna take the rail.
So you drafted behind Manny, using him as, paving the way for you, and he steps off the rail. How important was this decision to go into the rail here and split horses?
It was a make it or break it, because if I went out, there was nowhere for me to go. Once Manny switched his stick to his left hand, he came out just a tad, and I didn't second guess it. I just reared him out. I didn't even hit the horse to go into that spot. He dragged me right through, and I just hand pumped him the whole way.
So you're like almost like a lioness waiting for that opportunity.
I'm like, here
so
it is.
the opportunity really came when Manny went left-handed to the crop.
But he never hit left-handed. He just switched, and the horse saw and he fanned out just a tad. And right then and there, I was like, game over.
That minuscule move.
Yes.
Made the horse react, and then that's what paved the way for the space to open up.
Yep, I only hit him twice. Once he saw me get in there, he was like, oh no, he tried to close the door, it was too late.
You already established the position.
I was already there.
And at that point for me was the moment where you actually won the race, because if you would have got stopped, if you would have tried to take yourself up to go around, the momentum loss is you're gonna lose the race.
For sure. And you know, if I have horse, I'm going for a spot. You know, I'm not going to second guess it.
Plain and simple.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, riding with these guys, you can't.
Such a beautiful ride. I thought everything you did made the difference between winning and losing, and you won the ride of the week.
So excited.
Gotta love her energy. Katie Davis joining that illustrious list. Raj, of your prestigious Ride of the Week award. Being part of these segments, what's been your favorite part?
I just love, being able to dissect and the mentality and just the strategic views of these jockeys, the way that they're approaching races, all these moves, what's going through their head and into why they're making these decisions. And look at that list of people. I mean, we're talking about Hall of Famers, some of the greatest of all time, John Velasquez, Arad Ortiz, Dylan Davis. I mean, some great jockeys, and to be able to just hear it from their side of the fence.
There's only 3 weeks left. Are you starting to get like the side eye from some of these guys? Like, what about me, man? I thought we were friends.
Yeah, last week, Irad, he rode such a great race in the stake, and he won by a nose, and he thought that he should have been the rider of the week. It was so close, some tough decisions, and some of these guys are riding so good. Every week, it's been hard to really pick the rider of the week because there's been some really great rides.
He's going to upset somebody. He's going to accept somebody.
What would be really upsetting if we did a not-so ride of the week. And so I'm not touching that.
Yeah. Rajiv's brutal ride of the week. Big headshot. Field updated odds for this $32,000 claiming sprint. First look at turf racing and that entry. It looks like it's the 88 juvenile fillies for D. Wayne Lucas. 3-2. 10 minutes out. Acacia. Now time for that paddock report. But first things first, our eyes on a champion. Fierceness. Wow.
That's right, Lafitte. He's schooling here in the paddock right now. Fierceness potentially in preparation for the DraftKings Travers in about a week and a half, coming in off the back of that Jim Dandy victory. And I know that the question coming from skipping the Belmont, going to the Jim Dandy with Fierceness with the connections has been, does he carry the weight? Does he need a little bit more time before races? Before the Belmont Stakes, when she didn't end up running in, I had not loved what I saw from him training and not loved how he was keeping his weight. Seeing him here today, I am very very impressed off the back of that big effort in the Jim Dandy. He looks like the fierceness that we know and love. So they'll put the tack on him, go through all the moves here in the paddock. So come Travers Day, nothing is a surprise. But yes, we do have an entry with 3 horses that are taking most of the money. So we'll start with the 2X all the way to the outside in high front. A horse who is one for Christophe Clement in this spot and will come in dropping in class and second off the layoff. He's actually been held by assistant and exercise rider Lee Vickers, who was our first Backstretch Heroes feature, because he was pretty revved up in the paddock today. I wasn't in the paddock for High Front's last race, but I do remember Maggie Wolfendale saying that he just really needed a race off the layoff to strengthen. Well, he definitely has strengthened up, putting in more muscle mass behind the saddle in particular. And now that they've got the rider on and the tack on, he has settled quite a bit, which I appreciate. Taking a look at a couple of others, the number 3 in here, Rhythm Nick, won last time out and was flattered with the 3rd place finisher. Final Verdict coming back to win yesterday with an 80 Beyer speed figure. I thought Rhythm Nick really did all the dirty work that day. He's now first off the claim for Jose D'Angelo. He's gotten on his toes, much like he was last time out, though he was very energetic before his last race, so I'll watch him warming up, but he looks much the same, which I think he is coming out of a pretty live race, and that Beyer speed figure may be a bit stronger than it initially did appear. Looks terrific for the new barn, and we'll see if he can go back to back. The number 7 Chess Master is taking a big drop in class for Jorge Abreu, coming in off a big layoff, not having run since the end of October. They did claim him for $32,000, so I don't think the drop is necessarily something to be too suspicious of. I'm going to watch how he warms up. My first inclination is that he may just need a race. We'll see how he looks on track, but he is taking some money as he is facing significantly softer competition than he has in his last 2 Lafitte.
Great stuff, Acacia, on these $32,000 claimers and on the champ. Fierceness gearing up for the Travers post-parade. Scuttlebuzz, Jose Lascano.
Yeah, Scuttlebuzz is going to be coming from way out of it. It's going to need some pace in front of him.
Heaven Street, first of 3 in this heavily favorite entry.
One that will ensure that there's some pace in the race. He's pretty quick early, dropping in class for top trainer Mike Maker.
He's got it. Back to grass for Jorge Abreu.
Another one that's switching back to the grass. He's probably the least likely to win off the whole entry.
High front pictured. We just saw those colors in the winner's circle following the opener.
Usually you get 2 for the price of the one with the entry. This time you get 3 of them, and this horse is taking a significant drop in class after running against some real tough horses last time.
Just heard Acacia discussing Rhythm Nick, claim from Mike Maker by Jose D'Angelo.
This horse ran extremely well last time. Let's see if Jose D'Angelo can keep that performance in the forefront.
Number 4, Me and Sap, the New York bred.
Second off a long layoff. His comeback race the other day was not too bad. Got beat 6 lengths. Needs to step it up, though, to make an impact against these horses.
There's 3-0. Manny Franco, couple of wins yesterday.
Does have some nice early speed, but that late number is a little bit light compared to these.
Chess Master, Flavian Pratt in the Flying Pea Hot Pink. Unstoppable this summer.
It's an 8-year-old coming in off a 293-day break. I'm very curious to see how this horse runs.
Rest versus Rust, we'll find out. Nolo Contesto, Luis Saez starting to heat up.
Yeah, but this horse does his best running on the dirt with 4 wins on the dirt. He's never won on the turf. He's also stepping up in class and running at a less than ideal distance.
First look at grass racing in 5 minutes. Start of the early pick 4. Race 2 next at Saratoga. Flavian Pratt, there he is, 3rd in the rider standings now. If he's going to make a move, that moment is now with Gerardo Ortiz out. 2 more days serving suspension. Pratt, he's racked up the wins, racked up the stake wins, but some separation between Ortiz and himself. Be right back.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Live look, Saratoga Race Course. Welcome back. 1863 club there. And the start of the early pick 4 moments away. You have this powerful entry. 3 for 1, you're getting 6 to 5. However, JK, you're going in a different direction with Rhythm Nick, his latest, right here, opening weekend. Rhythm Nick, you'll see fending off all challengers in the stretch.
He sure did. He ran outstanding. He's one of the handful, I think actually maybe 5, of the Mike Maker Flying P stable horses that have won so far for the meet. So I think most would think, I don't really want to take a horse off of a big performance like this for a hot barn, a hot operation. But I think Jose D'Angelo is an outstanding young trainer, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can move this horse up or at least keep this horse in the same arena as he was previously. And I think sometimes, especially when it's close like this, it's a close, July 13th until now, they can run off of that previous training. So even if he does regress just even a little bit, which I don't think he will, I think he still could run well enough here. And like I said, I think Jose D'Angelo does a great job.
At 3 to 1, at 3.5 to 1 is number 7, Chess Master. Acacia, and yeah, it's ignore the Flying P stable at your own peril.
It's so true, Lafitte. After a tough summer last year, we've heard Jay Provenzano of Flying P talk about it, getting his first win the last day of the meet. It's the exact opposite this year. And I mentioned back in the paddock that I wanted to watch how this horse, the 7 Chess Master, warmed up, and he won me over. I was a little bit dubious about his chances watching him back in the paddock, but once Flavian Pratt took him away from the pony, he framed up beautifully out there on the track. Obviously, fitness going to be a little bit of a question as he comes back. He looks fit enough to my eye. It is a long layoff, but sometimes turf sprinters are also just easier to get fit off layoffs as well. Now, another part of the entry is the Plane 2 Heaven Street, who faced a very tough allowance group last time and then was in a steady diet of stakes company prior to that. He, too, is one who's taking a big drop in class and off his form a needed drop in class. He's always been one that I prefer shorter distances. I like that they're keeping him sprinting. He also warmed up well out there on the track with Jose Ortiz. No problem with him. And maybe the entry with 3 for the price of 1 is just going to find themselves in the right spot here. The one Scuttlebuzz is a bit of a wild card, as Jonathan mentioned, going to be coming from very far off of it, and he came back off a very big layoff last time and ran on the dirt. He drops in class, but he's back on his preferred surface. He's one that, as you can see right there, wears an extension blinker with his right eye fully covered and a cage bit, that Houghton bit, to give his rider more control. That's the equipment he's always worn, but he is a quirky horse and one that sometimes is a little bit tricky to keep straight, Lafitte.
He sounds fun and easy to ride. Scuttlebuzz, the back class, 7-time winner. Final thoughts as they move into line.
If you have a picture of a 4D, please show it to me on Twitter. I want to know if there's ever been a 4D, Rajiv.
I've never seen it, but I will say I think the 2X high front would be the favorite by himself in this race and would be a very likely winner. And now you get even 2 more alternatives with him with the 2 and the 2B. So I think the race revolves around the entry here.
Abreu with He's Got It. Also with number 7, Chessmaster and Nolo Contesto. Strong hand in this second race. Starting the early pick 4, we hand things over to Frank Miramati. It's post-time race 2 live from Saratoga.
All right, Lafitte, we're waiting on high front to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Me and Sap had a very awkward start. It was a quick one for 3-0, along with Chessmaster in the pink silks racing in second. Then He's Got It outside of Heaven Street, heading to the half-mile pole, and Scuttlebuzz along the inside in a tight spot, but nonetheless moving through to be a clear-cut third. That group is followed by High Front, racing in mid-pack, a length and a half in front of Rhythm Nick. Then comes Nolo Contesto in the distant trailer after that rough start. Me and Sap, 22-3, the opening quarter mile. And it is 3-0 to the quarter pole, leading the way 3/4 of a length, pursued by Chessmaster in second. These two have been 1-2 most of the way. Scuttlebuzz, the gray, is getting right into the mix in third. 2 lengths clear of High Front in fourth. On the far outside, Rhythm Nick is starting to finish with a flourish. They're inside the final furlong, and it is Chessmaster, Scuttlebuzz head and head. Chessmaster, Scuttlebuzz, late surge from High Front. It will be Scuttlebuzz. Chessmaster and an oncoming High Front. In behind them, Rhythm Nick.
Oh, the equipment Rudy Rodriguez is using, it worked today. Scuttlebuzz, 8th lifetime victory in the second at Saratoga, closing at, wow, 16-1 upset.
If you liked Scuttlebuzz, you better thank Rudy when you see him for scratching Maxwell Esquire. Because this horse would have gone off at 5-1 if you would have got 2 for 1. And because of the scratch of the 1A, you got the 1 by himself, and you got 16-1.
And the dynamics of this race was very important to the finish because it was a relatively slow pace for this level, sprinting on the grass, which made Scuttlebuzz able to sit close to the pace. This is a horse notorious for dropping well out of the race and coming too late. He was right on top of the pace setters from the onset because they weren't going that fast. And that's what kept him in the race. Once he came off the turn, if he was in range, you know he's going to be tough to beat from there.
You use the word notorious. Rudy Rodriguez, the barn, notoriously streaky, JK. Ice cold to start the meet, 0 for 28, 29, whatever it was, and now really starting to get things going.
You know what, though? We talk about on the show all the time. Rudy gets on a lot of his horses in the morning as an ex-rider. I would think that just like when you go out and you're shooting the basketball around, if things are going well, he's probably feeling it, making more decisions, being a little bit more, in the zone for the decisions he's making with his horses. I think it probably goes a long way. Maybe that's why his barn's so streaky.
Well, one of the things is when you get your feathers ruffled early in this meet, when you come in and you start off slow and you have a good amount of horses, you start to tend to get aggressive because you know now where you're fitting. And I think, adjusting and putting horses in different spots as well has really been able to get him rolling a bit more.
The extension blinker, the cage bit, power steering for Jose Lascano. It all comes together at a big upset, 16-1. Rudy Rodriguez. LaMarca Stable, 1-7-2-3 results. Reaction when we come back. Plus, trainer Dallas Stewart has a runner in the third Bourbon's Fault, and perhaps a runner in the closing day Grade 1 hopeful. Long shot or otherwise, never dismiss Dallas on the big stage.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was third in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of six-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Look at that shot. Gorgeous Saratoga Lake. Welcome back. Fox Sports 2 live coverage. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years in the usual. Unusually well. Not just a racing town. The August place to be. Lots to do. And for Scuttlebuzz, he's like, I'm good. I don't need the sponge bath. I'm good. 8th lifetime win. And trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Things heating up. Rudy with a case in the winner's circle.
Always love a Rudy Rodriguez interview, Lafitte. Rudy, as we just mentioned, things heating up for the barn as this game is just a game of ups and downs and cycles, and it seems that the horses are really running in the right spots now.
You know, this horse, like you say, thank God everything is working up the way it's working right now, so we just got to keep working hard, and things will play around. You know, but this horse has been ready to run in the grass since Ecuador. We got him in the race in Ecuador, and the race rained. So we ended cancel the race, and the last time we run him, because if I don't run him, I have to breathe for the highs up people again. So if I breathe for him, maybe the blood never come back. So we run him in the door just to get him out of the thing, and I think the race car and the help us prepare for this race, and thank God they use this race up.
Yeah, and you mentioned a really interesting point about using that race, the dirt race last time for a turf horse, just to get a race under his belt. And it did seem from a fitness perspective that he benefited from that. Sometimes you just get more from a race than you ever can from a workout.
It definitely, definitely. When a lot of people, they've been around older than me and you, they say one race is like 3 or 4 works more, so it definitely helped him.
Now, this is a horse that wears a lot of equipment, as he always has, with the extension blinker and the cage bit, but straight and true today.
He looked beautiful. Jose kind of was worried about it, but they used to say, listen, I just put it on because he's comfortable like that, and we just got to make him comfortable.
Why change what's working? Good to see him back in the winner's circle.
Never change.
Congrats, Rudy. Lafitte?
He could lose 50 in a row. He could win 20 in a row at Saratoga, JK. You'd never know it by his personality, his attitude, the way he carries himself, his mood, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 6 wins for Rudy on the meet. One of those 6 owners needs to buy Rudy the new AirPods. He's got the throwback AirPods. Get that man the new ones, somebody.
The man's original.
He deserves the new ones.
OG, $34 to kick off the early pick 4. Scuttlebuzz over Chessmaster and High Front 1-7-2. In the second at Saratoga. We turn the page. Race number 3, maidens, 3-year-olds and older. Wilson Shoot and wow, pentathlon. Upstanding, the entry is at 2 to 5. Number 5 is Bourbon's Fault, trained by Dallas Stewart. On Saturday, Dallas Stewart led over a 2-year-old for the Saratoga Special in Smoke and Wicked. He ran well, a strong finish, finishing third. Opening weekend, Stewart unveiled a first-time starter who impressed. Tough Catch. We could see one or the other, maybe even both, in the Grade 1 hopeful at the end of the meet. I have no idea what price either would be, but regardless of the outcome, should Stewart pull off the upset, nobody should be surprised.
In my early 20s, I was working hard, galloping horses. I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. You know, I just love being with the horses. You know, first of all, I just fell in love with horses as a young guy, and just love being around them, love petting them, love just training them and doing my best to get them to their peak performance. Not just the racing, I just love the horses. These horses always don't have no speed. So I always wanted to be a trainer. You know, I never thought about being Big Tom at that point. You know, I just wanted to train horses and, you know, hopefully win some races. And I saved up a good bit of money. I had like $50,000 cash saved. I worked my butt off, my wife and I.
While some might look to buy a house with that much money stashed in savings, Dallas Stewart bought horses and took out his trainer's license in 1985. He won his first race with End Display, a horse Stewart owned and trained. But an encounter with a D. Wayne Lucas assistant would alter his course as a trainer.
I met Randy Bradshaw in '86 with Lucas, saw what the Big Tom was. I felt like I could handle it.
Dallas would be involved with 3 Kentucky Derby winners during his 11 years with Lucas. He was the exercise rider of 1988 Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors. And when Thunder Gulch and Grindstone won the Kentucky Derby in '95 and '96, he was running Lucas's Kentucky division. As a trainer, Stewart had saddled 5 Kentucky Derby runners. Commanding Curve and Golden Soul finished second in back-to-back years as live long shots.
And I just felt like they were good long-distance horses, that they had a lot of heart, they showed up and trained hard, they were in the prep races, and they deserve a shot.
Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby. It was Golden Soul.
They weren't going to be favored, but I felt like they would run well. But they ran, you know, exceedingly better than anybody would ever hoped or thought.
And from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second. But California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby. Commanding Curve was second.
You know, we were standing here talking. I had 2 wins in the Derby. You know, no telling. But hey, I'm proud of them. The horses trained just great, and we believe we've got one on our table somewhere.
No Derby yet, but what Dallas does have is a Kentucky Oaks.
Lemons Forever winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
And 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs.
Comes on Bradley Lane with giant strides. Here's the wire. Photo finish.
Forever Unbridled, the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distaff.
And a perspective on racing that affords him the enjoyment of a worthy, lifelong career.
I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do and that you enjoy when you're successful, and you have to work hard when you're in a slump. So it's just things that I've learned, and you can work through slumps, and you can not enjoy the good times, but you should.
And nothing fluky about it. Dallas Stewart. When other trainers see his presence in a big race, and yeah, that horse doesn't stack up, you take a look at his resume and what horses like Commanding Curve, Golden Soul, who we mentioned, and the man who triggered the biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Oaks with Lemons Forever. There's nothing fluky about it.
And what I love about him is he doesn't try to save face and run horses in lower levels just to build his win percentage. He, you know, and he puts horses, takes chance at big races. Sometimes he doesn't win, but he's cashed in big seconds and third place finishes in some of these big races. And I think that makes his win percentage on paper not flashy, but he's super effective at having success.
I wonder where he got that from.
That coaching tree, amazing, and learning from one of the best in D. Wayne Lucas. And for Dallas, he has a 2-year-old here. He has a few of them. Specifically, Tough Catch. JK, his debut opening day, he was 6-1 at post time. Like Tough Catch, lightning fast and hard to catch. They couldn't.
No, absolutely. And he popped from that inside position and took him on a merry chase around there. And look, you know, Dallas is one of those guys that you give him a good horse, you're going to see that list of horses that he can take on to that next level. I'm looking forward to seeing where Tough Catch goes next.
I'm so impressed with him because for a young horse, his demeanor, he acts like an old pro. He's so calm and calculated, and almost surprisingly that he has the speed that he has. That is a good weapon. When you have a horse that has such great speed, but they can regulate themselves, they save it in, those kind of horses can take their speed even further, which is a dangerous weapon.
Believed to be headed to the hopeful closing day, most prestigious race for 2-year-olds at Saratoga. Tough Catch, Dallas Stewart, and perhaps ready to saddle a winner in this third race. You're looking at him, Bourbon's Fault, at 7-1 for Dallas, the son of Blame, who won a Whitney here, who won a Breeders' Cup Classic, and a Horse of the Year. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish, Ancient Roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
And the field turns for home in the Alabama. On the outside, it's tricky. And Plum Pretty digs down. They're going at each other with Royal Delta coming to them. Less than a furlong to go. And Royal Delta takes the lead and pulls away. And Royal Delta goes on to win the Alabama convincingly.
Tom Durkin doing his thing. Royal Delta, Jonathan doing hers. What a filly. Royal Delta, Alabama winner and 3-time champion.
She was outstanding, and she was such a cool horse. You know, my favorite races of hers, you know, she was kind of thought of as being kind of like a plotty, you know, 1.25 mile type.
Yeah.
When she found herself on the front end, man, she was hard to get by. She was such a cool horse.
Yeah, she beat me in the Breeders' Cup this time.
We were gonna
and beat me in many big races.
We were gonna omit that part. No shame in losing to a 3-time champion, Royal Delta, for Bill Mott. Mott represented here in this third race, Acacia, but the entry looks awfully tough here at 1-2.
Yeah, certainly does. And we'll talk about both parts of the entry, starting off with the Plane 1 Pentathlon for Shig McGahee as this horse makes the third start off his layoff. Definitely fired up coming here into the paddock. A 3-year-old colt that's already raced 4 times, and he was quite vocal when first coming in, announcing his presence, but not doing anything bad. And I think that that's just kind of him saying hello, like I said, announcing his presence. Sometimes these big kind of solid type of colts are like that. So he's certainly not over the top, which I do appreciate, though he is quite forward. He's one that does carry quite a bit of weight and substance. Now, last time out and watching that race, Kendrick Carmouche, who was aboard that day, kind of took a hold of him as several of the others in the field tried to go forward. And then when he came and tried to run down Digital Ops, they were kind of leaning on each other, lugging in a little bit. So definitely still kind of figuring things out mentally as well. Even in the past last year at the end of his 2-year-old season, he had a trouble with kind of switching his lead. So I think that he's still kind of a little bit of a work in progress, though he's been training very well. He looks tremendous coming in here, and we'll see if today is the day that he can find the winner's circle. The other part of the entry is the 1A Upstanding, who's only raced once before, and that was in a very fast race in which Reynolds Channel, who was cutting back in distance, was able to run down pace-setting Hurricane Nelson. Upstanding was not the quickest out of the gate when being drawn a little bit more towards the inside, but he was able to kind of rush up into position, and while he couldn't reach the top 2, I thought that he finished with good interest and everything that you'd like to see. It's not an easy thing to do to debut at 7 furlongs, so he gets an extra furlong today, and his pedigree, that should be absolutely no problem by Curlin and out of a mare who was efficient at longer distances. He's very relaxed here in the paddock as well, which, while he's not the biggest, most imposing type of physical, he has great weight and substance to him. And I like that demeanor for a horse that's still lightly raced and will be stretching out a bit. Not to mention, he's drawn towards the outside today. See how he's able to get out of the gate with this Wilson shoot and that little bit of a quirky distance. The 5 Bourbon's Faults, we talked about Dallas Stewart and learned a little bit more about his story. He is coming in out of a very live race at Churchill, though sprinting. The 3rd place finisher Banned for Life came back to win with a 93 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. I know that he ran much better sprinting, but I'm wondering if he just ran better coming back as a 3-year-old, because this is a horse that does look like he should appreciate a little bit more ground. He's definitely been forward here in the paddock and has gotten himself a little bit warm. I don't have anything to compare to as it's his first start on the Naira circuit, but I always pay attention to the horses coming out for this barn, and he certainly fits amongst his competition here at Lafitte.
For Dallas Stewart Acacia, Bourbon's Fault, 10-1. Louis Saez to ride, circling back to the entry in Pentathlon, 1-4. Let's take a look at his most recent late June Aqueduct. He's 2-5, Raj, and Pentathlon winds up in a dog fight pitch battle.
Yeah, he battled it out and ends up coming out behind here as a big favorite, as Digital Ops would just not let him go by. It was still a big race, though, because he was 6 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher who we see in this race, the number 4 Prairie Dunes. You know, I think this was a good race. He would probably have to step it up from here to win this race today, though. I actually like the other part of the entry more, Upstanding.
Yeah, I agree. When they crossed the wire in that race we just watched, I said to myself and whoever was sitting next to me, I don't know if he wants to win, because he had dead aim the entire stretch and would not go by. So I'll be curious to see what happens to him here today.
It's always difficult to gauge in those kinds of finishes. Is it the leader, the inside horse, digging in and finding more, or is it the horse on the outside you're expecting to go by, just that herd animal mentality, that get right there and then don't have the knockout punch to deliver?
Yeah, and like JK alluded to, he was supposed to win that day. He was the favorite. He had dead aim on Digital Ops, who ran fast early. He was the hunter of Digital Ops and still couldn't go by. But it was still a credible race, so he has some ability to him. By himself, individually here, I would pick against him. But Upstanding, who is the one that I really love, that comes out of such a good race, got a great learning experience. He ran in a 12-horse field in his debut, and he drew the 2-hole, which is a pretty adverse position for a debuter, and he ran a really good 3rd after breaking slowly. think this could potentially be a top-class racehorse.
And I like Upstanding's draw better as well. I know he's the 1A, but he's in the 8, so he's in the far outside. So, you know, as a horse that's likely going to want some more ground, he's going to be out there, and he's going to be kind of, you don't have to worry about getting hustled off of his feet to try to get position early. Just break away from there and be wide all the way around there. And he's got the best number of any of these other horses that's already run. So, I mean, I think 1A is definitely the one that I prefer in this spot.
Yeah. Otherwise, 1 to 4, those aren't questions you want to ask. Does this horse want to win? Regarding Pentathlon, Upstanding, 2 for 1, 1 to 4. Those famed black and cherry red colors of the Fitz stable. There with Joel Rosario. First horse that comes to mind, Fitz stable. You see those colors.
Easy goer.
Easy answer, right?
Yeah, easy.
Raj?
Personal ensign? It's a little bit, you know, before my time.
13 for 13.
Yeah.
Last start, and that thriller in the slop at Churchill Downs, denying the Derby winner and winning colors, one of the greatest moments in Breeders' Cup history.
Yeah, I mean, I went back and I watched that race, and it's a historic race that will never be forgotten. That's for sure.
She was beat. She was beat. You watch it again, you're like, wait, how'd she get up? Champion. Perfect.
Gritty.
For the Phipps stable. And so many great moments here at Saratoga in those colors. And we'll see about Pentathlon and Upstanding. Calling this field to post for the third race. Maidens, a mile. Wilson Shoot. There is Pentathlon. Joel Rosario aboard. The Hall of Famer, Joel Rosario.
I thought he had the entire stretch to get by Digital Ops and didn't.
Missed in his latest. You will see Upstanding. That's just Upstanding, what Acacia was telling us. You know, laid back.
Yeah, laid back. So maybe that 7 furlongs a little too sharp now. Gets the extra furlong to go the mile here, drawn towards the outside. This is the one that I think is the most likely winner for sure.
Cuando, number 2, Dylan Davis draws the rail.
Switches back to the dirt, which has been where he's had most of his success. He has 3 second-place finishes. I think he'll be saving a lot of ground today.
Number 3, Daily Grind. Team sees the gray. Lucas Torres.
This will be his 8th race of the year. I don't see what necessarily changes here today that's going to move him forward.
Number 4, Prairie Dunes, and he's one that needs to develop that knockout punch.
Third start off the layoff for top trainer Bill Mott. Finished third at this level last time.
Whitney winning connections. Then number 5, Bourbon's Fault for Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, this horse debuted going 7, then got to 9 furlongs in the third start. So Dallas clearly thinks longer better. I think the last race at 6 furlongs was just a nice setting up point for this one.
Ignite the Light, Frankie aboard to win on yesterday's program.
A horse that I have some sentimental attachment to. I rode his sister By the Moon to a Grade 1 victory here. It seems like he's probably better suited to sprinting, though.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Fatouche here stretches out for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has had a couple of opportunities. The numbers are just way too light for this group.
Maidens, non-winners, a mile. Wilson Shoot. Kids are out, families are out. She wants to get out. Favorite entry. 2 for 1, 1 to 4, Pentathlon, Upstanding. All right, Rajiv, Ignite the Light. What do you remember about this moment most? Those strong bloodlines. This one's for you, my friend. The 2017 Grade 1 ballerina who's out on By the Moon.
That's me. I mean, this was such a great moment. One of the things about this race is it's such a historic race that has so much value for us, especially jockeys that ride in New York year-round. And it was my 3rd time winning it. So that was a very monumental for myself, very rewarding. And also for the trainer, Michelle Nevin, winning at Grade 1 here at Saratoga. That was awesome. And I got the best compliment of my jockey career the next day. Trainer Bill Mott, Hall of Famer, the legend, the GOAT. He looks at me the next day and says, "What a ride, you stole it." And that was so gratifying for me. Made me feel like my life's work, everything that I put into it, it's being acknowledged. And just all around, you can never beat the feeling of winning a Grade 1 race unless you win a Grade 1 race at Saratoga.
Recognition from somebody you have so much respect for, and what a difference that makes. And I would imagine just your confidence in general when a Bill Mott says something like that to you. and how you're going to, like, when you walk into the jocks room, yeah, you're a rider, but you're walking around like you're 10 feet tall.
Yeah, I was over the moon when he said that. I actually felt like I just floated away, walking away. I couldn't even believe what I heard. It was very rewarding and gratifying for me. And you know, when you dedicate yourself to something and you work hard, those sometimes little statements that people say is what it's truly the most rewarding feeling.
Did you ever think that filly was getting by you?
I didn't think so. You know, I got to really walk the dog on the lead. A half in 47 at that level in a sprint race is just really walking the dog, and By the Moon did the rest for me.
There he is at 17-1. Ignite the Light. We check in with Acacia.
And I always love looking back at those big races, and it was a terrific ride, Rajiv. But as far as By the Moon's little brother, this caught by Into Mischief By the Light is coming in off of a layoff, not having run since February. And he was a horse towards the start of his career who was very green, very tough to handle. But look back at the second race as a 2-year-old where he ran second behind Sierra Leone in Change of Command. Horses who are now big players in the 3-year-old division this year. So I had always wondered if Ignite the Light was truly better going longer, but I don't have a problem with him coming back at the mile distance. My one concern with him is that I do think he's just going to need a race. He got very hot, even from the moment that he had walked over from the receiving barn and entered the paddock. Had a good warm-up under Frankie Dettori. And I know it says broke a step slow last time. I actually thought that he broke fine. He just didn't have the kind of early speed that we see in California early on. So he's a big price. He's one that I'll watch with interest, though, and see moving forward. To wrap up thoughts on the 1A Upstanding, as you touched on in the post-parade, Lafitte, very laid back. I didn't want to chalk out and go with the favored entry 1-4. I toyed with the idea of picking the 5 Bourbon's Fault, but I just couldn't get past what I saw from the warm-up in Upstanding as Jose Ortiz took him away from the pony. He perked up a lot, and I think he could be sitting on a big race coming in here for just his second start.
Play the hand you're dealt, Acacia. Upstanding, and makes sense, JK, that Jose Ortiz would pick up the mount with his brother Arad suspended for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, they share an agent, share parents. There's a lot of reasons as to why you would think that, you know, when Irad was going to take those 3 days, that Jose would pick up some of that. You know, you would like to think, you don't know for sure, but even that winner of the first that Jose rode, you would think the way that Irad has been riding for Todd with his good, you know, dirt horses, you would think that might have been Irad's. I don't know for sure. It could have been Jose's for sure. But, you know, Jose is obviously going to get probably first crack at a lot of the horses that Irad wasn't able to ride over these last 3 days.
JK, here's my take on the race. I need you to help me out. I think the 1A is going to just romp, right? If I wanted to bet, how do I bet? Because I think maybe exacta would be the way to go.
Well, your opinion is that the 1A is going to romp. So if that's your opinion, then that's what you're going to build your wager around. If you love the 5 to hit the board, you love the 6 to hit the board, you think the 2 is interesting, then you would want to play a wager in which you're going to try to hook that horse up with the exacta.
Well,
I like
the 3 on the 5. The 3, I think is very interesting because his last 2 races were on the turf. I don't think he's going to win the race, but I do think he could very much be second between the 3 and the 5.
Then you play a $10 exacto with the 1 with the 3-5, and then you play a $2 exacta 3-5 with the 1.
Hedging a little bit.
Hedging, you know, not hedging. I don't like to hedge. But you're valuing an opinion where if you think the 3 and the 5 are live and it comes 3-1, you're going to be annoyed. So give yourself some annoyance insurance. And with a $2 exacta 3-5 with the 1, but then you think the 1's more likely, you do a $10 exacta the other way.
Moving into line, the entry, the Phipps stable, pentathlon, Upstanding. There goes Upstanding, Jose Ortiz, By the Moon's little brother in the gate, Ignite the Light. Post time for the 3rd, live from Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Upstanding to the outside in the St. Elias stable colors. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Quando is hustled out of the gate. Opens up a couple of lengths in the first few jumps. Then the entry of Upstanding And Pentathlon came away in good order too. Those two race as a team as they swing on to the backstretch. Fatouche is next, followed by Bourbonsfault, who settles in the 5th spot, racing 5 lengths clear of Daily Grind. Daily Grind racing stride for stride with Ignite the Light. And then it's a gap of 5, no early speed whatsoever from Prairie Dunes. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. And it is Quando showing the way by a length. Pentathlon eager in a tad tight along the inside with Upstanding right outside of that rival. Then comes Fatouche racing in 4th. Bourbonsfault gets a little bit of a nudge as they pass the half-mile pole, has 5 to make up. Ignite the Light also driven hard, and Daily Grind is at the back, 47 and 1 for the half-mile. Quando has been there every step of the way. Upstanding, turning up the pressure through that half in 47 and 1, and Pentathlon just needs a little breathing room. He's 2 off the pace in 3rd. Fatouche is a distant force. They're a strung-out field. Quando, the leader at the top of the stretch, leads it by a length and a half coming to the 8th pole. Pentathlon is asked to pick it up now, has 2 lengths to make up in the final 1/8 of a mile. Lengthens that stride though, and is now coming right after Quando. Quando, Pentathlon, and Joel Rosario. Now he asks the question, and the answer is affirmative. Pentathlon too strong, wins it by 3 widening lengths. Quando was 2nd, 3-way photo for 3rd. It went to Upstanding, and then 4th between Daily Grind and Bourbonsfault.
It looked like an upset might be brewing. Dylan Davis, Quando trying to steal this thing. Joel Rosario, other ideas, went to work on Pentathlon. Pentathlon responded late.
Yeah, and one of the things that you could see, Joel, he was intent on keeping him boxed in. And one of the reasons why I think he's doing that is when you have a horse that has a tendency to kind of hang a little bit, be a herd animal, what you want to do is you want to keep them in the pocket and kind of trick them. Wait as late as possible to wheel them out and spur them on, because if you lap them outside of a horse for too much of a long time, they feel like that's where they belong. And I think that Joel made a conscious decision to keep him behind, keep him in the pocket, and then when he went outside, he made an aggressive blitz to get his head in front. And after that, Pentathlon, he did the rest.
And look, you'd like to think that potentially Kendrick gets the assist here by showing Joel and Shug something last time. They learned something on Pentathlon, because that's not the same animal that hung on Digital Ops last time. There was something solved, whether it's something that Shug did, whether it's something that Kendrick found out, or it's something that Joel tried. That was not the same horse that hung against Digital Ops.
He finished today.
He sure did.
And, touch on Upstanding. He had such a beautiful trip. That was extremely disappointing for him and his connections, because he was in a perfect spot and didn't go on, actually faded to run 3rd. But I felt like it was an insurance with having, Pentathlon, because by himself alone, I think he would have been a better price.
And how about the effort from Quando and Dylan Davis, taking it to him right from the start, establishing the lead. He took some catching in the stretch by Pentathlon.
No, he absolutely did. He got brave out there, Rajiv, on the front end, and a horse that was turf sprinting in his last start gets out there and almost tries to wire the field.
He was, in his 4 prior dirt races, he had 3 seconds. He's now got 4 seconds from 5 dirt races, but his last 3 races on turf kind of muddied up his form. He's a horse that really is better on the dirt. He got to show it today, and that was a good run for him.
Joel Rosario, Hall of Famer, in the black and cherry red, famed Phipps colors. Results when we come back. Plus, trainer Todd Pletcher, already 1 win today, 14-time Saratoga champion trainer, 4 Alabama victories, 2 Phillies in Saturday's edition, including Candide seeking a 2nd Grade 1 win.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
it's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey, Hall of Famer Joel Rosario in those colors. Pentathlon. Big effort, Cuando, but in the end, just too much pentathlon. A pentathlon who finished off his competition today.
No, he sure did. You know, what he did downstate was nothing like what he just did there.
Yeah.
He sat in a comfortable spot, like Rajiv said, a perfect trip in that pocket. But when he popped out, I looked over my shoulder behind us, and he was really reaching and running. It was pretty obvious what was going to happen.
And he's a relatively young horse learning the trade. You know, it's only his 5th start today, and you see that progress. And Shug McGaughey, these connections have been notorious for being very conservative early, letting a horse take their time to develop and hopefully blossom into a better older horse. So it could be onwards and upwards. Now that he's got this race under his belt, the light bulb might have went off.
Different horse today, pentathlon. Shug McGaughey in the winner's circle, standing by live with Acacia.
That's right, as pentathlon breaks his maiden, Shug, a horse that we saw look different today, not kind of leaning on his foe like last time. What do you think it was that made the difference?
I think just racing helped him. You know, he's kind of one-paced horse, and, you know, a couple times there, you know, especially the last time, you know, it looked like he was going to go the lead and win easy, and he just sort of hung with that horse. And, you know, but he's trained really well since then. I think, you know, he's got a future in front of him.
Joel Rosario's ridden him before, but back aboard today, and it seemed that he really kept him covered up as long as possible. It seemed to make a difference.
I think so. You know, he stumbled a little bit leaving there. And the horse was on the lead scent a little bit. You know, he probably saw that and said, well, let's see what happens. But, I mean, Joel makes a difference. You know, he's a very good rider, and he's a very good guy, too. And but that was good. Pentathlon and Shug both needed to win.
Well, it was good to see you both in the winner's circle, and of course those iconic Phipps silks. You have such a storied relationship with the family. It has to always be special to see their silks in the winner's circle.
Well, I agree. You know, they've been special to me for a long, long time, and you know, they hung in there through the good times and the bad times, and you know, hopefully the future's in front of us.
I love to hear that. Congratulations on the win today, Shug.
Thank you, Acacia.
Shug McGaughey, as he said, Joel Rosario joining him in the Hall of Fame, and both of them showing today with that patience why they're in there, Lafitte.
Can listen to Shug talk horses all day long. Rajiv, you rode for Shug. What's it like riding for Shug McGaughey?
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer that's pretty much done it all, right? He's won the biggest races, and he has a lot of knowledge, wealth of knowledge. And when you're riding for him, he has a very calm demeanor. He's quiet, but you know you're riding good horses. And he's one of those guys that is very loyal. When you ride a horse for him, he wants you to stay with him. He wants you to learn about the horse and develop the horse as a team. So whenever I rode for him, I always felt like I was a part of the team and not just hired as a contractual service for that day.
Shug called me 3 years ago, and I promise you, I thought it was a prank call. I was like, stop. This is who is this? This is stupid. It was shocking. It was a shocking moment in my life.
And then it was actually Shug McGaughey, trained so many greats, Lure, Easy Goer, the list goes on. And that segues beautifully into Saturday's marquee event, the Grade 1 Alabama. Let's go by the numbers. First run, 1872. Loads of history and tradition. So who was fastest? New York's darling, Go for One, mile and a quarter in 2 minutes 4/5. Most wins by an owner, Bel Air stud, 5 Alabama victories over 3 decades. Most wins by a trainer, look at that. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8-time Alabama winning trainer. Most wins by a jockey. Number is 5. Wow, 3 of the very best who've ever done it. Mike Smith, George Velasquez, and Jerry Bailey, the only mare to complete the Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff sweep. Touched on her earlier. Royal Delta, Alabama winners crowned champion. Amazing. 27 of them. Alabama winners crowned 3-year-old filly champion. And finally, Alabama winners in the Hall of Fame. The number is 12. Songbird, most recent, inducted a few years ago. The Alabama by the numbers. And naturally, cue that animation. It is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. The Grade 1 Alabama 3-year-old fillies, 1.25 miles, presented by Keeneland Sales. No Torpedo Anna. So you have a field of 8. Candied, 7-5 morning line favorite. Let's meet the field, starting with Intricate, the only filly ever to have defeated Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that she's got to be proud of. She draws the inside. She felt a little overmatched last time. She was 3rd, beaten 8. But she's not impossible in here, but she does need to take a little bit of a step forward.
Sire just inducted into the Hall of Fame. Gun Runner, Chattelis at 7 starts, 3-time winner for Mark Glatt, in from the West.
If you want to see a gutsy filly run, look for Chattelis. She runs almost like Dornoch, the female version. That Indiana Oaks, she looked like she was beat. She was resilient, battled back.
Power Squeeze for Jorge Delgado, the Delaware Oaks winner.
Shout out our Maggie Wolfendale for this one. She's undefeated around 2 turns when Torpedo Anna's out of the race.
Number 4, just basking for trainer Ian Wilkes, the Iowa Oaks runaway winner.
The only horse to have won at the Alabama distance of 1.25 miles. That extended distance, she shows that she can handle it. She had a 7 3/4 length maiden victory at the distance.
Number 5, America's Vow, and her Grade 1 debut.
Yeah, look, you can't knock connections for trying to get in these races, see if they can pick up a 3rd to make a filly a little bit more valuable. She's got a win last time, but again, significantly less. She was beaten 6, 12, 36, tougher field.
Miss Justify, victorious in the Wilton opening week.
She has speed, and she's versatile. She can go to the lead and run fast and be effective. She can also be effective from coming off the pace, like she did in her most recent win.
Pletcher trainees will break side by side Candied, the Alcibiades winner.
28 days ago, I thought Candied could potentially beat Torpedo Anna. So I'm contractually obligated to feel like she can beat this group.
7-5 morning line favorite. Pletcher looking for a 5th win in the Alabama, and Neon Icon from the outside, a 5th. Rather disappointing in the Indiana Oaks, but with some trouble.
I need to correct my statement earlier. There's 2 horses in this race that have won at the 1.25 mile distance of the Alabama, and Neon Icon is one of them. She won her 1.25 mile race, allowance race, by 5.5 lengths, but she was no match last time for Chattelis after breaking a bit awkwardly. She does have some class, though. She's on the improve. She's only had 3 races, so there's more to come.
And how much better is the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales, with, we want to see Torpedo Anna, right? We're going to see her against the boys in the Travers, but how much deeper did this race come up with the absence of Torpedo Anna, given what she's been doing to the best 3-year-old fillies in the country?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that there should be some flowers sent to the Kenny McPeak barn. Naira should send some for making the Alabama better and the Travers better. The winner of the Alabama should send them, because she was going to win the Alabama. If you run 2nd or 3rd in the Alabama, you should send flowers as well, because Torpedo Anna making that decision on the Travers makes everything better for the next 2 weeks.
The Alabama better, the Travers better, Raj?
Well, both. Well, the Alabama in itself, it would have been a formality if Torpedo Anna ran, right? And then the betting would be chalky and everything, and she's going to win, $2 souvenir ticket. Now, you actually could make some decisions. Am I going to be strong about Candied, or am I going to play against her? And how's the race going to shape up the dynamics? With Torpedo Anna in it, all that goes out the window. She was just going to win. And now, we don't have to wait to say in a few years, what if Torpedo Anna would have ran in the Travers? Would she have been effective? That what if is going to be out the door, because we get to see that on Travers Day.
Yeah, it wasn't a question. It was a statement. The Alabama definitely better. The Travers definitely better, with Torpedo Anna taking on the boys a week from Saturday. But first things first, one of the most celebrated events for 3-year-old fillies in North America, the Grade 1 Alabama, this Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. 3-year-old fillies and the Grade 1 historic Alabama. Meantime, here at Saratoga, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day continues, taking care of the horses that have taken so good of us. Much more from the spas. Our coverage continues on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornock win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden fifth.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once and he came back to racing for home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Racing for home. Acacia, given all of the effort that you and your mother have put into this cause, can you describe the level of pride seeing a day like this come together, strictly with all that emphasis on thoroughbred aftercare?
It's amazing, Lafitte, and I told this story the other day because I think it's very poignant that back in 2010, when we started Racing for Home, I could not find a show barn in Connecticut that would take a horse directly off the track. There was a very negative stereotype in the show world about horses coming right off the racetrack, about them being able to effectively transition into new careers. And we found our trainer, Katie Anderson, who's still with us at Racing for Home at that time. And it's amazing to see how much the change and growth through the Thoroughbred Makeover, through Take Two, Take the Lead, through programs like that, and every aftercare program that's being celebrated today, and all that are accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, to highlight how incredibly versatile willing thoroughbreds are to go on to new careers. Just this morning, went out and rode my OTTB, Who's Your Drama, who brings me so much joy, and it's just amazing to be able to have the bond that we do with horses. They give us so much, and so I always say, maybe if you hit a bet today, consider your favorite aftercare organization and give a little back to the horses that give us so much. But incredibly proud of all the aftercare organizations and all the work they do to make sure that all of our horses have a home after they're done racing, Lafitte.
Coming together, working together, the organizations all with one cause in mind, taking care of our thoroughbreds once retired. As our coverage continues, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, the 4th annual at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
A gorgeous shot Bird's eye view. Now the canoe, what color will it be the day after the DraftKings Travers? Arcangelo colors for now. Belmont winner, Travers winner, and 3-year-old champion. No 3-year-old champions in this race. A $20,000 claimer. Mile, Wilson, Shoot, older horses. The 3 is out. Classic Mark, the favorite at 2-1. Let's start with Wild Banker. Would be a big surprise, a struggle this year. 8th start, and yeah, hasn't been close recently.
No, hasn't been close, and drops in here for 20, screaming for sale.
The favorite, Classic Mark, Joe Sharp, claim from Gustavo Rodriguez.
I mean, he had some trouble last time, but it was at a lower level. Didn't do much running, and now steps up in class first off the claim.
Winter's Ghost, Rajiv going with his cousin here.
Oh, I picked this one first time for the Rudy Rodriguez barn. He was been running against much tougher horses than he faces today.
A Ministerial, 3 wins, all with John Velasquez.
Yeah, the reason I'm kind of against this horse is I remember last week this horse had been working with Touchy, and Touchy disappointed as a 2-year-old. I just feel like Ministerial was probably going the wrong way.
You saw All About the Money. No match for Valenzen Day, July 26th. Then he's got this. Big meat, Mike Maker, Cart Talk superstar.
Yeah, this is the horse I like in here. This owner-trainer combination of Mike Maker and Flying P, 5 for 13, 38%. I suppose now it's 5 for 14 because of the runner a little bit earlier, but still, outstanding groove that they found themselves in. You get Ricardo Santana, outside draw, drop from the 40 they claimed for. I like he's got this quite a bit.
What about the favorite occasion, Classic Mark? What are you seeing?
I do think he makes sense in here, and I understand what Rajiv is saying, that he was technically running against a lower level last time, but Valenzen Day wired the field in there, and that was the day that you really wanted to be forwardly placed on this track. And Classic Mark had trouble at the start. He didn't break that well. He was jostled hard on either side, and so he was up against it, and I think really against the track. He's getting a good solo warm-up from Tyler Gaffleone, who is obviously notable with him climbing aboard with the way he's been riding for the new connections here, and he's not the biggest striding horse. I noticed that from him last time, but he just really seems like he is doing very well, and I think he's going to get a better trip in here today, hopefully. And again, I do think he was up against it last time. The 5 Ministerial cuts back from 1 mile and an 1/8 distance, and I do like that for him. He is a big horse, but he's a very high energy horse, and so I think that a little bit shorter probably bodes well for him. He's a bit of a tough read because he came back off a layoff, and yes, it was going further, but really, he didn't break well that day. He just didn't do a ton of running at that point. He ran poorly back at Aqueduct. His last win was in a non-winners of 3 condition, and the claim was voided that day. It's always a little bit of a tricky read with this horse. He looks very fit. Second off the layoff coming in here. He's, like I said, been very sharp, staying to warm up with the pony, as most of Wesley Ward horses do. I think he's certainly fine, but at a shorter price, like I said, I just think there could be a couple of other intriguing prospects. The 7, he's got this. You guys mentioned the connections, always very dangerous. He looks very fit off the layoff. If I'm nitpicking, I do wish that he had a little bit more muscle mass, bulked up a little bit. There's no excess weight. I'd like to see a little bit more strength, but striding out beautifully out on the track. And for as good as the barn's been going, I think you always have to pay attention when you see those hot pink silks and matching hot pink blinkers. Lafitte?
It all matches, all comes together potentially here for a 3-1 shot. JK's top selection. He's got this. This is his last win. 2 starts back. Churchill, mid-May. He's got this. JK at 9-1 and traveling well.
Yeah, and you know, it's obviously you want to understand the individual, the horse, but this is a different situation, right? New trainer, new rider, new owner. A whole different situation, but it is nice to know that, you know, this horse is capable of running a race like this. I expect this horse to take a significant step forward, and I think that Mike Maker and Flying P, when they are claiming horses, they're realistic, right? They claim this horse for $40,000, but now they're in here for a $50,000 purse. If someone decides to claim this horse, they're going to get $20,000. Then they'll get the winner's share of the $50,000, and suddenly that claim could almost be a wash minus the trading bills and whatever they've done from a vet standpoint. But Look, I think this horse is going to be tough in here on the draw.
If he duplicates that race that he ran at Churchill against much tougher than these, he's definitely going to win this race because that was at the $32,000 level. Today is a big drop in class from that. His last race was subpar to what he's capable of, but all he has to do is just bounce back to that 2 starts back, and I feel like towers over this field.
You like Winter's Ghost, your cousin. I saw you crash the scene yesterday in the winner's circle when your cousin was getting interviewed after a big win.
I was hoping Acacia could have gave me a bit of insight on him because he hasn't run since March. That's my only concern about this horse. But the horse that beat him in his last race, in the starter allowance race, Golden One, he's a horse that wins a lot of races. And he's been protected at starter allowance level, running against much better horses. He loves the distance. He's run 8 times. He has 2 wins, a second and a third at a flat mile. So I think there's a lot to like about him.
Right on cue, Acacia.
I totally agree with Rajiv as far as the class is concerned. My one concern is the fitness, though, with Winter's Ghost. Like Raj mentioned, he hasn't run since March, and he was a horse I did not see down at Tampa, so maybe he's one that does just kind of carry his weight. He seems like he perked up a lot out on the track, but just my opinion that he might need a race off the bench. Maybe his class will shine through, though. And we're always rooting for Romero. Great to see him get his first win of the meet yesterday.
You know, that's the kind of information that's very important for us, and for that reason, I'm probably going to lean towards JK now and go with the number 7. He's got this, because if this horse might need a race under his belt to show his best.
That was fun watching Romero yesterday and how excited he was to get that first win here of the summer.
Oh, it was very exciting for us, for him and his family. His mom texted me right after. Everyone is just really excited for him. And, you know, if you look at the glass half full, he's won one of his last 2 rides, so he's winning at 50% since yesterday.
He's on a streak.
He's on a streak.
About to get rolling. Winter's Ghost, 6-1 race shape. JK, what are we looking for right from the start? Where's the speed coming from?
Well, I mean, you would think that Winter's Ghost, the 2 classic mark, see what happens on the trainer change. This horse was with Joe Sharp once upon a time and came from way out of it. So, you know, I would think the speed's likely to come from the 4, Winter Ghost, I suppose.
We'll see how it all unfolds. Moving into line, Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 4 live, Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
All right, Lafitte, there's Ministerial taking up his spot. He's got this to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very even start. Winter's Ghost is the quickest, and the gray goes straight to the front, but Ministerial is right off his flank in second, and here's Classic Mark moving through along the inside, and Classic Mark is just ahead off the pace. It's a gap of 3 back to Wild Banker. He's got this in the pink silks, is some 6 lengths off them, and All About the Money is at the back of the fields. They straighten up, 3 of them vying for command. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. It's Classic Mark along the inside, a nose in front. In between horses, Winter's Ghost and Ministerial 3 deep, just a half length off the lead, heading toward the half-mile pole. All About the Money has moved up to claim the 4th spot, 5 lengths off them. Wild Banker is under some pressure, and it's another 4 back to He's Got This. 47-1 as the field moves into the far turn. And Classic Mark has been prominent every step of the way. Winter's Ghost is the first to come under pressure. Ministerial now clearly into second. Just in behind them, Wild Banker has gotten closer. He's 4 lengths off them, and He's Got This. Pink Silk starting to circle the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Ministerial on the outside, and Classic Mark. He's Got This is widest of all. Wild Banker inside of him. All About the Money. They're in the final furlong. He's Got This continues to grind away at Ministerial. Ministerial short lead. In between them, Wild Banker. It's getting close. Ministerial a length and a half in front. In between horses, Wild Banker, and on the outside, He's Got This. Ministerial kept going by Johnny V. Takes it down. Wild Banker was second. He Got This third. And then 4th on the inside to All About the Money.
It's a relationship that just works. Johnny Velasquez Ministerial 4 for 5 together. Ministerial 0 for 5 with all other riders. They strike today 5-2 at post time.
Puts away the other speeds, Rajiv, and I was very impressed that this horse was able to hold on. The 7 was just so far back and had so much to do, was probably best at the end.
We'll dissect, we'll take a deep breath, we'll pause and welcome in a brand new audience as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. You're looking at the 1863 Club. Valley SoCal viewers. Trackside alongside four-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey Rajiv Mirage, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The dust just settling following this fourth race, literally moments ago. Ministerial, the winner in this fourth race at Saratoga. We'll unpack all of it with so much still ahead of us, JK. We still have the Pick Six about to get underway. The featured event, Rig Violette, later on this evening on this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Thoroughbred Aftercare, JK, like what's this all about?
Well, I mean, I think it's about the fact that these horses give us so much, whether you're an owner, a trainer, a jockey, or a horse player. They give so much, and this is a day highlighting how we can give back to them to set them up for what they're going to do when they're done racing, their lives after racing. And it's a great day. It's a special thing. Make sure you're paying attention, getting involved, understanding which one of these charities kind of grabs you by the heart, and hopefully you can support these horses as well.
And if you hit a big score?
Absolutely. You got to break them off a little bit.
Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, fourth annual here at Saratoga. It's just a $20,000 claimer, but an exciting finish. Just moments ago, and Johnny Velasquez, the all-time leading pilot at Saratoga, Rajiv. Him and Ministerial together, they've been next to unstoppable.
I mean, he knows this horse. 5 rides with him, 4 wins. He knows what buttons to press. And what Johnny knows about his horse is you have to make him use his speed. And he got into a speed duel. He did all the heavy lifting, ran in a 3-way duel the entire way, and still had more to give. He ran the best race of any. I mean, he's got this. Couldn't keep up early because he was being outfooted, but he had all chance to really go by, and he couldn't.
Big smile, Johnny Velasquez. That wasn't a big race, wasn't a great stakes race, JK, but just showing that these $20,000 claimers, all these horses for sale. These are the lower level thoroughbreds, right? But they can have just as much heart and class as a grade 1, sometimes in some cases even more. More will.
Absolutely, and what, funny enough, on Aftercare Day, these are our friends that aren't going to go on to be stallions and make millions of dollars carrying on with their offspring. These are our buddies that are going to be looking for something to do when they're done racing, and some of the horses that this Aftercare money goes to. So it's a great way to start it with these $20,000 claimers.
Once a $700,000 purchase by Uncle Mo, trained by Wesley Ward, is Ministerial. John Velasquez going to work, Raj, and fending off all challengers.
I mean, John is such a strong finisher, Johnny V, and you can see he takes a glance over his shoulder. He feels the pressure on the outside. He puts the crop to the left so he can slightly just drift out to his rivals so that his horse re-engages the bridle, sees the ones on his outside, and just a gutsy performance from both horse and jockey.
About the effort from Wild Banker, where'd that come from? We'd mentioned just tough sledding, a struggle this year, and bang, second at 27-1.
I mean, I think some of the main opponents didn't show up with their best race, like the number 7 he's got this, or the number 2 Classic Mark. And Wild Banker today ran his best race. It's a cycle. Sometimes horses aren't feeling their best, and sometimes some of them wake up in the best mood they've ever been in. That's one of the good things. The day when the horses start talking, that's when it's going to make us know more. Until then, we're going to have to try to pick between the lines.
Here at Saratoga, where it's all about John Velasquez, you will hear from him very shortly. Also, a look ahead to the main event on Saturday, the Alabama, presented by Keeneland, and 2 weeks out, a little bit less than 2 weeks out, until one of the most anticipated Travers in recent memory, with the filly, Torpedo Anna, taking on the boys and trying to become the first filly to win a Travers since 1915. Johnny Velasquez likely in that race aboard Fierceness, the champion, and standing by live with Acacia after that victory in today's 4th at Saratoga. Acacia.
Always a pleasure to catch up with John Velasquez as Ministerial. Incredibly game. Johnny, I just commented you really had to work for it. Part of 3 horses on the pace, and you were the lone soldier standing.
Well, he's not a quite easy horse to ride. If he's too far back, he doesn't pass the horses. And if he takes the lead too early, he kind of wait for the horses. So you kind of have to give him middle ground somewhere. But if you let him go too far back the first part of the race, he will not try at all. So I had to keep him somewhere in the fight that he thinks he's run off with me. And then when I get to the lead, keep him working on him because he'll wait for the horses. So he makes it difficult.
You know him really well, though, and you kind of touched on it in talking to that. How important and how much of a difference do you think it makes when you're so familiar with a horse?
Well, I know him very well, like you said. You know, I mean, I've been riding these horses for a long time now, and by knowing that, you know, I make sure that when I come out of there, I force him to get, you know, closer to the pace, and then I got to grab him the first part of the race after he's close to the pace, and then try to save a little bit for the end, and worked out today.
It certainly did. And a horse that you also know really well, we're going to see on Saturday in She Feels Pretty for Cherie DeVoe. Cherie commenting that she thought in the Belmont Oaks a little bit far for her, so cutting back in distance. But she seems like just a really honest filly that tries every time.
I don't know if it was a little far for her. I think she's a horse that needs to be behind somebody, and she turns off much better when she's even behind one horse. You know, she was kind of caught up in the, and I mean too wide the whole way around, but she was in the clear. And then when she passed horses, she kind of hangs next to the horses, though. I mean, shorter distance, probably a little more speed in the race. She can cover up a little bit and let her run down the lane, and she should be, you know, and if she comes back the way she is, she should be in good shape.
Some terrific insight as always, Johnny. Thank you. And congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
The one and only John Velasquez, and you can see with that kind of insight why I always enjoy an interview with Johnny.
Terrific insight and working that hard in this $20,000 claimer, and the work he has done with Ministerial, 4 for 5 together. When we return, as mentioned, the Travers and Torpedo Anna, untouchable this year. Daylight win after daylight win, tackling the boys, looking for a place in history to become the first filly to beat the boys in the Travers since 1915.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany and Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife Elizabeth donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy inscribed with the winner's name is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport. The history, tradition, prestige, the Travers Man of War Cup, and those colors. We saw in the winner's circle a season ago, Arcangelo, history-making performance. Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer to saddle a Triple Crown race winner. Speaking of history, that'll be on the agenda for Torpedo Anna, the filly tackling the boys in the Travers. There she is in the CCA Oaks. Part of the reason she's taken on the boys, JK, she's essentially run out of competition at the upper echelon of the 3-year-old filly division.
Look, as much as we love the Alabama and as much as I love when you do by the numbers, she doesn't need the Alabama. There's nothing about the Alabama that's going to change what she's worth as a broodmare, that's going to change what little trophy she gets at the end of the year. None of that matters. If she wins the Travers, I think she gets the gold trophy at the end of the year where she's the horse of the year if she can win the Travers regardless of what happens the rest of the way. And then she skyrockets in terms of what she means to the history of this game. I think it's a great decision, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I love that decision. I love the way that you look at it because I do agree. If she keeps dominating against the girls, it kind of hinders her from ever getting that elite status, right? They dominate the fillies and whatever. I think she has the ability or the potential to actually be considered that. And if she wins the Travers, she's going to be now moving herself into a different kind of category.
It's rare that it's even attempted. You see the recent attempts by fillies tackling the boys in the Travers. 1915, the last year. Can Torpedo Anna just be Torpedo Anna and beat the boys, or does she have to take her game up yet another level?
She can be herself, but she has to take a step forward, which she might just well do, but she does have to run faster from a speed figure standpoint, but it doesn't mean that she can't. But I think that she's got an opportunity. Zenyatta had the same opportunity, right? She won 19 races. 2 of her 20 races are what made her what she is. The win in the Breeders' Cup Classic against the boys, and the second to Blame, which is one of her other best races, even though she ran second. Those are what made her immortal. If Torpedo Anna can win the Travers, then she goes into that category as being an immortal type. If she wins the Alabama, she's just a good filly.
Could make the argument Zenyatta's best race ever was the only race she lost to Blame in that Breeders' Cup Classic at Churchill Downs. Acacia, as far as preparation for Torpedo Anna, how is her training coming along as she gets set for the test of her young career in the Travers?
It absolutely is, Lafitte, and aren't we lucky as fans that we have a chance to see her take on the boys in that Travers. But as far as how she's training, she had her most recent workout back on August 8th, which she went 59-2, and just really seems to be doing it incredibly easily. Kenny McPeak saying that she will work weather depending Friday or Saturday this week at 7:30 on the main track. And I have to give Kenny a shout out because he really has done a terrific job of making her available to fans who want to see her in the morning. That is, they're willing to get up early, because she usually goes out around 5:30 with her regular exercise rider, Danny Ramsey, who recently had his 75th birthday. So belated happy birthday to Danny. And she just zips around there on the track, full of life, full of energy. It's really fun to have the opportunity to see how she seems to be doing coming into this race. And I think it adds just such an interesting layer. We've seen Kenny unafraid in years past to take on the boys, namely just a couple years ago in 2020 when Swiss Skydiver beat Authentic to win the Preakness. So he's done it with success, and this is truly a special filly, Lafitte, regardless of what happens in the Travers.
This place is going to be a madhouse. I'm not saying like, Saratoga, right? When American Pharoah was here, there was 15,000 watching him gallop or whatever a day or two before the Travers. But still, this filly taking on a champion, a Preakness winner, so on. This play, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's, like you said, it's not just about her, right? It's about Fierceness, who won the Jim Dandy, and also the 2-year-old champion, Breeders' Cup champion. You're going to have Dornick, the Haskell Belmont champion. You're going to have Unmatched Wisdom. You're going to have, the list goes on of all the really talented runners that are going to show up.
It's a Travers for the ages because the race has implications on so many different things, the factors. Now, Torpedo Anna, she could make herself in an immortal filly of one of the greatest of all times. Dornock and Fierces, they're fighting for 3-year-old championship. This might be the race that produces the horse of the year. It's a big, there's so many factors to it.
Sees the gray, a Pennsylvania Derby bound, so a little less speed. We'll see how it all unfolds just over a week as the countdown continues to the 2024 DraftKings Travers. The big story, the filly taking on the boys. He's been a big story this summer. Wow. His best summer at Saratoga. The hometown kid, Dylan Davis, and riding a contender in the upcoming 5th race, Sorority Prank. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater has grown to 450 acres. Expansion demanded by mare owners.
Got the Saratoga water. You know, we have the minerals. It's on sandy ground, and underneath there that water's got everything in it that you want.
And mare owners want the farm stallions. Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Big Brown.
And his babies, they run just like him. He adds leg, body. If you need improvement, Big Brown's going to do it.
King for a Day is by emerging sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Lookin' at Lee earned his spot on the roster by finishing second in the 2017 Kentucky Derby. War Dancer's offspring have earned more than $5 million. Warrior's Charge is a son of Munnings who notched 2 Grade 3 wins on his way to earning more than $1 million. And everyone's waiting to see if the handsome son of American Pharoah, Waiting, produces the kind of speed he himself displayed as a 2-year-old in training. The stallion roster is a joint operation between Irish Hill and Duchess Views Farm.
And we decided to merge the stallions, put them under one roof and co-manage them together. And it's worked out great. We're saving the owners a lot of money, and we're getting more mares to the stallions.
Beginning with the 2023 breeding season, The partnership expanded to include multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Control, who stands at Rock Ridge Stud in Hudson.
Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years, and he came along and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
Those tours, so cool. Appreciate the access to our friends at McMahon Thoroughbreds and the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. Horses in the paddock, these New York breds. We turn things over to Acacia with his paddock report, brought to you by McMahon. Acacia.
And we'll start off with a horse that's going turf to dirt, and then we'll rematch on the main track with another in this field. And that's the 3 He Has It All. Now, to be fair, I've actually thought for a while that he would be a horse that would like the turf, and he has pedigree for it as well, with the Dam being a 2-time turf winner. But turns out maybe he's a little bit better on the main track, and that's where he goes back to today. 2 starts back ended up chasing Yo Banana Boy, who wanted a huge price that afternoon. And I think that this is a horse who maybe is better just being able to kind of wing it out on the front end. He looks great, as he always does. I think that sprinting is best for him, and I'm glad they're keeping him there. Kind of has that energy bubbling beneath the surface. But he has started to have quite a few chances, and we'll see if maybe today is the day. As the number 6, Concord Spirit, comes out of that same race where he ended up finishing 3rd, but he was quite green in the running of that race, swishing his tail a bit in the stretch, kind of lugging in a little bit. He is a big, solid horse. The son of Uncle Mo definitely carries quite a bit of condition, and out of multiple stakes winner and Grade 1 place toasting. So there's a big pedigree for this guy to be a good one. I wasn't in the paddock for his first race, so I don't know to compare, but he does look like one that carries weight and probably would have benefited from having a start under his belt. I like what I see from him here in the paddock. Currently, the favorite is the 7, Call Bob, who does have some early speed as well. Will be interesting with the presence of He Has It All in this spot too. He's gotten on his toes going out, wears that breastplate as he always does, because he's a very narrow type of build to keep the saddle in place, especially for those with kind of narrow peaked withers too. We'll see. For me as well, he's one that's had quite a few chances. This is the right spot for him. This pace could be very interesting as to how it plays out on the track, Lafitte.
Call Bob, Acacia. Opening day with Jamie Torres. Torres had won the first race of the afternoon, and then Call Bob right here, JK. Showing that speed. He was mixing it up early. He tries to shake loose, but eventually run down in a solid effort.
I thought Call Bob ran huge. I wanted to pick him here. I just thought there was others more interesting at different prices. But I talk about Timeform US as a handicapping tool I use with pace-infused speed figures. This horse had very, very fast pace figures in this race, running extremely fast early. And if they can find a way to run a little bit more efficient in this race, drawn towards the outside regime could be tough.
And the pace dynamics is what made me decide to pick number 6, but we'll get into that a little bit.
Post-parade, sorority prank 12 race mate in Dylan Davis.
Yeah, another one who has a lot of pace down on the inside, but 0 for 12 and a lot of speed to the outside made me look elsewhere.
Midnight Legend, Dutch Racing Stable, first-time starter.
Not much to endorse here. This one is out of a mare that did most of her best running on the grass.
Burn some money, see if today's the day for He Has It All.
This is where I landed. I just felt like this horse made a little bit of sense, and Ray Handel is red hot, 6 for 20 so far for the meet.
Romantic Charmer at 15-1, Kendrick Carmouche, Ponyless.
I had some mixed signals about this one. I liked him last time. He didn't run too good, but his race 3 back going a mile was a pretty solid effort.
Big Rich, number 5, cut back in distance. Tyler Gaffleone takes over.
Yeah, this one just has had 3 starts. Took money on debut, nothing since, no running since.
Concord Spirit, Whitney winning connections, Alvarado Mott.
My top pick, making his 2nd start after having a good debut where he learned a lot, gained a lot of experience from that race.
The favorite, Quick, Call Bob, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, the horse makes a ton of sense. I just think with some other pace, the rail horse could set up for someone from off of it. I'm hoping it's going to be the 3 He Has It All.
And number 8, Very Stormy, trainer Bruce Levine, solid summer at Saratoga.
Takes a step up in class after finishing 2nd at the maiden claim in 30 level. One that I feel like is an honest horse, but probably just a notch below this level of competition.
Pick 6 starts here. New York bred maiden, 6 furlong sprint, 6 minutes to post. Dylan Davis, who grew up here in Saratoga, Raj, look at the improvement in wins, his production here at Saratoga in recent years. 19 wins last year. It's August 15th, and he has 19 wins.
I'm sure Dylan coming into this meet, if he would have thought it would have been 19 at the end of the year, he would have been happy with that.
Terrific.
He's already on par to almost close to doubling it, and it's not just about the wins and not being result-oriented. He actually is making such a big difference by saving ground. He has been stealing races from other jockeys who vacate the rail too early, and him being patient, knowing that he's not on the best horse a lot of the times, and he has to make the difference. Being cool and calculated, saving ground, I would attest that to a big part of his success.
As you said on yesterday's broadcast, winning on horses that aren't necessarily the best in the race, but getting the best ride from Dylan Davis. We'll see how he performs with Sorority Prank. And going back to his latest, JK, and he makes the lead, turning for home. He's creating a cushion, and you're expecting him to perhaps re-break. In the end, he gets collared. How big is the cutback in distance from him from 7/8 to a mile? 7/8 of a mile to 3/4 of a mile.
Well, it definitely helps. If you look through his past performances, he's been running a little bit longer. The problem is that a lot of single-digit losses accumulating to an 0-12 record, you start to wonder, is this the type of horse that just finds a way to get beat?
A bigger problem for him, I believe, is when you're going at a longer distance, the pace is more moderate because it's less speed horses. So not because he cuts back in distance after showing speed and fading means he's going to get such an easy, comfortable lead like he had last time. I feel like he's up against it from the rail draw. He's going to face a lot of early pace pressure. He's not going to get it his own way up front. And for those reasons, I really don't like this horse actually cutting back in distance, even though it might seem for face value that he would appreciate the cut back in distance.
Dylan Davis, Sorority Prank, Acacia, Big Rich, and now it's Tyler Gaffleone and a route back to a sprint.
Back to a sprint and back to New York bred company as well, Lafitte. He actually debuted against fellow New York breds. Didn't run well that day, but for a barn that maybe you do want to see them have a couple of starts under their belt. And he faced Doc Sullivan that day, who I think is a very, very talented New York bred and now multiple New York bred stakes winner as well. And then we saw him go back to open company down in South Florida and going long. I like the cutback in distance for him. The dam was much more of a dirt sprinter, and like I said, back against fellow New York breds. This is not an easy New York bred race by any means, but being able to run against your fellow state-bred competition, I think, is always a benefit. He framed himself up beautifully on the track. Jenna Antonucci's horses are always well turned out. If I was nitpicking, I do think off a bit of the freshening since March, he might tuck up a little bit, but this is the right spot for him, especially after a disastrous kind of first turn of his last race where he did kind of get keen and clip heels there early on and not being able to run on past that. So he has to show that he has some ability, but I think this is the right spot for him to be able to do so and getting a big warm-up out there, as you can see, Lafitte.
Tyler Gaffleone, second in the rider standings, Acacia. Big Rich to his outside, Concord Spirit. And we mentioned the Whitney winning connections for Bill Mott. He had to wait quite a while. I believe he started his first Whitney runner in '84, '85 Taylor Special, also his first Kentucky Derby winner. He wins his first Whitney in 2024. No such issues with the Alabama, already a 3-time Alabama winning trainer.
More shocking that this year Bill Mott won his first Whitney, or this year Chad Brown won his first four-star grade. Which one's more shocking to you?
I think they're both equally as shocking. However, I will say it's more shocking that Bill Mott didn't win the Whitney because he's been training longer than Chad. Sure. But importantly, he had Cigar. Cigar would have been a horse that you would think after all those years consecutively of winning those big races would have passed through the Whitney and taken down that.
How much would you have lost in that bar bet? It's 16 straight wins for Cigar. Was one of them a Whitney?
Well, if we were in a bar and I had a couple, I probably would have got it wrong.
Cigar in that run, and yet no Whitney. He had Cody's Wish last year as an odds-on favorite, defeated by White Barrio. But for Brown, and you consider the 9 Grade 1 Diana wins and the 15 starters in a 6-year period in the 4-star Dave, and finally getting a first with Carl Spackler. That one probably surprised me more.
Yeah, and like Chad's won the Breeders' Cup Mile, but he won it with Uni, who was a filly, so you would think she probably, she ran the 4-star a few times but didn't win.
And that's what I was going to touch on. I feel like Chad's success has been synonymous with fillies. Yeah, it's a lot of turf success, but it feels heavily tilted toward females.
But then even like bricks and mortar and domestic product, those were
better
all
going
longer.
Longer, right? Yeah.
But old Carl got it done though.
Carl Spackler taking his game. That was a grade 1 winning performance. Sensational, stamping his ticket for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Look at he has it all, and Katie Davis, and it's got to be pedal to the metal for Katie, yes?
It pedaled, and this is why I ended up with Concord Spirit, because there's so much speed signed on. I was trying to look for the horse that I think will be the best closer, the one that will best capitalize from a pace meltdown, because it was really splitting the hairs between the top contenders.
I said domestic product. I meant this domestic spending. I don't want anybody texting me.
Oh,
domestic spending.
It's already
domestic
there.
spending.
Just turn it off now. Just turn the phone off now. Time for the pick 6. At the gate for this New York bred maiden sprint. Call Bob favorite at 2-1. There is Concord Spirit, Junior Alvarado for Belmont. Number 5 steps forward, Big Rich. Tyler Gaffley on the cutback in distance. All set. We hand things over to Frank Miramati with the load-in call post time. Race 5 live from the Spa on Fox Sports 2.
Midnight Legend is coming up next. Call Bob, gets a couple little taps to remind him about the upcoming assignment. Very Stormy will be the last one to load. Very Stormy going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a quick start for Call Bob on the outside. Down at the rails, Sorority Prank is prominent, and in between those two, he has it all. 3 of them vie for the lead, with Very Stormy in 4th. Romantic Charmer racing along the inside 5th, followed by Concord Spirit, Big Rich 2nd to last, and slow starting Midnight Legend trails. He has it all, passes the half-mile pole through a quarter that went in 22 3/5 seconds. Call Bob right up alongside, pressing the issue, and Call Bob puts his head in front. It's another 2 lengths back behind them. To Very Stormy, Sorority Prank is next, and Romantic Charmer races a distant 5th with a quarter of a mile to go. Call Bob on the outside has the upper hand. He has it all on the rail in 2nd. They are followed by Very Stormy in the center of the track, who's trying to get after Call Bob. Call Bob wanders over to the rail, pursued by Very Stormy. These two are fighting it out. 3 lengths back, he has it all, and Sorority Prank, Call Bob, Very Stormy gradually getting up, and Very Stormy and Call Bob in a close bob of the heads. It's either Very Stormy or Call Bob. Sorority Prank was 3rd, and in behind them was Concord Spirit.
What a finish. Who graduated? Number 7, Call Bob. Number 8, Very Stormy, hitting the line together.
I think it was number 8. I think it was number 8, Very Stormy. I leaned against this one. I rode his mom. I rode his mom on the grass, and she was better on the turf. And I kind of looked at him for the one that would be coming off the pace. And I think he just gets there in time.
Outside.
The worst of the Bob, but look at it, already established enough of a lead.
But you know what, though? When I lose a Bob, that wasn't really a Bob. The 8 was in front. It just so happened. I mean, the 7 could have stuck his nose out as far as he possibly could. He wasn't going to win. So it's the Bobs that hurt, or when you were technically, your body was in front, but the other horse's head came down first. Those are the Bobs that hurt.
Real quiet victory gallop. That hurts.
That's hurt.
That stings.
Luis Saez is such a strong finisher, man. You could see him just not trying to lose his position while the speed horses were running in front of him. He was hard at work early, kept his horse within range. Just really a jockey that could get down and ride a horse and lift them up for a long distance.
the difference in this pick six sequence. A 7-1 shot over Carl Bob at 2-1, 8-7-1-6. And what about the meat trainer Bruce Levine continues to have here at Saratoga?
You know, Bruce Levine, we're lucky in New York, right? We have a lot of Bruce Levines. They could go somewhere else and win a lot of races. You give them $1 million yearling, they're going to win big races with them. But they don't get the attention of some of the other guys and gals because they don't win at the rate. So when they win here, you get a little bit, oh, Bruce Levine's having it. Bruce is always drawing live for big meets. Just sometimes the photos like this go the right way.
And I know this could sound cliche, but he is the easiest guy to root for. The nicest gentleman, never has a bad word to say about anyone.
And we're doing a lot of rooting this summer for Bruce Levine. Another win, Luis Saez getting things rolling. Very stormy by a nose over Carl Bob, 8-7-1-6 in the fifth at Saratoga. Results when we come back.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon as race 5 is in the books and it went to very stormy as I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, Bruce Levine. Bruce, this horse stepped up from Maiden Claiming Company and obviously fit in here. What did he show you to give you that confidence?
I'll tell you, he trained good going into the last race. He really weren't a big race, kind of a drop down, got him. They had 6 on the third horse. I just didn't want to lose him for 30,000. So I said, if we could hit the board a couple of times, break his maiden, he'd be happy. But since the last race to this race, he's just learning how to run. He's still a little green, but improving. So got lucky today, ran big race. Louis gave him a great, great ride.
And I'm glad you mentioned it because I was going to comment on how much he had matured mentally. Still a little bit of ways to go, but he really seems like he's improving with each race.
Yes, he's lightly raced and you could just see it in the mornings. He's just moving forward.
It's been a really strong meet for you. Can you talk a little bit about spotting the horses up here and how important it is to put them in the right place?
It's very important, but you got to get lucky too. Sometimes you put one in a race, you think you're going to be 5-2, 3-1. Pick up the paper and you're 15-1. It's just everybody's doing the same. It's a tough meet.
Oh, We're always happy to see you in the winner's circle. Congratulations with another one.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bruce Levine with very stormy. Hopefully the namesake, not an omen. Light showers falling here, but I think it should pass, hopefully, as very stormy gets the win in this race. Lafitte and Bruce Levine picks up another one.
Just a passing shower. 16:20 to wrap up the early pick 5 and kick off the pick 6. And here, the life of a jockey, Rajiv. Wow. From Rajiv's ride of the week to us doing this to Katie Davis and putting the spot shadow on her, as there goes the crop eventually.
And what it feels like when you lose your crop is if you're driving down the highway and your car is slowing up and all of a sudden you hit the accelerator and there's nothing there. That you don't have an accelerator. Now your car just keeps on floating backwards, and I think that's what Katie felt just now. To be honest, this horse was beat though. He was dropping back from the top 2, top 3, but it definitely impacted his best outcome. At the end of the day, going into the next race, if it says loss whip on the paper, I wouldn't upgrade this horse's chance based on just that.
Do you get razzed in the locker room when you go back after you drop the stick?
Yeah, the first thing is they bring out a rubber band. You want a rubber band? Wrap the rubber band around your arm so you don't lose your stick. So Katie, this was one of the times that she's going to be happy that the men's room is separated from the women's room. She's isolated by herself.
But she's still recipient of the prestigious Rajiv Mirage Ride of the Week. Quickly, who wins the featured Rick Violette?
I like the 8, Elysian Meadows.
Elysian Meadows?
That's my pick as well. Horse that's been really unlucky. It's one turf race. He got wiped out on the turn. Like him a lot today.
And stick around. A terrific feature on Rick Violette. His life, all the sacrifices he made, and the efforts towards Thoroughbred Aftercare. And part of the reason we're here today, as this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day continues, the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, and much more coming your way on Fox Sports 2 next on Saratoga Live.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to a special Thursday afternoon
Here at Saratoga Racecourse, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, honoring all those organizations that help these retired racehorses once their careers are over. And the feature, Instamatic, will try and stretch out that speed. He comes into the Rick Violette off back-to-back sprint victories on the grass. Olympic dreams. Can he get back to some of his strong form in the past that has made him a major player in that older horse division? Meanwhile, Dad Pletcher, he'll try and win a 5th Alabama coming up on Saturday of 2 chances added. Candied, the good news for her, she does not have to try and run down the queen of the division in Torpedo Anna. And how about Miss Justify, trying to take the same path as Randomized did in a victory in the Alabama last year off that Wilton performance. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Brief little spat of rain coming down. Should pass in just a few minutes here as we take a look at some of the festivities that happened before the card began. Aftercare demonstrations taking place from rerun thoroughbred adoption and new vocations, showing all the good that can be done with these thoroughbreds once their careers are over on the racetrack. We'll have more on a lot of these organizations over the next couple of hours on the program. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you on our Thursday coverage. And today, yes, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. We'll introduce you to some of those programs coming up, as mentioned, throughout the afternoon. And our feature today, the Rick Violette, named after someone who did so much for this sport behind the scenes, passed away back in 2018. Race named in his honor today is the Rick Violette Stakes, and it seems like a very wide open edition of this group. You can make a case for so many in here, including Instamatic, who we talked about in that open, who will come off back-to-back wins, but sprinting. Now we'll try and go a little bit longer. We hear the thunder in the background. Hopefully it does pass quickly. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and champion rider Richie Migliori. This Rick Violette, we're covered. We have protection from the rain.
How long I'm here, it still amazes me.
You can make a case for many in this spot. What did you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's obviously no heavy favorite in this race, and there are questions with 2 of the shorter-priced horses for Danny Gargan, who's 0 for 8 at the meet. He hasn't had a single horse at the board, and 5 of them were 9-2 or less. So you're wondering about his horses are running. Is Instamatic going to be as good going longer? He's been effective sprinting on the turf, but he's going to be effective at mile 16. Is Russian Realm, his other one, really a turf horse? There's pedigree to suggest he can handle it, but do you want to take a short price on a horse trying the turf for the first time? So there's a lot of question marks. I kind of like Elysian Meadows, who had a tough trip when carried out badly by the eventual Saratoga Derby winner, but this is a tough race, Greg.
And we'll see. This is the horse who you would think coming out of a couple of sprints is going to be forwardly placed. Kendrick Carmouche on board for both those victories, Paulie. He'll be back aboard today.
But the issue with Instamatic is he has gait issues every once in a while. You know, if you look back both of his races, he's gotten dead left. He cannot get dead left going around the ground. Now, his one race, he was even money in a state-bred main special weight race and got run down. So now you're facing some different foes here. I'm actually leaving this horse off all my tickets. I think he's a play against today.
Thunder rumbling. Danny Gargan, too, with another horse who's interesting, who's never been on the grass.
Yeah, but there's certainly a lot of turf pedigree there for the 6 Russian Realm, who has run very good races on the dirt, has some turf works. I always like to see horses have that ability to take a spin or 2 over the Oklahoma turf course over there, give the trainers and the connections an idea of whether they're going to handle turf or not, and the pedigree says this horse should.
Race away from the start of that Rick Violette. We're coming up on race 6 that will kick off the late pick 5 on this Thursday afternoon card. Take a look at Elysian Meadows. And here is a horse that had a lot of trouble in the only turf start. It was against Open Company in a stakes race.
Now, keep your eye on him. He's in last right now, and he's starting to move. Now, the horse he's going by right now, that's Carson's Run. That's the horse that won the Saratoga Derby, and he won his next start as well. And as he's starting to move, Carson Run decides he wanted to go to Home Depot. Now, Home Depot is nearby Aqueduct, as many of us know, and Carson Run said, I get back in the race, and he just really took this horse out. And he's been an improved horse, running faster for Bill Mott lately, and I thought he might be an interesting player in this field.
Well, I think he's a major player, and take into account, too, the Woodhaven was against Open Company. You did have the Big Torpedo, who I would say is the best New York bred turf horse out there right now, finished second in this race. So it was a quality field, and he had significant trouble.
All right, we'll get to that race again, a race away. That's the 7th Rick Violette on our feature on this Thursday Aftercare Day here from Saratoga. Take a look at what's to come, presented by Claiborne Farm. So race 6, approaching the 14-minute mark to post. Starts the late pick 5, that Rick Violette in race 7.
And a couple of big scratches in the 8th with both of the Todd Pletcher horses, Donegal Forever and Classic Catch, coming out. But still a very intriguing race at a mile and an 8th in that 8th race today. You can play all of it with the official betting app of Saratoga. Get signed up at NYRABets.com. That's the offer, that $250 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up, spot 250, and play with us all meet long and beyond. Again, right there at NYRABets.com. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day is where we'll kick things off. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire, into Mischief. And this is a look at the field going a mile and a 16th over the inner turf, all looking for that first win. Favorite right now, that is the 9. Dr. Glick, a first-time starter for the Chad Brown barn. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, as we, I think, are seeing that storm move out of the area, we are going to tack up and proceed as normal here, as we did have that brief thunder and lightning here in the paddock. But it looks as though the rain's letting up, and I feel brave enough to step outside of cover, as we'll take a look at a horse that I so wish she was a gelding with a name like Snip Snippety Snip for Brendan Walsh. They paid $155,000 for her after she worked 10-1 at the OBS April sale. I really liked how she kind of lowered herself into stride once she was asked. And 2, I know 10-1 maybe not the most bedazzling work and time, but she didn't look as though she was going that fast. So that's what I appreciate. And in a race where it feels like a lot of these pedigrees suggest more distance rather than turf, she really looks like a turf horse, despite being a daughter of Gervin, who's not a good influence at all when it comes to the green stuff. But the dam, she was 2 for 9 on the turf, and she is half to Princess Fausia, who was a pretty decent turf runner for Linda Rice. Once upon a time, she won 5 of her 21 starts on the surface, and she definitely looks like a turf horse. Very much of that turf hoof, slacker pasterns, more angular frame as well. She's been remarkably professional here in the paddock and does look fit for Brendan, who can see a first-time starter run well, even if they're not taking that much money, as most of her preparations have come at Turfway Park, and in Kentucky overall, so it's not like we've had a lot of eyes on her up here at the spa. Moving on to your favorite, number 9, Dr. Glick, a beautifully put together daughter of Constitution. And the dam, she was a stakes-winning New York bred that Chad Brown trained, More Mischief. She won at a mile on the main track. So I think it is poignant that Chad opts to run her here on the turf. And also, if you go back a generation, the dam is half to multiple stakes winning turf sprinter Eyewitness. Watching her workout, albeit back in July from the gate, she broke well with Lavender Disaster. She had to be kind of kept engaged with that runner or with that unraced mate so far, and Lavender Disaster in the end really left Dr. Glick behind. So that says to me, because she was not able to see that work out and gallop out, that turf is her best option, and physically she looks well suited to these conditions. Very long tubular frame to her, does have that proverbial turf hoof, and is very fit looking. Now, she's had to be accompanied by the outrider here to get the tack on, so maybe a little bit of unprofessionalism thus far, at least getting tacked up. We'll be sure to keep my eye on her, as Mark Cassie, he'll send out number 10, Wonderland. They bought her for $385,000 after she worked 10 flat. She had to be asked a little bit at first, but as you watch this, there was really no wasted action whatsoever. An incredibly efficient mover that really propels herself forward nicely. You can see how powerful her stride is, and even then, after that eighth of a mile work, she gallops out really well too. And looking at her, she's just an athlete. She's not your typical Medaglia d'Oro, and that a lot of times they can be kind of really long and lanky types. She's got some substance to her, which I appreciate. So she's come in here. Everybody's a little bit rattled, at least, Greg, because of the thunder that we had. So they're having to make up the tack now on Dr. Glick. She's kind of refusing to allow them to get it on her. But like I said, I like what I'm seeing from Wonderland, and she just looks ready mentally and physically for this debut.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Over $400,000 in this Pick 5 pool. This is coming up tomorrow, so we're going to have a long line getting into this racetrack. The trucker hat giveaway for Saratoga summer season.
Isn't it just a regular hat? Like, you can wear it to a ball game. It doesn't have to be for a trucker.
It can be for anybody.
How many baseball hats do you have?
Oh,
How many
my
hats do you have
gosh.
for your playing days?
You know, that's actually funny. That's probably the one thing, everybody always asks, what do you have a collection of? I probably got about 1,000 bobbleheads and about 1,000 hats, yeah. Most of my bobbleheads were signed, though. That was my one thing. I would exchange on bobblehead night with other guys' bobbleheads. I would travel with my bobbleheads, and whenever somebody else had a bobblehead night, I would trade.
Can't we have like a feature on the Paul LaDuca personal baseball memorabilia museum?
This is cool, though.
We've had some great giveaways. We had the Saratoga jersey, the thermos jug.
The thermos jug is big. I didn't have room in my
See,
apartment for it. It was so big.
And that's why you were such a good ball player.
You look
'cause
great in a cap.
Great
You
in
really
in
do.
a cap.
Well, see, here's the issue. For a lot of kids out there, if you want to stop with the hair. We don't want the hair out in front, hair up, cap down like a real professional, and don't let them see you. The Tiger
Born
Woods.
to wear it.
The Tiger Woods.
Like blinkers.
Okay?
I don't want to put it on and mess up my hair.
So that's coming up
Otherwise, I'd
tomorrow.
wear it.
Hat giveaway. Get in line early because these giveaways, you see the crowd roll down the block.
And if you stop by the set, we'll be glad to sign one for you now for a nominal fee.
And by the way, any of Greg's friends and relatives, you can expect one. Now you know what you're getting for the holidays.
Oh, boy. 8 minutes away from the sixth coming up. There's a look at a Belmont first-time starter. Chelsea's Choice. We'll have Jose Lezcano aboard and actually taking some money here. It was 10-1 morning line. Half that number now, Andy.
I was just going to say the same thing, Greg. The Dam ran the turf 5 times. She was third. She was second 3 times. She ran an 80 buyer, so she didn't win, but she was competent on it. And this is just your second full. And for a Belmont first-time starter, 2-year-old in the turf going long, 5-1, that's a short price. And he can win with these horses, as we've seen in the past.
Taking money. And Paul, you know what I like too? This horse has a work earlier in the spring on the Oklahoma turf course. He saw what he needed to see. He never put her back on the turf to work again. And now this is where she shows up to run. That tells me she gave him a lot of confidence in what he saw.
And we saw what Resolute Racing did at the sales. They mean business. So
I heard he doesn't bid, he buys.
Yeah, right. 350,000.
You said that, right?
For this filly. And yeah, I mean, the way she's getting played, and like you said, Andy, Belmont's horses usually don't really get played this hard first time out.
Yeah, this horse is bet.
Meanwhile, look at the one there. Trading Secrets, Dwayne Lucas. 2 sprints on dirt. And now it's going to stretch out. And the mom actually produced a pretty good dirt horse named Film Star.
Yeah, but it's just no production whatsoever. One horse to try the turf didn't do any running. Authentic isn't into mischief, so you do get a little turf influence there. But I don't know, not the kind you usually see Wayne Lucas win with.
Is the 2 the horse that cuts the pace here? Is that why that horse is 4-1?
You would think so, right? I mean, he comes out of a sprint, was close to the pace. You never know with a firster, but feels like a very logical pace.
Pedigree 2. The Dam was a half to a multiple graded stakes winner named Nay Lady Nay. 4-1 right now. Let's go back to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined by Deanna Mancuso from Lucky Orphans Horse Rescue. And as we continue to celebrate Aftercare here, Deanna, talk a little bit about Lucky Orphans Horse Rescue, because not only do you help the horses, you help people too with your programs.
Yeah, we absolutely do. Our mission is people helping horses heal people. And we love taking these retired athletes and putting them with the people of our community, from veterans to children, a variety of things, women's services. It's amazing what these horses give back to the community, and we are so proud to give them everything that they need.
And speaking of community, you're kind of local. You're located in Dover Plains, New York. Talk a little bit about how, like you mentioned, the community and how people maybe attending the races today can help out or get involved.
Yeah, sure. We are only 2 hours away, so it's a great short drive. We invite people to come visit the farm, visit these retired horses. We have a total of 47 horses on the farm, so come out, visit them, volunteer. We actually met a girl today who's going to Morrisville that might sign up to intern. Education is key. We love teaching people and really getting people involved. We actually had our youth development program up here in Saratoga a few weeks ago. The youth is so important. Really getting rid of that thoroughbred mentality that they're crazy and dangerous, and teaching the kids that they are magical and safe and so smart. We actually had Ring of Fire in the Down Broadway competition today, and he's part of our youth development program. He has 6- and 7-year-old children learning how to halter and take care of horses, and it's just amazing what these horses do.
I could not agree more. I have a big old 17-hand off-track thoroughbred, and my 7-year-old is riding him around. So, Deanna, thank you so much for everything you do. We're so privileged to have you here.
Great. Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here.
All right, Lucky Orphans Horse Rescue. As Deanna was saying, it's all about education here, Greg, and helping these horses to therefore help people.
So many great programs, many which we talk about throughout the course of the year, but making sure that these stars of the sport are taken care of, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great. That particular place, Lucky Orphans, 15 minutes from my house, right on Route 22 between Dover Plains and Wingdale. My daughter actually in 4-H actually helped there one summer.
Trading secrets, 2-time sprinter on dirt, going to try turf now.
Yeah, we'll see with Wayne, but not a pedigree suggestion to improve on turf.
Norm Cassidy going to send out Never Really Know on the stretch out.
Yeah, for Ricardo Santana, and I would think they would be on the engine here to get to the front end and see if they can take this field gate to wire.
First-time starter for the Brendan Walsh barn, snip, snippity, snip.
As if Frank Miramati's not having a tough enough day.
Oh.
If this horse gets in a stretch duel, he might leave the booth. There is some pedigree there on the dam side, but Gervin, an ineffective turf sire.
I loved War of Will, and here's a first-timer from War of Will. She's got Will.
Yeah, we'll see a first foal from the dam. It seemed like more of a turf pedigree on the dam side to me.
Here's the Mott firster, Chelsea's Choice.
Yeah, filly by American Pharoah, Triple Crown winner, but his horse has actually been better on turf.
Thunder Princess actually is taking some play considering blinkers going on.
Yeah, I mean, is it just because this horse has some experience? We'll see if she blows up from the 14-1.
Laughing Lady, the debut was sprinting on grass for Tony Dutrow.
Yeah, interesting horse, right? You got to figure out which horse you're getting. The debut was a bad break. She did a lot of things wrong, but it was not bad where she can improve here.
Leading trainer at the meet sends out his first-time starter, Dr. Glick. Chad Brown does.
The Constitutions handle the turf. It seems like more dirt on the dam side. Dam side's a pretty good New York-bred dirt horse.
All these youngsters been live for Mark Cassie at the meet. And here's Wonderland.
This horse has some bullet drills. What we mean by bullet drills, black letter drills, where she's been the fastest in the morning, and I would think she's live today.
And do not dismiss this 11 who gets in from the also eligible list. There is turf pedigree here.
Well, Rui Rodriguez already has one upset winner today. We'll see if he can have two. The second dam was pretty good in the turf.
Grade 1 placed. Grade 1 winner on synthetic as well, and a 3-time winner on the turf. So we will see 18-1 outsider there that does draw into this race. There is a look at man who's having a sensational meet, Flavian Pratt. 8 stakes wins already. 25 winners here at Saratoga so far.
But in the midst of a bit of a slump, he was 1 for 22 last week. He did not win any races yesterday, which is how Tyler Gaffleone has gotten ahead of him for second. And they're all trying to gain some ground because Irad Ortiz is out today and tomorrow, was yesterday too. But it feels like Irad's lead's holding, and you go into Saturday with Irad back and in front, you could be right. He might win the riding title, Greg.
Trying to win his third in a row.
It's a window, right? Those 3 days that he can't ride, it's a window to close the gap and put yourself in a position. But Irad's going to be tough regardless. I mean, he just has so much business and he's riding so well.
I made my unofficial odds, as I do each summer with Andy, 1-9 that he'd win the meet.
You were not laying 9-1 or 10-1 on it midway 2 weeks into the meet.
Here's a
the
look
odds fluctuated
at
as happens.
The first-time starter Wonderland for trainer Mark Cassie. Quite a bit of pedigree here with this one, and I think 6 juvenile winners already at the meet for this barn.
Yeah, I mean, you know, whenever that happens, right, you say, and I like this horse, Maggie likes this horse, I know Greg does, you say, well, they can't still have any more bullets in the barn, right? They've got to have already run them, but it just seems like sometimes when a barn gets hot with their 2-year-olds, it's almost contagious.
Even the Disco Partner one came flying yesterday with a big move. They're all firing.
Yeah, that was a very good second, right?
Yeah.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, the only thing that gives me a little bit of reservation picking the 10 Wonderland is that the majority of those juvenile winners have been horses that have experience making their second, third, even fourth starts. You think of a horse like Sandman, who debuted disappointingly at Churchill, but then really whipped a field going the 7/8. But let's take a look at some of those horses who have experience here, including number 2. That's Never Really Know, as she will look, I would have to think, given that Ricardo Santana bananas aboard to be forward, if not on the lead early on here. I just don't see it with her physically. She's a little bit more short back. She's a smaller filly relative to the rest of her competition here, but she has the right disposition. She's laid back, she's calm, and maybe that will take her all the way. As another one that has experience making her third start, number 8, Laughing Lady. I like her getting back to turf, and I like her getting more ground. She kind of stayed on Miley. She just evenly throughout after breaking slowly, and she's a long, tall, leggy filly that just really looks like distance will be very suitable for her going this mile and a 16th. Other first-time starters include She's Got Will, the other Mark Cassie runner, a daughter of War of Will. It's a little bit more dirt sprinter on the bottom side. She looks as though she could handle the turf, but she is just a ball of muscle. She is really built more like a sprinter. So I'm a little confused, honestly, at this entry, other than being a daughter of War of Will, which we've seen his progeny just be a lot more proficient on the turf. Look for her to be forward early on. And then number 6, Chelsea's Choice, if you go back a ways, she's got a lovely European turf pedigree. And while she's all turf, everything about her says that, she just looks like she needs one to strengthen up. She's just a bit weak across her top line and through her hindquarters. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We see adjustments being made, I believe, here with She's Got Will. Yeah, there's a Gary Barber Silks and Dylan Davis waiting here. And War of Will, her daddy, grade 1 winner on dirt and on turf. Pretty rare.
That is pretty rare, actually.
Not a lot of horses have done that.
What are they doing right here?
Greg's favorite horse did that, Catholic Boy.
Readjusting the saddle, man?
Yeah, adjusting the saddle. The gate crew's so good. They're so capable of doing so many things with these horses. But as a rider, you're warming up. If your saddle's not in the right place, you have to get it fixed. Because once those gates open, you can do nothing about it then.
It's the other Cassie.
Father versus son coming up in this race.
Yeah. So you got 2 Mark Cassies in there, and then you got Norm with the 2. So, yeah, so father versus son here.
But I agree with what you said about the 2. I think that it's reasonable to expect he'll be in front here. I mean, obviously you have to assume the clean break. I mean, you got so many first-time starters, you never really know, but usually the one with experience like that will be more assertive, especially from an inside post.
So there's Dylan Davis, hops back aboard after those saddle adjustments, making sure everything feels okay. Excuse me, on an 11-1 shot. But it is, the other horse from this barn that seems to be a little more highly regarded, the 10 Wonderland.
But you even see the way after he got back in the saddle, shake he gave it, making sure you got it in the perfect spot. You don't want that thing to slip.
And meanwhile, Andy, with the 9 Glick, Dr. Glick here, is this just going simply to Chad Brown?
I don't know. It does seem to be a reasonable amount of money. You'd think there's more to it. And I can't answer as far as a tip because I've never asked Chad Brown. I rarely ask him about horses that, I don't know the connections or anything about.
Late pick 5 starts here. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf for 2-year-old fillies. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Chelsea's Choice in the center of the course is out quickly. Never Really Know, a little bit faster and up to take the lead. Laughing Lady comes away in the top flight third. Il Suo Oro, She's Got Will in the Pink Silks mid-pack, followed by Thunder Princess, who is 6 lengths off the lead. Then Trading Secrets on the inside of Dr. Glick, who has 10 lengths to make up. On the hedge, it's Snip, Snippity Snip, and Wonderland 3 wide and last. The opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. They swing onto the backstretch, Never Really Know, narrowly in front. Chelsea's Choice alongside second, and Laughing Lady is just outside of them in third. Then She's Got Will and Thunder Princess side by side. 4 clear of Trading Secrets on the inside of Il Suo Oro. That group followed by Snip, Snippity Snip inside of Dr. Glick, and Wonderland continues to trail. Less than 15 lengths front to back, the half in 48 and 3. Never Really Know, a half length in front. Chelsea's Choice has been pressuring the whole way. Laughing Lady inches up while 3 deep in third. She's Got Will on the hedge in fourth. Thunder Princess losing ground now in fifth. Il Suo Oro is next. Dr. Glick in the yellow colors has 10 lengths to make up, and Wonderland getting going but well back. They're at the top of the stretch, Never Really Know and Chelsea's Choice come to the 8th pole together. She's Got Will angles out for a crack at them and is starting to come now. 16th pole, Never Really Know. She's Got Will gradually getting to the front runner. Never Really Know, She's Got Will, She's Got Will. Struts her stuff and wins it going away. Never Really Know was second. Dr. Glick up for the Shodo in front of Wonderland.
Apparently those saddle adjustments worked out. She's Got Will, the other Mark Casse runner at the bigger price, gives Dylan Davis another win.
Paul, you called it in the backstretch. You said this horse is getting a great trip. You were right. Got the job done.
Yeah, Dylan's sitting in the right spot at all times in here. Megan, I turned to you and I said, yeah, the 5's loaded.
Yeah, and got that coveted pocket trip, saving ground right in behind horses. This is a daughter of War of Will, Claiborne Farm stallion by Warfront, who has proven to be a terrific sire of sires as well. She's Got Will got another terrific ride from Dylan Davis, who has just been consistently finding the right spots in races.
20th win of the meets for Dylan Davis. He's alone in 4th in the standings. By far the best summer he's ever had here at Saratoga, and brings home an 11-1 shot. Didn't really seem to have kind of the pedigree in terms of, there were some nice pedigrees in this race. Wow.
Mark Casse, a tremendous meet. You know, it was a race that was dominated more forward. I think both the 9 and 10 to come from pretty much last and second to last ran reasonably well to pick up pieces, but this horse got another great ride, you said, from Dylan, and just proved best.
So an 11-1 start to the late pick 5, 5-2, 9-10. It's father-son, first and second here, with Dad getting the better of Norm for the win.
Well, you know what Mark said? He taught Norman everything Norman knows, but not everything that he knows.
Yeah, he knows, yeah. And the 2, like we expected. Ricardo Santana gave 2 a perfect ride, just got run down by a horse that got a better trip. And Dr. Glick, I think, watching him run, because that's who I bet, he's a little green. He needs to get around there one more time. He'll be fine.
Big upset to start this late pick 5.
This looks quite a bit like her sire, War Will, too. I mean, you know, the markings and everything. She looks quite a bit like him.
Classic winner. Maker's Mark Mile winner at Keeneland on the grass. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, he was a champion for backstretch workers, retired racehorses, voice of the horseman, the late Rick Violette, former president of NYTHA. We'll have his story when we return on Saratoga Live.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a pay, $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage at the premier meet in the sport, Saratoga Racecourse. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by the official betting app of Saratoga Nara Bets. First-time starter, she's got Will, and Dad, Mark Cassie, out-dueling his son, Norm, for the win. Never really know. Norm Cassie having a tremendous meet as a trainer, has Dylan Davis aboard here. Dylan with his 20th victory of the meet, Mig.
Breakout Saratoga for Dylan. He's gotten extremely consistent with his riding, with his approach, with his preparation. Comes with maturity, but it's really fun to watch that evolution with Dylan.
$24 winner at our Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day, and Mark Cassie just continues to produce with his young horses at this Saratoga meeting. Let's go to Maggie.
Another guy that continues to produce here is Dylan Davis, as she's got Will. Dylan, let's get to what happened before you went in the starting gate, as we saw you have a saddle adjustment on her, and you were just talking to me about her physical conformation. It's like she was just so round that the saddle wouldn't stay straight on her.
Yes, Maggie, it's tough to explain, but she's round, and it was when I would put pressure on the left side of the saddle, it would move. And it was I thought it was dangerous. I was able to get to the undergirth and tighten it up on the right side, and we galloped her back, but it still wasn't well adjusted, so I went to the gate. They resaddled her, everything again, and they asked me what I thought. Again, it was still not the best, but it was tight. It was tight, so, but just kept that in mind and it was tough because I only had to use the right side of my leg, my right leg, when she was pulling to make sure that saddle wouldn't really go underneath me.
Well, what goes through your mind? I mean, are you able to think about anything else but that? Are you able to, kind of dissect the race and make your moves? Because she did put you in a good forward position.
Yeah, I was just worried that she wouldn't listen to me more than anything. It wasn't really positioning or anything like that. It was just, if she were to give me a tough handle, then I thought my saddle would start moving on me. So she was able to break well and get into a comfortable spot. And then down the backside, she was very good rhythm, and just rode the race well. I saved ground in both turns, and thanks to Mark Cassie and Mr. Barber again. But they were able to work out an outside trip there, 3 wide down to the top of the lane, and I had some horse to work with, and she ran well all the way through the wire.
Dylan, from the start of this meet, you've been top 5 in the jockey standing. What's been the difference?
I think it's just more of experience and knowing what I have to do to get here and what I have to accomplish. And going into, I was ready for this meet, but I think I was well prepared, and also I have the horses behind me to be able to get the job done. Big slow.
Bye. Run. Go back to the jocks room. Stay safe.
And that thunder and lightning continuing here as rain has stopped. The good news, but yeah, it's could put a jolt in you when you hear that. It is loud up here.
I'm more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Well, you have more metal in you than Wolverine.
You really missed out. I mean, the Catskill comedy scene sort of dying out a little too early for you. Dirty Dancing, you'd have been the man.
But we're all okay wired up. We're fine if lightning strikes.
He's wired up. He's the one. He's got all the metal.
Yeah, I'm a human lightning rod. I got a lot of metal in me. You don't want to be next to me, Paul.
Just letting you know. I'm fine. I got you as a buffer.
Well, they didn't believe my Roy Oswalt story, and I'll say it again, and you can confirm it. Roy Oswalt, great pitcher. You probably remember him, Andy. You follow baseball very well.
Houston, pitched for Houston.
He threw about 86, 87 miles an hour and was pulling spark plugs out of his car, got electrocuted, and all of a sudden he was about ready to retire. His arm came back, did not need surgery. So when lightning strikes, my hand is going to be on Mig, so hopefully my shoulder will be okay.
You make a comeback on Mig.
Maybe my opinion will get better if I get hit by lightning.
Yeah. And as you saw right there, didn't look like it from our vantage point, but yeah, apparently rain is still coming down. Here's the Rick Violette field, mile and 16th on the turf, and horse who opens up as the favorite, Courtly Banker, horse who Andy has chased, the leader of this division, who's not going to participate in this race because he's going to face Open Company later this month in the Saranac, the Big Torpedo.
And maybe that's why he's favored. It's as simple as that. Maybe people see him finishing second behind the Big Torpedo in 2 straight races, and they figured they had favored in there. I guess I get it. I didn't really like him in here. I was interested in new faces, but I can understand why people like him. Maybe he's the safe horse in here. Now in doubles, the number 6 is favored, Russian Realm, and you're never supposed to take a horse who's never been on a turf like that. It's raining there. I'm telling you, it is not raining in our set. It is not raining in the paddock.
A lot of tree coverage back here.
No, I'm
which
looking
is
at
not
the
a good
puddles,
thing for
and
lighting.
there's like no rain.
Well, an accomplished, high-profile trainer on this circuit for years, Rick Violette made an even more lasting impact in this sport behind the scenes, working tirelessly as an advocate for horsemen, backstretch workers, and these equine athletes. Those who knew him best were astounded by his drive and the passion to improve the sport that he loved.
I started with him in Saratoga, 2003. I was just a working employee and just did the best I could, and I appreciated how much knowledge he had and how much I had to learn every single day. It was wonderful.
I spent 6 years on the NITHA board with him, and so we talked about a lot of issues all the time. And he was married to our industry. It was just amazing the amount of hours. I didn't know how he did both, train horses and to run NITHA, but he was great at both.
When I first came on the board in 2011, I really got to see the true Rick Violette at his best, which was fighting for the rights and advocating for not only the horsemen, the trainers, the owners, but the horses and the backstretch workers. He knew what they were all going through because he'd been through it all. He was a rider, he was a trainer, he was a groom, he was the head of a huge organization.
He was going to make it happen, and you were either going to get on board or get out of the way.
He just was very, very passionate about our sport and medications. We talked a lot about the rules and regulations, and I would think that will stay with me forever. The stopping clenbuterol and different types of medicines, and really has brought the game to the forefront on a lot of issues.
I mean, it was always on his mind, always. It was, he'd go to bed thinking about it, he'd wake up thinking about it. It was all the problems as far as LASIX and workman's comp and just anything. I mean, it was always racking his brain, trying to fix it.
He was so smart, he had so much foresight to see what was going to happen 10 or 20 years down the road. With Aftercare, you see these horses here, their racing careers maybe 3-4 years. They lived at 20. So we got most of their life is going to be Aftercare or a second career. So to have the foresight of that magnitude, I was just in awe because I don't have it. And I maybe have it now because I learned through him.
In this Wet Whitney, it is Diversify. Diversify has won the Whitney in style.
Winning the Whitney is one of the most amazing moments, not just for Rick. I mean, Rick was, he was thrilled, over the moon to win a race like that. But to win the Whitney for Mr. Evans, for Mr. Evans' daughter, with, his team of Melissa and Fausto and everybody that worked, like that was what was really special to him. I mean, you couldn't have drawn up Whitney Day any more perfectly. It was magic.
It couldn't have been any better. I mean, it was like a fairy tale to be with the rainbow and everything. It was all that hard work and dedication, and it finally paid off. And all the hardship that he went through with his health and everything, but he was never felt sorry for himself or never wanted anybody to feel sorry for himself. And it just showed that he still had it in him. I mean, to the very end. I mean, he still was able to get horses to the top level and get the job done. It was amazing.
He created initiatives and organizations that will be here long after we're out of the business or gone altogether.
We miss him so much because of everything that he did, and so many people don't know what he was doing all the time, working day and night for everybody, but he always was working.
Will never be forgotten. I mean, you say, there's plenty of people out there that will say that he saved racing in New York and all of racing, period. There was nobody else like him.
Wow, his passing was a great loss for this sport. He did so much for the game behind the scenes. And Mick, probably a guy, you knew him well, you were not going to win an argument with.
No, listen, he was unwavering in his commitment to horsemen, the horses, and the people that cared for him. And he was uncompromising in his pursuit of getting things done to make lives better for the horses and the horsemen, the backstretch workers. And he was a world champion arguer. Listen, I had a great professional relationship with him, and we were very close friends. He would not lose an argument.
I met him having a fight with him in Saratoga about 25 years ago. First time I talked to Rick. We were arguing about
That's how most of your stories start, though, isn't it?
He was a worthy opponent. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, right? The founder of the Take Two and the Take the Lead. I mean, listen, Rick was relentless. He always was. I remember he invited me up to a lot of things when I was playing for the Mets for a lot of things for Aftercare. He was relentless in trying to get people to get money involved. And just, and I never had horses with Rick, always competed against him too, and always got to talk to him. And he was always had that kind heart, but his mission was to get racing in the right place at the right time at all times. And he was always a gentleman, and you had to have a strong, what he did, you had to be strong, like Mig said, you know what I mean?
And a great horseman.
Yeah, he was a good horseman.
I mean, his energy to be able to do all he did and still train his horses as effectively as he did.
And how appropriate, Andy, too, to get that big win in the Whitney with Diversify, too.
Yeah.
And then have that rainbow afterwards.
Yeah, it was a great day. The Whitney was delayed quite a while, actually, with a big rainstorm coming through. We rarely get them here in Saratoga. It only rains when it's predicted around here. You might not know that. It poured before it, and he won in the rainbow. And Diversity was a terrific horse, and I don't know, it's crazy.
This is a look at the scene right now. This race scheduled for the grass, the Rick Violette feature on this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. And right now, favorite is the 4. It's Corley Banker, Barkley Tag, Saratoga Stable. Connections of Funny Side, Tis the Law, and a horse that was chasing the Big Torpedo the last couple of starts.
This horse has run 4 good races on 4 different racetracks, you could basically say. So, I mean, I think this horse is formidable.
It's all of the Gallop Racer players out there. This horse is out of a mare, Courtly Lark, that Andy and I were very familiar with when we used to play Gallop Racer a lot.
A lot of speed.
6-1 on Instamatic, meanwhile, on the stretch out. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll start with Instamatic here, one of 2 Danny Gargan horses, as have not heard anything about this race. The saddles are out, horses are tacked. We'll just be waiting on the jocks who are actually coming into the paddock now. So Instamatic, he has shown, at least in his starts now as a 3-year-old, that he is more of a turf sprinter, and that may be true. But what I will say is that I was actually highly interested in him when stretching out as a 2-year-old last year. I mean, I know he was a beaten favorite, but he's been the beaten favorite 3 out of his 5 starts, because he's always been the favorite, and now he's not. And it might mitigate that closing kick, because he's a horse that obviously has that one run that likes a bit of pace to close into, and he doesn't necessarily get that here. But what I can say, based upon what I'm observing here in the paddock, is that he ticks every box for a horse trying to go further. Whew, the weather is incredibly testing here. And we'll move on to number 6, Russian Realm, as it is pouring right now. Russian Realm, if suddenly the decision's made, we'll see. This race still in the turf at the moment. Look, he looks as though he should handle the turf. It's a dam. She went 3 for 12 on the turf. He has very long, slack pasterns, should be able to get over this surface well. And we are going to have a 5-minute hold here in the paddock. And Russian Realm is a horse that every time I've seen him in his 3 career starts has typically acted up. He's very colty, he's very playful. He likes people to recognize the fact that he's still a colt. The rain, I think, has put a damper on his usual very manly attitude. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because he's run well on the dirt in his first 3 efforts when being that way. And I will say that watching his turf workout 2 back, he looked really, really good. Granted, it was against an unraced 2-year-old. And then we'll check in with number 8, Elysian Meadows, here for Bill Mott, who in his lone turf start faced a very good field. Obviously, as you guys were mentioning, that featured Carson's Run, who really messed up the run for Elysian Meadows when he bolted on the turn, taking Elysian Meadows with him. Watching this horse's movement over the turf, it looked as though he handled it very nicely, really kind of skipping over it. But looking at him here in the physical sense of things, he's very upright in his pasterns. But then again, with this rain coming down, he might be one that appreciates the fact that there's some give in it. Craig?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So holding pattern here with this weather in the area. We'll wait to see if it moves through quickly. Hopefully that is the case as we gear up for this Rick Violette 7th on our Thoroughbred After Day card Thursday afternoon from Saratoga here on Fox Sports 2. We'll be back with more right after this.
Spun to run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, 2. In the back, Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside and is
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Stallion's central banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped him attract a solid group of mares every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga back in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there, and Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that Central Banker has ranked as a top 5 to top 10 sire nationally many times since his offspring hit the track.
And they're off.
The Stallion's leading earner is Bankit with more than $1.4 million in purse money.
Bankit has taken the lead.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $21 million.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. It pays to have a New York bred. In a holding pattern here, we've just heard an announcement. Races 9 and 10 scheduled to be on the grass. Those 2 races have been taken off as we are 4 minutes away. Probably a little bit longer than that in this weather delay. Although horses seem to be coming back out right now for this Rick Violette.
Yeah, so if you're playing the pick 5, those are going to be alls the last 2 races. Now, if you're playing this pick 4, you got to play it as is because it starts in this race.
So yeah, for the pick 4, races 9, 10. Keep that in mind, off the turf. And they're going to bring them out now and try and get to the gate quickly for this Rick Violette.
Yeah, and again, it's not that they're holding them up for the rain at first in the paddock. It's the lightning. Hopefully that's all cleared out. And it's an outdoor sport, and we don't have control over the weather. It's just unfortunate.
So we'll get in this post parade here coming up. As it, at least the sound of it coming down on us, it sounds like the rain's lightened up a little bit. So we'll see what happens here.
Done its damage, sadly.
Mig, you've had to deal with many days like this here back in your riding career. Difficult to maintain your focus?
No, I don't think so much difficult to maintain your focus. You're just dealing with more things. You see all the riders have plastic over their goggles, keep them dry and so that their vision doesn't get blurred before the race even starts. Your reins get slippery, so if you get a horse that gets rank, that could be a little problematic, and it just makes your job more difficult.
We're going to kick off the post parade with Easy Roll. Luis Saez will ride for Tom Morley.
Horse who got a Magical Mystery Tour ride last time out, and his prior 2 races make him a major contender. He's an overlay.
Fidelite Coyote. Juan Avila has Jose Ortiz aboard.
I think this horse has got a big shot in here. I mean, maybe he can get towards the rail with a pocket trip or could land on the front end.
Trainer Danny Gargan has said maybe a little further than I'd like for Instamatic, but he might be the one setting the pace.
Awfully generous price at 5-1 for a horse as talented as him. We'll see if he stretches out.
We skip to the 5. Here's BD Saints, Ramon Vasquez for Mike Maker.
Yeah, it just feels like he hasn't really developed off his 2-year-old form enough to compete here.
The other Danny Gargan horse getting on turf for the first time.
And gets Flavian Pratt 7-2, and you'll know early, especially with a little rain, whether you're ready to run or not on this soft turf.
Cable Ready. This horse was competitive in open graded stakes company.
Yeah, he's going to have to refine form. He's getting good trips. I'm not, Paulie, I'm not sure the turf is
soft
good.
Turf. I said good,
it's been a little given, and I wouldn't get carried away.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that, yeah.
Elysian Meadows, the one who was carried out by Carson's runner on the turn in that only turf start.
Yeah, and it was better looked race, and I would think this colt should run a good one today. It's just whether the outside position, this is a tough little race, but I'm one of the players, definitely.
And the horse to beat in those Silks of Saratoga stable. Campaign Tisdale on funny side. Courtly Banker for Barclay Tag.
Yeah, like I said, he's run well on, going 5 furlongs, sprinting, going long, came back sprinting, and then he's been chasing the big torpedo around. That's probably why he's the favorite.
And the big torpedo would be, what in here, Andy, 2 to 5?
He'd be very short. Maybe 4 to 5, but he'd be a big favorite. I would just agree with that.
That horse, by the way, even though he's run very well against that horse and he's done it in stakes company, Paulie, he's still a maiden.
Yeah, he's still a maiden, and that's what makes it difficult for anyone. All of a sudden, the 2, the 6, and the 8, as they're getting ready to load. So you got to get your pick 4s in.
There's Luis Saez. Easy Roll. He has interesting horse. He 2 back. That was a race good enough to contend with the best in here, Andy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Easy Roll is a real overlay in here. I picked him second, but I actually bet a little to win on him, and I boxed him with the 8 and the exacta and pressed the 8-1 exacta. I think Easy Roll is a massive overlay. I don't know what was going on last time, but he's a better horse than that.
Set for the Rick Violette. And the favorite, trying to get his first ever win, Courtly Banker, the 4. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Okay, Greg, we've got one more. That's Elysian Meadows. Took a few steps away from the gate, but is coming now. Here's Elysian Meadows and Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott. Last ones to load. They're in the gate for the Rick Violette. And they're off in the Rick Violette. And Fidelite Coyote is going straight to the front. Cable Ready has some early speed too. And in between them, here's Courtly Banker joining the party through the opening stages, now taking second. Down at the rail, Easy Roll is now in that second spot, racing on the inside of Courtly Banker as Fidelite Coyote has established a clear-cut front-running position. Then comes Cable Ready in 4th, 3.5 or so off the lead. Down at the rail, Instamatic Russian Realm is racing in between those 2 rivals. At the back of the field are Elysian Meadows, and BD Saints is right on horse's heels, a little bit eager in a tight spot. The opening quarter in 25-2, and Fidelite Coyote and Jose Ortiz leading the way comfortably by 2 lengths. Courtly Banker and Easy Roll are 2nd and 3rd, with Cable Ready in the 4th spot. The half wet in 51 2/5 seconds. Elysian Meadows has to go 4 wide, but is tugging forward, moving up within 3 lengths of the lead. Then Russian Realm, Instamatic is down on the inside, and a 3 wide BD Saints. Fidelite Coyote, Courtly Banker within a half length second. Another 2, back to Easy Roll, who has saved all the ground in 3rd. Then Elysian Meadows on the outside of Cable Ready as the field turns for home. Courtly Banker on the outside of Fidelite Coyote. These 2 are head and head with a furlong left to go. Easy Roll is next in behind them, with Cable Ready in 4th, now 3rd. On the far outside, BD Saints and Russian Realm, 16th pole. Courtly Banker on the outside, and Fidelite Coyote. Courtly Banker, Fidelite Coyote, Courtney Banker wears down Violette Coyote to win the Rick Violet. Then it was Cable Ready third, Russian Realm was fourth.
Third start in a row. Violette Coyote has played second fiddle to Courtney Banker, and finally this time Courtney Banker gets the victory to break his maiden in a stakes race.
Often when you get the rain like this in the course, speed becomes more deadly and the pace was slow, but maybe the best horse won, guys.
Well, yeah, because they're able to put the bit in their horse's mouth and help keep them balanced, where the horses having to rally from behind have to be off the bridle, being asked. You saw Johnny Velasquez turn for home, and he sat on this horse as long as possible, Paul, keeping him balanced out, keeping a hold of the bit.
Yeah, he looked actually underneath his arm like he had a ton of horse, and I think the two gave him more fight than he thought down the lane, but they kind of just broke away from the group. The 7, a big long shot, Cable Ready. As you can see right here, look at Johnny V. He just basically looks right to his right, and he's seen if there's any other competition. Maybe he's thinking, I only got to beat this horse in front of me, and that's basically what it came down to. But a big long shot with the 7, Cable Ready, running third.
5-2. John Velasquez for Barclay Tag, Saratoga stable. They've had some incredible moments in this sport for a relatively small group. Winning first 2 legs of the Triple Crown with Funny Side, having Tiz the Law kick off the Triple Crown on the strange year that the Belmont Stakes began it, winning the Travers as well that year behind no audience here at Saratoga.
Yeah, I watched Barclay Tagg and Robin Smullins, his assistant trainer, work the sales, picking out horses for Saratoga, and they do such a good job because consistently every year they're coming up with horses that are either competing at the highest level or competing at the highest level with New York breds.
5-2. And the first win for this son of Central Baker, who again in the Northeast, it's year after year. One of the top stallions there is, leading in wins this year and just slightly second in earnings.
And it shows you sort of the vagaries of the game, because Central Banker lost the Malibu by a neck to Shaking It Up. And he's a Speightstown, and if he had won the Malibu Grade 1, he would have gotten a stud deal in Kentucky in all likelihood. He didn't. He beat Shaking It Up next time they met in the Churchill Downs Handicap. That's a Grade 1 now. It's a Grade 2 then. So he ended up getting a stud deal in New York, which is great. Worked out great. He's a stud in New York and standing against New York and getting horses. But had he won the Malibu in Las Vegas, he'd be standing in Kentucky.
So it would have been New York's loss.
Yeah, New York's loss, no doubt about it. But it just shows, that's why the game is so funny, and the sort of randomness to who becomes stallions and who doesn't. And it turned out this was a horse, and Joe McMahon, and you give him a lot of credit for picking up on this horse. Who could easily have been standing in Kentucky, standing in New York now, and he's just been tremendous as a stallion.
It's Courtney Banker in the Rick Violet. John Velasquez for Barclay Tag and Saratoga in our Thursday feature. Out dueling once again, Violette Coyote for the win.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Back on Saratoga Live on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Rick Violette in the books. Our feature on this Thursday afternoon, and Courtney Banker gets his first ever win in a stakes race in this spot. Our Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the November sale, the world's premier breeding stock. Sell your star on November 4th after Breeders' Cup. So no big torpedo, Meg, to have to deal with today, and that equals a win for this horse.
And Big Torpedo's been the dominant force in this turf division against New York Reds, but nice to see Courtney Banker out of Courtney Lark get it done. Jack Knowlton didn't seem to mind the rain, huh? He was out there leading him into the winner's circle.
Easy enough. Just the two horses that have been chasing Big Torpedo around the racetrack, right?
Let's go to Maggie.
We are taking shelter. Barkley, Tag here, and Robin Smullen, as they are the team behind Courtney Banker. And Barkley, what a way to break his maiden in style.
Well, I thought it could happen. I really did, because they're all green out there when you have that kind of weather.
That fog.
And he's a pretty nice horse, and he had Robin training him. Couldn't miss.
Robin, I remember when you ran him at Aqueduct for the first time, you said he can be a little rambunctious. I'm excited to see him turn back in distance, and then in his second start. Talk about his development. He just seems like each race he gets better and better.
Well, the last time Johnny said, I want to cover him up because I know your horse is going to the front. And I said, fine. So he covered him up and he relaxed nicely. And he's been training better, training more relaxed, not as aggressive. And today when he was laying second on the outside, I was a little concerned, but then he looked so relaxed doing it that I was really happy that Johnny was where he was. And it looked like he liked it, so.
And two, he's a little fighter.
He is a fighter in every step of the way. I mean, you know, like I said, he's quirky.
Yeah.
That hasn't left, but he has started to finally settle things a little bit and figure it out. And he is a fighter all the time.
And Barkley, what a popular win. Saratoga Stables, a group that you've had so much success and experience with over the years. Always fun to get in the winner's circle with them.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. They're good people. They're always happy. And they take the chances and they get the rewards. So we're always happy to do it with them as much as we can.
And he has rewarded you. Courtney Banker today, guys, in the Rick Violette, fought and earned that maiden victory today.
So another one for those Silks that we know so well here in New York. They had a once-in-a-lifetime horse twice. And now another nice horse.
Once-in-a-lifetime horse twice. That's a pretty good go there.
Pretty remarkable. And it allowed them to have a little bigger presence in the game with the success they've had. Now another nice horse who, again, gets away from the Big Torpedo, breaks his maiden, gets a stakes win in this Rick Violette. And now on to bigger and better things we'll see for Courtney Banker. As the rain continues to pour down here, this next race, this 8th race, and changed quite a bit with Donegal Forever and the other, both Todd Pletcher horses, Class to Catch, both coming out.
I'd like to blame the rain for this, but I can't blame the rain on this one. The Todd horses came out for whatever reason, and we'll see what happens. Looks like Cook Creek's a pretty big favorite, but you and I both think the speed of, you pronounce it?
Tabawash.
I looked it up. I forgot how to pronounce it. Greg remembers. That's why Greg's the host.
Who, Paulie, according to DRF Clocker reports, could not be training any better.
Yeah, training well over the racetrack. And if you've got one, negative against Cook Creek, maybe the rain coming down is not his friend. He is 0 for 3 over a wet surface with, no placings, 1 third place finish, where the 5 does have a win over a wet surface. And it's coming down right now. So the 5's working well over the racetrack. Even the 1's got a couple good races. Olympic Dreams needs to get back to his Olympic era.
He was really good for a while. We'll talk more about him in a little bit. We're going to step aside for a timeout. Big one coming up over the weekend. One of the premier events there is in this sport for 3-year-old fillies. Todd Pletcher has won it 4 times before. He's got a pair he'll send out in this year's Alabama. Candied, runner-up of that Coaching Club American Oaks, won't have to deal with Torpedo Anna. And her stablemate, Miss Justified, coming off a mile win in the Wilton.
He
always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Grade 1 Alabama coming up on Saturday, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. And it is a big one for 3-year-old fillies. Named for owner-breeder William Cottrell when the 1884 Kentucky Derby requested it be named after his home state. Fastest ever run, the great Gopher won, the Hall of Famer who was champion 2- and 3-year-old filly. Bel Air stud, campaigned a couple of Triple Crown winners. They own a record 5 Alabama victories. Trainer Sonny Fitzsimmons trained the most, 8 of them. 5 teaming up with Bel Air stud. Mike Smith, one of 3 jockeys to win it 5 times. His win on Songbird made her 10 for 10 to start her career. Royal Delta, the only 3-year-old filly to pull off the Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff Double, was the first of 2 Breeders' Cup wins for the Bilmont trainee. I think this race important to a championship. 27 winners have been crowned champion at the end of the year, including Ness a couple of years ago, and 12 immortalized in the Hall of Fame, including 2016 winner Songbird just last year. A lot of history with this race. It really is a race that has made champions. Of course, the leader of this division, she's going to step outside, tackle the boys a couple of weeks. So it's opened this race up a little bit. And now Candide, I guess, becomes sort of the de facto favorite.
She will be favored in this race. Like all of them, she has to get a mile and a quarter. She is the horse to beat, but interesting bunch of horses coming from a lot of different places.
Field of 8 will line up, as we've mentioned to you. Todd Pletcher, 4-time winner. He'll have 2 chances to try and win a 5th. It's our ABR race of the week. Let's meet the field. Intricate for Brendan Walsh. We'll have that inside post coming off a distant third behind Torpedo Anna and the Coaching Club America.
Of course, she did beat Torpedo Anna as a 2-year-old, and I think the mile and a quarter may suit her. I think she's a major player at a fair price, 6-1.
Tyler Gaffleone for Brendan Walsh from that inside post. Chadless comes off a grade 3 win at Horseshoe Indy last start.
Yeah, interesting horse here from Mark Glad, a filly by Gunrunner. She was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly, losing to Just FYI and Candide. She was way behind then. She's going to have to improve, but Mark Glad is a heady conditioner.
Power squeeze. She went 4 in a row heading into the Kentucky Oaks that did not go her way.
Yeah, and then she ran into Torpedo Anna. If you remove the 2 races against Torpedo Anna, suddenly her form looks a lot better.
5 in a row. Just basking, Ian Wilkes and Chris Landeros just won the Iowa Oaks at Prairie Meadows.
Big buyer figure of 90 winning the Iowa Oaks, and she's got to reproduce it in Saratoga. But she is one of just 2 horses in this race that has a win at a mile and a quarter, albeit at a Churchill Downs in a maiden race.
Long shot for a trainer is having a pretty decent Saratoga. Tim Ham with America's Vow.
Yeah, he is having a great meet. Junior Alvarado will take over this mount. Won in a mile and 1/8 last time. with Louis Saez aboard at 35-1. This is even a bigger step up in class.
Randomized did it last year. Wilton to the Alabama. Can Miss Justify follow suit?
Yeah, daughter of the brilliant Justify, who's been a tremendous stallion. And I like her progression. She's continually improving, stepping forward. She's got to show she can get the mile and a quarter.
Grade 1 winner Candy, again, runner-up to Torpedo Anna last time out.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't bet her at 7-5. She has the fastest races of any of these, but she's got to get the mile and a quarter, and I think that may be a bit of a question for her.
And then Neon Icon, long shot outside. She went going long first time out, and then she wanted a mile and a quarter on a race taken off the turf.
Yeah, I think she's the interesting one. Great filly by Arrowgate. There's 2 Arrowgates in here, so you know the mile and a quarter isn't going to be an issue. She's already won at the distance. Can she step up her game against this competition? I thought she was the wild card.
Interesting group that we're going to see on Saturday in that 10th race on the card. One of the most prestigious races out there, really anywhere, but certainly in this 3-year-old filly division, and it is just wide open now. Who's going to step forward? I think last year, Randomized surprised a lot of us.
Well, I mean, she was 6-1. She used her speed, and I think she showed everybody that ultimately, the second half of the season, she was the best 3-year-old filly in the country. She finished second in the Eclipse Award, justifiably, pretty mischievous, had a great first half of the season, and she's shown how good she is, beating Idiomatic in our FIPS. This is the most historic 3-year-old filly race in the country. The Kentucky Oaks has gotten very big because it's the day for the Kentucky Derby, and I understand people want to beat her for the big day. But this is a race that's been around for a long time, and this is the race, the Alabama, that is the one that's produced the most champions. It'll always be that case.
Yeah, 27 champions have won the Alabama. You know, it is interesting. The byproduct of Torpedo Anna going to the Travers is that it made this race a lot more interesting and a lot more competitive. So it'll be interesting to see who can step up and get that mile and a quarter.
And it's not just as easy as take Torpedo Anna out of the equation and then Candy becomes the one to beat, is it?
No, I don't think it is. Listen, she's going to be favored. I think Andy's completely right. I think she's going to get bet like a good thing, but you just don't know how horses are going to react going a mile and a quarter, whether she's going to like it. You can see she's given valiant chase against the champion filly in Torpedo Anna, and she's clearly second best. And she's probably going to be the one to beat, but we're at Saratoga. And that's the way this meet's been going. Long shots have been coming in, and I think Miss Justify also has a good look, too.
It's her stablemate, Mig. And again, it was Randomized who won this race and then won the Alabama last year. We'll see if Miss Justify can do it.
I like the versatility she showed here in the Wilton, right? She went wire to wire the start before in Churchill Downs. Now she comes from off the pace, rallies inside, took the kickback. I think she showed a lot of character. And courage. And I like when a horse is versatile. It gives a rider options.
She figures to be the speed of the race. I don't personally think she's good enough to win this race, and I doubt she gets a mile and a quarter. But she does project as the main speed.
Well, talk about a champion-making race. Yeah, Nest, Malathon, they were champs. 7 of the last 14 to win this race, by the way, named champions. And then Fletcher had stopped charging Maria, Princess of Silmar. 2 other very good ones to win this race. Again, 2 chances to win it this year. And then Nick brought up, take away Torpedo Anna and Power Squeeze. Andy has won 5 straight.
Yeah, she has. And she beat a promising up-and-coming Juddmonte horse last time out. Now, she's not winning with this effort. She'd have to run faster to win here. I thought her third in the Acorn was a solid enough effort. I prefer others, but one thing I have to say about her, just keeps showing up and running well, so she has to be considered at least a player.
This was not the fastest race she has run. She's gone, Paulie, I guess. She had to fight for it, too. Does that concern you a bit that it got a little bit slower than some of her bigger races?
You know, the races at Delaware haven't really been translating, to be honest with you, and it's been tough to really gauge how the horses from Delaware are coming back here, but she has some back numbers, that can compete, obviously. I do like that she's run well at Tampa, Churchill, Gulfstream. Again, another horse, like we saw in the last race, that likes different racetracks, and I think she'll like it here. I just don't know if she's good enough. Listen, she was 20-something to 1 against Torpedo Anna. She kind of sucked up third. I think that's going to be the same thing. I don't know if she can win the race.
It's coming up on Saturday, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. You don't want to miss it. Begins at 3 Eastern. Look at last year's winner there, Clarvich Stables. Chad Brown Randomized, who has become very good. Just missed in the distaff. Came back and beat the champ earlier this year. As we continue along with Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, let's check in again with Maggie.
Please be joined by Lisa Malloy here of Rerun. And Lisa, first of all, I got to say thank you for braving the rain with me, as it hasn't done well for our hair.
No, not today.
Well, Rerun is such a popular aftercare organization. You take in so many horses, retrain them, rehome them. Talk a little bit about the mission of Rerun and the success that you've had.
Well, Rerun was founded in Kentucky in 1998, so it's one of the oldest and largest programs in the country. We've actually been operating in New York since 2002 and had the first ever facility at the Finger Lakes. So today we are the largest thoroughbred rehab and rehoming program in New York and the Northeast, and we're taking over 130 horses a year.
It's remarkable, and you've also taken some big names too, including multiple stakes-winning New York bred My Boy Tate, who was named down the Broadway New York's favorite retired racehorse today.
Oh, it was a huge honor. We put out a plea to all his fans to please vote for him to get him back in the winner's circle here, which is where he belongs. And they came through. Apparently, he won by a landslide. And Tate knew exactly where he was and what he was there for. And yet again, he was a winner.
He truly is, and it was so good to see him reunited with some of his owners and his breeder and trainer, Michelle Nevin. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us today and for everything you do for these retired racehorses.
Thank you, Maggie.
Lisa Malloy of Rerun, and her and her crew do such an amazing job with finding these horses new homes, and they always look spectacular when they leave the farm.
And one of the oldest thoroughbred retraining and adoption programs in the country. Rerun, and we saw a couple of their horses earlier today, Dangerous Edge and Financier, out in that demonstration before all the action began.
Yeah, pretty cool, right? That they can leave the racetrack, learn different disciplines, and then come back and perform and not have flashbacks, Paul. Like, oh, am I going to run here?
Yeah, it's actually really, really cool. I had a horse that I had given up. I sold for $1. The horse was a $5,000 claimer, could not run, sold it for $1. I'll never forget, I'm about 4 years later, I'm in Dodger Stadium, and this little girl's waving from me from the corner, and I'm like, what's going on? She finally got my attention. She showed me the horse, and the horse's name was Luigi, after my father, who looks like Luigi from Mario Brothers. The horse could not run much, but he made a little happy girl very happy, and I want to say he is still alive right now, about 22 years old.
That's incredible.
That's cool. That's a good story. I like that.
Now, this 8th race coming up, reduced to just a 4-horse field with 2 big scratches, and Cook Creek coming off a big win at Churchill for Mike Maker, the 3-5 favorite. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I almost wouldn't be surprised if Cook Creek was the favorite, even with the 2 Pletchers still in this race, as he comes off of a very, very fast race for his new connections, and Jay Provenzano of Flying P Stable and Mike Maker down at Churchill, where he stalked the pace and exploded down the lane. It was a very visually impressive race, and it came back incredibly fast, just decimating that field, which features some nice horses. And while he only faces 3 other foes here, I feel like he might have them over the barrel. Yes, there's some other pace. We'll see Tabor Watch and Olympic Dreams. They could be more forward, but I don't think that really matters. This horse looks so strong, especially behind the saddle, and I think that's integral to a horse's performance. He looks spectacular as your favorite, really striding out nicely. And I know he's 0 for 3 over a wet surface, but physically, I don't see why he shouldn't be able to handle it. As we'll move on to number 5, Tabawatch, as he'll come off a bit of a layoff. Couldn't quite see it through last time out, going the mile and an eighth. He looks good. He looks fit. If anything, he's filled out yet again, especially in his hind end, which I appreciate. But you look at him relative to what Cook Creek is showing me here in the paddock, and it's kind of apples to oranges, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Post-parade coming up. Rain has lightened up. Good news. As they come down Champions Way, and 3-5 favorite, Cook Creek. What do you guys think? This horse comes in on back-to-back wins. Paul mentioned has not been great On off tracks, we're sloppy and sealed now, Andy.
Yeah, Paul, rely on Paulie. I don't have them in my PPs. They're a while ago. And, he did run an 82 buyer. Maybe he's improved since. And Flying Peace horses have been, running extremely well. They took a tough beat earlier today. So, I'm not going to be surprised when they run well, but I don't think he's supposed to be an overwhelming favorite over the 5, whatever you pronounce his name. It was going to be in front of him in this race. And I prefer to bet the 5 at 3-1 than this horse is 3-5. I bet the 5 at 2-1 in this race, to be honest with you. I think his main danger, the one Olympic Dreams, he doesn't really like a wet track. He's run well on it, but he struggles on it. So I think he has trouble. I wouldn't go near Nimitz Class, who was entered in a lower level claiming race at Aqueduct before we came up here and scratched. So it's a 2-horse race, but I think it's much more of a 2-horse race than the 1-horse race the way they're betting it now.
Do you think it's just a 2-horse race?
Yeah.
See what happens. Here's Olympic Dreams. Dylan Davis for trainer Pat Quick.
He's a very cool horse. I mean, an admirable horse, but he is better on a dry track. I think the wet track, not his friend.
He's better when he's forward. We'll see how aggressive Dylan Davis is. Cook Creek, here's the odds-on favorite. Has won 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised at this price. I really am. I don't know. His last race was fast, but I think the competition from the 5 is much more stern than these odds.
Well, Nimitz Class, race after race last year, that he probably would have been favored in here.
Favored, he'd be 1-5. He beat Gunite and throw up 100 buyer, but is he the same horse? He's 2 for 2 over wet. You're going to find out if he brings that class back over this wet surface.
And Tabawash, he was just barely beat each of the last 2 starts, apparently training lights out.
Yeah, I think Manny Franco's going to be aggressive, put him on the front end, and we just got a lot of rain, and track's going to help him along, and I like him anyway. So 5-2, I'm betting him. Probably 2-1 in this race, I'll bet him.
So 3-5.
Too late to make a bankroll bet, right? If I could, I would.
Is it?
Yeah.
Should we check with the judges?
If the powers that be allow me, I will bet $200 to win on the 5.
All right, we'll see if we can get that in for you. Sounding positive. Let's look at Cook Creek. So back-to-back victories. Mike Maker claims this horse, steps in, pretty aggressive step up in class, and the horse responds with a huge improvement.
And 98 buyer, and the horse ran away from the competition. If you look at the horse's resume, the horse was 2 for 17? Then the last 2 races, all of a sudden, he's ran away from his competition, and that's a big improvement, especially when he's been a herd animal the last, year and a half, it looked like.
His 3 races in off racetracks were far and away subpar for him. But he wasn't as good a horse at that point in time either as he's become, right? He's definitely gotten better as he's gotten older.
I'm with you. You look at the 4, 11 for 25 lifetime. You're just wondering, is he ever going to get back to that class? No pun intended.
Connections paid an enormous amount of money and got him into Pegasus, and obviously didn't perform well. Yeah. And he ran okay in the General George, the 4th place finish, but he's been laid up since May, and he was entered in I can't remember if it was $40,000 or $20,000 claiming race. It was no more than 40 back in either late June or early July. I don't consider that a good sign. He was scratched, but now he's in here, and I just feel like he's a horse that, for my money, he's just lost his form. I wouldn't go near him. You're right, though. He has back races that would make him very tough. Not going to argue that at all. You're 100% right on that.
Interesting runner, to show up. Just the fact that he showed up in the Pegasus against National Treasure, against Senor Buscador, could be the best older horses in the country.
His connections were saying when he was on the cusp of getting in, one of them, that I believe on Twitter, that he belonged in the race more than Krupe, who finished 3rd and won the Grade 2 Suburban.
Yeah, did not pan out for Nimitz Class. Actually did come back and run a pretty big figure, albeit in defeat in the General George.
He ran good there, yeah.
With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, checking in with Nimitz Class, it's funny. Cook Creek, your favorite, is the only horse that doesn't have a line in his PPs prior to this start. So everybody else having to deal with some time away from the racetrack. And when I initially looked at number 4, Nimitz Class in the paddock, I said, oh, he has a bit of a belly, just could look a bit more tucked up. But when they put the tack on him, he just transformed into racehorse mode. It's like he almost sucked it in a bit and just blew himself up from the top. And he's showing that here in the warm-up. And that record on a wet track kind of also speaks for itself, because as watching him warm up, he just is effortless over this surface. I know that Dylan Davis gave Olympic Dreams a big, aggressive warm-up, seeing if he can get his feet over this into a horse that's going to have to break alertly from that inside post position. But I wouldn't totally discredit Nimitz Class because I like this version of him more than what I've seen from him in past races for the Weaver Barn. Guys.
Maggie, thanks. 9-2 on Nimitz Class. The 11-time winner whose form has certainly gone south. I mean, he was a serious runner last year.
But can you completely overlook his 2 wet track races and how good they were?
Not at all.
I can, but I'd be surprised.
Well, I'm not.
Okay.
And that's what I'm
That's
thinking.
horse racing. I will say one thing, and we're seeing if we can make the bankroll bet or not. I don't know. The judges are still disputing it. I would bet doubles to the 1 in the next race, because I think if the next race was scheduled as a dirt race, the 1 would be the favorite in there. And right now I'm looking at doubles, and he's nowhere near favored. And I believe that Tomicon is supposed to be favored in race number 9, and that's where the value lies. So I bet at doubles with this.
And I think if you're playing,
there you go.
It's in. There it is.
So I was at 41.90. I think you guys got a little high. I don't think I had that much left after yesterday, but that's okay. We'll figure it out and get it. Get it. But
and in the last race,
I got 200 to win on Tabagosh.
And in the last race too, I think 1, 2, and 5, Andy.
In the last race.
In the last race, because they scratched the also eligible.
I used
1, 2, and 5, right?
That is who I used in my
1, 2, 5,
now defunct Big Four.
That's what they look like. The one it looks like 1, 2, 5, and last.
Yeah, again, for those unsure what we're talking about, races 9 and 10 did come off the grass, so those races have changed completely. Race 9 will now be at a mile, main track. And race 10 off the turf as well at 5.5 furlongs. So completely changed. As we take a look here at Nimitz Class, Tabawash for Brad Cox. 2 back, he was beat by Olympic Dreams. Ran a really good effort forward last start, although in defeat against 2 very good horses, Kucher and Ouster, who are tough older horses on this circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Both hard knockers, Kucher. Kucher's a hard knocker, I know that. He's not a win type, but he's a hard knocker.
But, you know, the top 2 choices on the board, Meg, as well. And it's all relative to who you're facing, but Cook Creek and Tabawash 0 for 6 and 0 for 4 combined at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, distance could be a question. And listen, the surface to me is an equalizer. I would have actually picked the inside horse, Olympic Dreams, but I agree with Andy that I don't think the mud is his friend.
8th on this wet Thursday afternoon from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Olympic Dreams is out quickly. Cook Creek is hustled very hard, drifted out, and Nimitz Class just took up. In the meantime, Tabawatch gets a clear shot right into second. So they move into the first turn, and it is Cook Creek getting to the front and now opening up a 2-length lead. Tabawatch moves up on the outside of Olympic Dreams, and then it's a big gap to Nimitz Class, who has to be 8 or 9 lengths behind. Through an opening quarter in 24 1/5 seconds, Jose Ortiz and Cook Creek lead them to the backstretch, and they're in front by 1.5 lengths. Tabawatch inching a little bit closer, comfortably placed in second. Olympic Dreams gets a nudge to keep up in third, is now almost 3 lengths off them. It's a distance to Nimitz Class. 48 1 for Cook Creek. Coming to the half-mile pole, hounded by Tabawatch. 3 lengths back to Olympic Dreams, Nimitz Class. Less than a half mile to travel, and it's Cook Creek just in front. Tabawatch turns up the pressure. These two have separated themselves, turning it into a match race with Olympic Dreams 5 behind in third, and Tabawatch makes his move now. He's aggressively ridden. Cook Creek not done, comes right back for more. It's Cook Creek and Tabawatch with a 1/4 mile to go. 6 lengths back to Olympic Dreams in third, 3/16 to run. Cook Creek, Tabawatch wanders to the outside as Cook Creek opens up again. It's Cook Creek by 1.5 lengths. Tabawatch in second, 2 lengths behind. 16th pole, Cook Creek in front, and Cook Creek was just too strong. Took everything the Tabawatch had and put him away, wrapped up to score by 2.5 lengths. Tabawatch second best. Olympic Dreams was third.
Cook Creek, 3 in a row, back-to-back wins for Mike Maker since he claimed the horse.
Well, the key to the race was when he was able to outrun the 5 Tavagosh to the lead, and then just could never get by. He kept finding air. It's pretty amazing how he just refused to yield. And Tavagosh ran extremely well. There was some traffic at the start. It affected most Nimitz class who had nothing anyway, was eased. It was a 2-horse race around the track, and don't you think Cook Creek making the lead made all the difference?
Well, I think you're getting post 3, being inside of the 5 enabled him to get the front. There's such a huge advantage to being inside of a horse. And obviously aggressive ride by Jose. He bumped him about 7 times during the run of the race, but probably nothing. Well, he even showed it when we came over. You could see it. I mean, he came out and banged him going to the backstretch.
We're going to get to the start here in a little bit. And the 4 got the worst of it, but it's the 3 and the 5 basically gave him the Jersey squeeze right here.
Well, Jose's coming out, which he shouldn't be doing, frankly. It almost looked... Can we go back? I mean, Richie,
Jose
you tell
Ortiz
me.
on the 3, your winner.
This one didn't seem like just random.
Well, the first time they came together, I think it was random, but then after that, he allowed him to drift. And that's when the horse in between them had to take up.
It's up to the stewards to do something about that stuff. If not, the jockeys should do what they can to win races. It's up to the stewards to tell them what is
Yeah, the stewards set the parameters that the riders will ride to the line they set. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
Jose Ortiz was on this horse. He tied Tyler Gaffalione for the riding title, Churchill Downs, heading into Saratoga here. And now 3 wins in a row, all with Jose aboard. Wins at odds on.
Gets his first win over a wet surface. And I think you're right, Mick. He's just a better horse now than he was. And you can see Michael Maker and the connections in the winner's circle.
Yeah, you saw it in the stretch drive. It looked like they were turning from Jose Ortiz was turning Cook Creek out into Tavagosh. And that's to try to get out to them, intimidate them, right? Herd a little bit, meet the challenge. He didn't want to drift too far away from him. And Tavagosh came wide off the turn himself. But usually when horses cock their heads like that, it's because the rider is turning their head that way.
You think Manny was trying to get off the 3 to try to get that extra energy with the right hand right here?
Well, every time you get close to a horse and they find more, you want to get away from them, right? You hope that they float a little bit. But Jose wasn't having too much of that. He was, kept continually allowing his horse to see the challenge, and he just kept finding more.
What a meet. These Silks have visited the winner's circle quite a lot this summer. Flying P Stable, Mike Maker and Jose Ortiz. It's Cook Creek. 3 wins in a row.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Thanks for joining us here on this Thursday afternoon at Saratoga Live, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime. Just check out NairaBets.com to get started today, and you can earn that $250 promo when you sign up. Pleased to be joined by the man in pink. Very popular silks here as Jay Provenzano of Flying P Stable moves back into tie position atop the owner's standings. But Jose, you have ridden Cook Creek 3 of his last 3 races, and all have resulted in wins. This horse is just in raging form right now.
Yeah, you know, he showed that he was a very nice horse. He got class back in the days. He actually was on the Derby track for a little bit. And then he run very good in Churchill with Jeremiah as well. And then they claim it, and he came back and run good, and he came back today and run great. So it seems like he's getting better and better. So we're very happy with him.
Jose, I know there were other horses in this race that, you know, showed on their form that they could be forward, but you took no prisoners from the gate.
Yeah, I mean, short field, so you want to be as forward as you can. He broke good, little bit of bump between us at the start, so one of them was left, so I was, perfect. I mean, I'm gonna go to the lead now. I'm gonna take control, and, you know, I felt like I wasn't the best horse, so I rode it that way.
Jose, you said something funny to me. You're a little bit taller than some of the regular normal riders. You say that when you reach behind to ask a horse with the crop, you tend to hit your hand on the sensor, the Trackus device.
Yeah, it's very painful.
Not without battle wounds. Well, Jose, congratulations here. Really nice horse.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Cook Creek gets the win, and you must like Jose Ortiz quite a bit, guys.
9th win of the meet for these owners. When's the last time an owner won at 40% at the most competitive meet in the sport?
I'm going to say never, but maybe for the first 2 days or something. There was somebody who was 2 for 5.
What are the numbers at now?
9 wins, close to 40%.
And just missed getting another one today to 10. Crazy. But Cook Creek earned it, and congratulations, $3.80. That pick 3 doesn't come back that bad, $80.75.
I can't remember who the horses were, Paul. It seems like so long ago. Well, it was a $25
Yeah,
horse.
she got Will, yeah.
Got Will kicked off the late pick 5. Of course, the last 2 races, all's in the pick 5, correct?
Yes, all's in the pick 5, but the pick 4, it was already announced. So if you're alive in the pick 4, keep on going. I think you need 1, 2, 5 in the last. Andy and I both in agreement that the one's going to come down here.
Andy and I have, seen this happen time and again. Sometimes these races, especially late when there's changes that happen in a card, taken off the turf, they get misbet. We'll see what happens here on a race that was meant for the grass. Now becomes a mile, main track, New York bred maiden special weight.
Yeah, they're making a horse Amplitude, a first-time starter that Chad Brown entered around the turf. He decides to leave on. Right now it's 7-5 and is favored in doubles. Listen, the horse could win. There's no killers in this field. But keep in mind, this is a first-time starter that Chad Brown made a decision to run on the turf. And he's leaving in, and I don't blame him for leaving in. It's a big pot, don't really know what you have. My guess is he's not thrilled with this horse, the dirt horse. I don't know this. I'm guessing as a handicapper. It's nothing to do with my relationship with Chad Brown. New York Scrappy is the second choice in doubles and is currently 2-1. Well, this horse ran very well first time on the turf and would have been, dirt turf would have been favorite or co-favorite with the 5 if they ran on the turf. They tried the dirt with the horse last time. The horse was last. Yet somehow it's 2-1 in this race. Now, if you want to bet this horse, go right ahead. But if you think 2-1 is the right price in this horse, I will beg to differ with you. Whereas the one, Tomicon, who finished, 8 3/4 lengths ahead of the number 7, is currently not 8-1 at a bigger price in doubles. I'm not that smart, Paul. I know we're not geniuses up here, but I'm going to say there's something wrong with that, right? There's value somewhere in that equation.
No, it's true. I mean, you're looking at Chad Brown on the 5, and you're thinking, okay, this horse is working well in the morning on the dirt. It's going to translate, but you just really don't know. This horse is targeted for the turf, and how can I take 7-5 when you got horses in here that run okay numbers on the dirt?
Even DC Boys finished ahead. The number 3 finished ahead of the 7.
I'm kind of interested in him. I thought he actually finished
Took a little bit of money first time out. We'll have more in this field coming up in a moment. Right now, it's time for our Great Jones New York bred performance of the week, and it comes from the Johnstone Mile. Sterling Silver with the victory.
And got the rail run. I mean, really had a good trip, but got the rail run right up the rail, Mig, and it was Katie by the door about right here.
Yeah, got some class relief here. She's been facing some of the tougher fillies and mares in that division, and now she got back with her own kind, if you will, and just got a beautiful trip to boot.
Great Jones, the first whiskey distillery in Manhattan since Prohibition. Visit them at 686 Broadway in Manhattan to learn about their approach to making 100% New York whiskey. Sterling Silver in the Johnstone Mile, our Great Jones New York bred performance of the week.
I could use a whiskey. Somebody want to send one out?
I'll take some, please.
Send a bottle out to the set.
All right, so we got the last two, again, taken off the turf. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to look ahead to the weekend as well. Weather's moved through. It's not coming back all weekend long, and she feels pretty. Would love that. Gearing up for a big run in the Lake Placid for Cherie DeVoe. We'll preview her chances when we come back on our Thursday Saratoga Live coverage here on FS2.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
The ex-race horses that come to North Country Horses are allowed to relax after their race careers and are then brought along slowly to point to a new job.
We let the horses tell us what they might want to do.
In the case of standard-bred Call Me Kinger, Amanda Vance thinks he could do anything from pleasure riding to hunter classes at horse shows.
It doesn't matter if he goes to a show home or a pleasure home, as long as he is well cared for and loved in that home.
The gelding's education is being supported by Chelsea O'Reilly of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, which is also known as TRF. O'Reilly grew up driving horses and now uses her skills to transition both trotters and thoroughbreds to second careers. O'Reilly loves seeing the two organizations working together to help two kinds of horses.
By having a facility close to Saratoga, showcasing two sides of Aftercare at one facility, that everybody can work together to rising tide raises all ships. So, and to be able to pick each other's brains about how to succeed and really showcase how New York is supporting Aftercare.
TRF and New Vocations are among many aftercare organizations supported by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding Fund, which has provided more than $1 million in the past decade to aftercare groups in the state. This thoroughbred was adopted by Amanda Vance from the New York Horsemen's Take the Lead program. Amanda allows volunteers as well as students to ride her gelding. The day of our visit, we met 2 students from local high schools which offer vocational training for the equine industry. We watched Hudson Falls senior Shaylin Perry give Small Town Throwdown his first post-track ride.
Well, we've been working on him with lunging, desensitizing, getting a saddle on him, just grooming him, getting him used to off-track life, and then trying to get him used to having a saddle and a rider now.
Next time, Shaylin grabs his mane and swings her leg over his back.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Good boy.
It's pretty exciting to see how kindly King accepts his rider and her guidance.
Good boy.
You're so smart.
Vance and O'Reilly agree that racetrack experience helps make retraining go much more smoothly.
They are versatile, they can do anything, and they've been everywhere. They have truck, they have trailer, they see the vet, they see the farrier. They are so well-minded for their age bracket that they can go on to any career.
When you adopt a horse from our program, you're actually helping 2 horses. So you've adopted him out of our program, and that makes room for the next horse to come in.
Well, New Vocation's the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. Began back in 1992 and has placed over 9,000 horses in adoptive homes. Just incredible work that they do. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I got to applaud Amanda Vance and what she does. And she is one of many, kind of satellite farms. Yes, it all began in Kentucky with the vision of Anna Ford's, but they have many farms and people who help that organization, New Vocations, around the country. And Amanda at North Country Horses does so. She also runs a summer camp for kids. My daughter Grace went there, and Chelsea O'Reilly is so instrumental in the TRF as she is our Second Chances executive director. And exciting news, we are actually sending a TRF team to the Real Rider Cup, which will include Chelsea, Stephanie Brennan, Liz Bennett, the herd manager for the TRF, and myself. So looking to raise some funds for the TRF as well as many other aftercare organizations by competing at this Real Rider Cup this fall at Fair Hill. So horses here in the paddock, as we do see a first-time starter heavily favored from the Chad Brown barn with number 5 Amplitude. And kind of interested, to wondering if this guy would have been favored if this race still on the turf. But anyway, they're going to go with him here. And on the bottom side, it is a little bit more of a dirt pedigree. He looks turf, though, and I think that's always poignant when a trainer like Chad Brown enters a horse on a particular surface. Sometimes they get it wrong, but not often with the level of success that Chad has. So I respect him for keeping him in here, but overall, this guy really looks turf-met. And furthermore, as he is that son of Uncle Mo, who does tend to produce very big, heavy horses at times, he is one of those. And I think racing might be beneficial to really get him fit, as you hear him screaming here. Not acting green, just kind of, I guess, hoping somebody would talk to him. Feeling a little lonely in his debut, as we'll check in with horses who have experience, including number 1, Tomacon for Dave Duggan. And this guy's stretching out beyond 7 furlongs for the first time to this mile, and I like it for him. He's a bit of a longer body type of horse, but also really relaxed here in the paddock. I like what I'm seeing from him. Yes, he's wearing front wraps, but that's okay. When horses are running over a wet track, maybe for the first time like he is, oftentimes we'll see trainers put those on just as a precautionary measure. But Tomacon really making an excellent impression, and I feel like he's a more reliable candidate to win this race. So also take a look at a horse who is going to stick to the dirt despite running his better race on the turf first time out, and that's number 7, New York Scrappy. Watching that turf race, he did want to lug in a little bit. So they put the blinkers on last time. Now they're immediately taking them off, as he was the distant favorite and pressured the whole way around there last time up here on opening weekend. I will say this, as he looks to be forward yet again, he's got a lot of size to him, but he's also built more like a sprinting type. So granted, the mile might be okay, but it might be also pushing him to his furthermost limits when it comes to distance. Striking horse, he's really beautifully put together, really healthy, but again, worried that this might not be the right condition for him. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. Approaching the 10-minute mark to post. We'll get to the post parade for this 9th coming up momentarily. Whenever I see, it's just so serene and beautiful. I want to hear the Olympic theme song anytime I see Lake Placid. Just gorgeous. Most golds. U.S. ties with China. I believe 40 gold medals. Wow. And we have our Lake Placid coming up on our Saturday coverage.
How do we do in breakdancing?
First and only time, right? Did you see the Australian performer? Very interesting.
I wouldn't comment on the form of anybody else's breakdancing, given what my form
The
was.
pole vaulter was the best. I mean, that guy's legit.
Yes,
disturbing to watch, I thought.
Grade 2 Lake Placid presented by Caesars Sportsbook.
Disturbing.
And she feels pretty. Favorite in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Beat less than a length in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitation.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't agree with Cherie saying, too far. I thought she ran great in here. She just didn't win. I mean, the winner who beat her is really good.
Yeah.
I mean, Godolphin ran the wrong horse in the Belmont, the Saratoga Derby. They should have run her just right back a week later.
She came
Probably
back
would've
and won. It's nice. I mean, she's got a real turn of foot. And Cherie's filly ran terrific. It might have just been third best on the day.
Yeah, I mean, she ran terrific. She's very, very good. It was her second start of the year. She's not the only bullet in Cherie's barn in that race, by the way. The horse in the rail just broke her maiden. She's not bad either.
Yeah, it's Deep Satin. Jose Ortiz will ride, but she feels pretty. 2-1, morning line favorite. Group 1 winner in Canada. Trying to add a Grade 2 Lake Placid. That'll be race 9 on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Meanwhile, dynamic pricing. Outside post, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be back to ride after 3 days off for Chad Brown.
She never got into a comfortable spot. I don't know what you thought, Richie, in the Belmont Oaks. She's never really in a good position. She's a huge price that day. She ran very well here, closing outside a turf course where most of the best running was done inside. And I thought it was a very good effort at Churchill, and a repeat of this effort might make her the biggest threat to the favorite.
I think last time it kind of underscored how important starts are no matter what the distance of a race, right? Because she never, when she didn't get away cleanly, she never got to a position where she got in a good rhythm. You know, I think starts are so critical. That's why it's always baffling to me when you hear a steward's explanation, well, it was at the start. It wasn't a critical juncture of the race. Starts, to me, are maybe the most important part of a race.
Again, that's coming up race 9 as we hear I'm not sure who that was, hollering behind us. Post parade here coming up for this 9th race. Still very attractive price on a horse that we all seem to think is a player from the rail in this race.
You just have to ask yourself, and this is what I would say to you as a handicapper, and you can feel free to disagree with us. We're going to be wrong more often than we're right, even on a good day. But ask yourself, if this race had been originally scheduled as a 1-mile race on the dirt, what price should Tomicon be here, and would you be willing to bet her if he goes off at 4-1, say? Do you really think that the 5 now, and remember something, the 5, if this was scheduled as a dirt race, the 5 might not have been in here. They haven't entered in 8 dirt races,
well,
right?
Here's the other part, too. Isn't it more difficult, I'll ask you, Richie, more difficult now to debut at a mile on the dirt than it was a mile and 16th on the turf?
No, absolutely. You got to be fitter.
That's the other part, too, no?
And honestly, watching him go by, he was the one hollering that they were going by us.
Amplitude.
Yeah, which tells you maybe he's a little unfocused. He carries some real weight. I mean, he's a heavier, kind of bulkier horse. I think it really plays against him running a mile on the dirt first
And listen,
time.
maybe New York Scrappy will be a different horse in a wet track, but he was just atrocious last time out. And it was a quick pace, to be fair, and he's probably going to be the speed in this race, which may help his chances, but I don't think he's a great bet at 2-1, given how he ran in there, and he's probably going to run a better race today, as a speed in a race that'll have a more, a more favorable pace scenario. So I'm not going to be surprised if he runs well in here, but I'd much rather bet the 1 than him, especially at a better price.
New York Scrappy, 5-2. Broke poorly in his debut on the grass. Then he did get the lead on dirt and then completely backed up late. We'll see if this wet track plays a little bit more to how he enjoyed. He actually made a nice move after breaking bad in the grass in that debut.
Yeah, he did. He made a sweeping move with Flavian Pratt aboard, and then Flavian got aggressive with him last time. Blinkers went on. I think I think the mission was to get the horse out of the gate, and I think the horse kind of ran off on
probably, you help a horse away from the gate that didn't break well the first time. Then with the blinkers, it was the horse that won the Palace Malice, right? He ran off in the Derby when they added blinkers in the mud, ran crazy pace, took the blinkers off, ran it back in the Belmont. He settled a lot better, and he was able to go wire to wire.
I still think he was incredibly unlucky to lose to Travers. I know Will Take Charge won that race, but he had trouble earlier. He probably would have won.
2013, I believe.
Is it that long ago?
Wow.
I think you're right. Or
Tomacon, Dave Duggan, Manny Franco from the rail.
Well, we've buried this horse by talking about him endlessly on the show, but thought his race 3 back especially would make him tough.
Here's Caesar's Ghost with Preakness winning rider Jamie Torres.
Yeah, another horse that's only tried the dirt one time. Couple decent synthetic races.
6-1 on a second-time starter, debuted on dirt, and took some money in that race.
His stablemate won the race from way, way back. He's running back this weekend, and thought DC Boy's the horse could run well here at a decent price.
And puts blinkers on today. Here's Ferris Mueller, 0 for 8.
Danke Shane. Yeah, 19-1. Tough horse to get to.
Dirt form has not been very good. So here's Amplitude, the one who was hollering, the first-time starter for Chad Brown.
Well, in my heart, I'm rooting for him, but with my money, I wouldn't bet a nickel on this horse.
Potentially the speed of the field should be with New York Scrappy, blinkers off.
Got to think he's going to be forward in this race, and you'll look to see Jose try to duplicate last race. But is he a horse that really can run it all in the dirt?
And Wind Dancer, outside for David Donk, has only been on turf so far.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to let you do it, Paul. I was trying to be nice. That's what it was. That's my story.
Why is this horse
sticking with it? Because he's run well in the turf, and people love to bet horses with turf form. And listen, at least you feel like he has some stamina, but War Dancer has been really a very effective turf sire, but he has been a completely ineffective dirt sire.
5 minutes away from this ninth race is 9-10 off the grass and sort of de facto making this first-time starter for the leading trainer at the meet, the favorite, 8-5 on Amplitude. You can play all the action by getting signed up with NyraBets. Spot 250, the code to use for new members at sign up, again right there at nyrabets.com. We got pounded for what, about 30 minutes or so?
Yeah,
with
now
rain,
it's
and
absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful.
You can go right now and play 9 holes. It's amazing.
It really is remarkable how that 30-minute window, we got thunder, lightning, heavy rain, and now it's as pretty a day as you can get here.
Welcome to the Adirondacks.
Yes.
The foothills of the Adirondacks.
Foothills. And you know you're in trouble. It's almost when it starts raining, especially when you have rain delays in baseball. When the flags are straight down, you know you're in trouble because it's sitting there. When I saw the flag sitting straight down, I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be here for a little bit longer.
How did it move in?
I don't know. That's pretty true, right? How did it move in?
Paul, how do you spend the time in the clubhouse waiting out a rain delay? It's like, do you guys play cards? Like, what's the atmosphere?
Well, we play cards, and then you get like usually a 30-minute notice to go back out and rewarn. The umpires will come in and say, hey, start in 30 minutes. And depending how long you're out for, if it's a 2-hour rain delay, the starter probably won't go out there again because you don't want to hurt his arm, especially if it's a guy that's making a lot of money. So they're going to get another guy warmed up. And more times than not, we root for the rain delay because you're just sitting there like, God, do I really want to go back out there? But I will tell you this. I ended up learning my lesson towards the end of my career. I remember Tom Glavine said, play the games now. And you see, the Mets are going right now in a wild card. They had to go to St. Louis to make up a game. You want to play them. You got to get through them and play them. You don't want to make up games late in the season in the heat.
Good point. And Mig, what'd you guys do?
Well, usually we don't have many delays. If the lightning's there, usually it clears out pretty quickly or they cancel. So, but card games are big in the jocks room back when I was riding. I mean, I supplemented my income the last several years playing racehorse run. I mean, I was actually really good racehorse.
You would play, and like guys would lose money, then they'd go out on the field. You're like, oh my God, I just took about 200 from this guy. I don't know if he's going to be all right going back out on the field.
This could hurt your disposition.
Yeah.
Something tells me if we continue this conversation, we're going to get in trouble. Someone's going to get in trouble.
8-5 favorites, center of our screen, who just left there. First-time starter. It's Amplitude for the leading barn at the meet. Chad Brown. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, we got a little showdown between the meet's leading owners, actually, for supremacy here, as Jay Provenzano is a co-owner of number 3 in here, DC Boys, who I believe for him and co-owner Jim Sherman, they were actually both born in DC. Jay, so was I, so I always relate to them about that. But DC Boys, Honestly, I would have been really intrigued by him getting on the turf, as his younger 2-year-old brother won on the turf up here at the meet out on bail for the Maker Barn, is a son of Bolt Duoro. This guy, I do like the way he's warming up. I'll give him that. And with the sealed surface, it might suit him. But the distance is essential for this guy who just is long scoping. He's fairly laid back, as we do see Ricardo Santana, though, giving him a big warm-up. He wears that Halton bit, but he'll also add a very significant French cut blinker. So I think they're trying to get this horse far more engaged than what he was first time out sprinting, going the 6 furlongs. As circling back to number 5, Amplitude, he might beat me, but I just don't think that this horse is necessarily ready to win first time out on the dirt. He's been distracted. He was screaming even more when he came out of the paddock. He looked a little bit lost when he first got on the track. We do see Flavien Prat, trying to keep his focus, doing circles, doing figure eights. But on top of all that, he just looks as though he needs one for fitness. Greg?
9-5 favorite for Chad Brown, a first-time starter here. The Silk Zaklarovich Stables, co-leading owner at the meet. Flavien Prat, we'll see if he can get back to the winner's circle after a bit of a drought here.
Yeah.
Right, it's interesting, right? Like, have that super hot start, be sailing along, and then just kind of hit this little cold spot right in the middle.
I don't feel watching him like he's made any mistakes or lost races he should have won. Maybe just
he had a
not
Chad
the right
Brown,
horses
Chad Brown
sometimes.
4-5 shot yesterday that just didn't run. Revelita, By the way, does Seth like when Rocco puts on the silks? Rocco Joseph, Safi's son. You ever seen him with the silks on yet? Oh, it's the Ramsey silks. It's not the Clarebits. It's the Ramsey silks. Oh, I got it mixed up. I apologize.
Rocco should put on Seth silks, though, because maybe going forward, if he rides, he'll already
Didn't
have
I just say something about the more these conversations go on, the more likely of getting in trouble? I'm staying right out of these
It's been fun to watch Sohan talk about someone having a hot meet. Safi Joseph, wow.
Yeah, no, he's
his
another
horses are running, and I think his
we
son's
talked
bringing
this
some
horse
good
down
luck.
to 3-1, guys.
Yeah, it was what, 8-1 at one point?
I think the public was going to come around.
Tomacan the one, down to 3-1. So finally, figuring it out. Not to say that he'll win, but we'll see what happens. But deserved to be one of the horses to beat. And now the public not quite as goo gaga over the first time start of the 5.
If you kind of look at the double, the public kind of figured it out, right? Because the double to the 1 is $10. It's the lowest one to the 5 and the 7. So it's almost like the public's kind of figured it out, even though in the 5 and the 7 were the morning line favorites,
You guys said that, though, before, that when he was 9-1 early, that he was going to come down.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised he came down at all. I mean, the bettors are smart. I mean,
let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Ferris Mueller. They open the front of the gate. Here's Amplitude. They've opened the front for New York Scrappy as well. And the last one is Wind Dancer in the green. New York Scrappy is in the gate now. And here's Wind Dancer. They're in the gate. And they're off. Caesar's Ghost is hustled down and takes the lead, joined immediately by Tomacan. Those two stride for stride. Then comes New York Scrappy. Wind Dancer is fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Amplitude, mid-pack, racing a length and a half in front of DC Boys, who is on the inside as they swing on to the backstretch. Ferris Mueller just went by that rival. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat, and Tomacan is a handful. Manny Franco trying to nurse this speed, but Tomacan has other ideas. Opens up to lead by 3. Caesar's Ghost in second. New York Scrappy between horses. Wind Dancer on the far outside as Amplitude is within 3 lengths of the lead now. Then Ferris Mueller. Caesar's Ghost is dropping right out of it. DC Boys at the back. 47-4 for Tomacan, continuing to show the way with Wind Dancer now moving into second. New York Scrappy is just inside of him. Another 3 to Ferris Mueller. Amplitude has 6 lengths to make up on Tomicon. Tomicon, liking the slop so far, turns for home with a big lead, hugs the rail, and goes on to be in front by 4. Amplitude is now finding his best stride along the inside. Center of the track, Ferris Mueller, DC Boys, and in between horses, New York Scrappy. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Tomicon's lead is down to 3. Amplitude is trying to bear down on him. It's Tomicon, Amplitude, Tomicon just in front, and Tomicon held on barely. Amplitude was eating up ground and just missed. DC Boys finished 3rd. Ferris Mueller was 4th.
Aggressive move pays off for Manny Franco, just able to hold on. Gate to wire.
Manny Franco said, I tried to get the lead in the 8th race. I didn't get it, and it cost me. He said, I'm getting the lead in this race, and if I lose, I lose, and he won it. First time starter ran, but Tomicon got the money, Richie.
He hustled him hard, but, man, all of Manny's ample strength on display here in the last 1/8 of a mile. Paul, the third beach coast, going slide. Here comes the wire, and he held off. You know, what we were talking about Flavien before this race, right? He may have hit a couple days where he's not winning. Gave this horse every opportunity, gave him a terrific ride.
The 5 come up the rail, and I'll tell you what, it was a good call too by you about the 3, because DC Boys got squeezed out the back. He made a big run, but Manny carried this horse to
There's
the
an
wire.
argument that the 3 was best
Oh,
here.
100%, yeah.
Flavien gave the 5 a great ride coming up the rail, and the 3, as you say, got squeezed in the start, shuffled all the way back to last, made the big wide move, got swung out in the stretch. You switch the trips on the 5 and 3, and the finish here probably is 3-1.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. But Tomicon, nice to see Dave Duggan, get the money. Good horseman. Him and his wife Lara do a tremendous job, and he's a good friend of mine, so I'm always happy to see him have success.
Talk about persevering. I mean, he had some very lean years. In the last 2 years, the best he's ever done in career earnings.
Opportunity.
Yeah.
You just need to get opportunity. I'm not saying every trainer, everybody that tries something is not good at it, but David Duggan's good. And we saw it with him. We saw it at different times when he'd have a chance.
Sure.
He just didn't have the horses, and he's been getting more of a chance. And I think that's the way it works in the game, is if you obviously get that chance, you have some success, people are going to be more inclined to give you a chance, and then maybe you get some more good horses.
I think a lot of people forget. Yes, and I think people forget. Still, my favorite New York bred was Stud Muffin, and he did some good things. Stud Muffin with that horse.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You know, he's named after me. Dominic Lucio trained Stud Muffin originally.
Yeah, originally. Then David got him.
We should mention, by the way, and Dominic, who left us too early, Saturday is Lustgarten Foundation Day, and the trainer's autograph session starting at 11:30 over by the Jockey Silks Room to raise money for Lustgarten in the memory of Dominic Lucio. I will wear purple that day, Richie, will you?
Yeah, purple, everyone, please. Tomicon takes the 9th. Manny Franco, gate to wire with an aggressive ride, and it pays off.
Florida Derby. After 3/4 in 1:12-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Reading Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners, and get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, and we are brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. All in for Tomicon as he takes them gate to wire, diminishing neck in the end, Dave, as most of us on the show picked him, and I know you, your wife Laura, and your daughter Lily are riding him home too.
Oh my, yeah, I thought that wire would never come, my God. We knew he'd be a little bit braver on the lead. He's been a quirky horse to train, and I think we showed us a ton of talent in the morning. He kind of disappointed us the first 2 starts, but it was a prime opportunity today. Like I said, it's, it was an opportunity, and we took advantage of it.
And hopefully people took advantage of his generous price as well, because he should have been favored, I thought. But a horse that you wanted to try on the turf, is that still in the cards? Because watching him on the turf, it looked as though he's handled it in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, we were just trying to mix it up a little bit. We were kind of somewhat disappointed with how he was working in the morning and transferring to the afternoon, so we knew we had to do something different. And he's been a very hard horse to get fit, and we did geld him, which is very important.
What was quirky about him, and why was he tough?
Have you got a half an hour?
Give me the footnotes.
Just wasn't his head wasn't in the right space. That's about the best way to describe it. So.
Well, gelding changes a lot of minds. Dave, congratulations here. A really hard-earned and well-fought victory today.
Thank you very much.
All right, always love catching up with Dave Duggan. Great insights as Tomicon gets the win for the stable.
If you know Dave Duggan, he's easy to root for and gets a win here with Tomicon here 3-1.
I think one of the things it's both fun but interesting to do when you're handicapping is try to figure out who the trainers are that you would give a horse to. You know, that you somebody who obviously a little under the radar, and I think Dave Duggan has been that guy for quite a few years here, and people are starting to take notice.
And they should. You know, I had the privilege and the pleasure of working with Dave and Lara closely when he was assistant trainer to John Kimmel. Lara was one of the top exercise riders there. He worked for Neil Drysdale. He worked for Owen Hardy. I mean, he's got a very well-rounded background. And it's just a tremendous horseman and just a really good guy. You can see by that interview, Paul, when he said, you have a half hour to let me tell you about this horse's quirks.
He's very, very funny, too. He's got that dry humor.
By the way, guys, I'm good. Dave, just have Dave take the show to 6:30. Anybody?
Would love it.
Anybody got a problem with that?
We could leave. Such a great job with Drafted.
David and Maggie will handle the rest of the show. We're out of here. Yeah. Great. We really enjoyed it, but it's the Dave and Maggie show going forward.
If you've not seen the toboggan performance by Drafted, look at unreal how that horse performed that day.
Yeah. Was that the one when he just blitzed the field in the turn?
Yeah,
that was
turn.
Yeah. Was Jose Ortiz riding?
Not sure.
I think Jose Ortiz riding, and he just couldn't hold him anymore.
Yeah.
That was remarkable.
Going to close out the card. 5.5 furlongs meant for the grass, comes off main track now. And first level allowance race where early on, Proud Mary, the 8, favored, who has one dirt start. It was a wet track. It was the debut, and it was a second place finish.
I think looking at doubles, the 1 is the favorite. Pretty substantial favorite, actually, number 1. In this race, Daughter of Time is a pretty strong favorite. That double's paying $14 for a dollar, so I think by post time you'll probably see it.
And when you look at the pick 4, the pick 4 is buried to the 8 here, Proud Mary, and it kind of doesn't equate where the pick 4 to the 1 is $9.25. So you were able to get those in. You're sitting in a good spot. These pick 4s are paying very nice.
As are the pick 3s.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have more on this finale when we come back from a timeout, and we'll tell you about the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation's Second Chances program, helping inmates build life skills while participating in a vocational training program, helping the horses as well. Stay with us.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. you bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off in the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage Thursday, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day from Saratoga Springs here on Saratoga Live. And we have the nightcap still to come. 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation's one of the great programs they have, the Second Chances program. 8 locations across the country where inmates learn vocational skills. They get retrained for life when they move out on their own and work with these retired racehorses. Such a tremendous program, and it relies on donations, not government grants. So if you have the ability to give, tremendous program. And little neat tweak as well with a recent sale that happened just across the street. One of the horses that went through the auction ring was prepped for the sale by the inmates at Wallkill. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Well, Greg, actually, the inmates at Lowell Correctional Facility prepared this son of Street Boss for this yearling sale. And a lot goes in to prepping yearlings. You have to obviously teach them their ground manners. You also have to put a level of fitness into them too. And the women at Lowell Correctional Facility, they did an amazing job with hip number 302, who was sold by Colin Brennan. And Stephanie Brennan is really instrumental and works very closely with the director at Lowell and their Second Chances program, and knows a lot of the women and works with them and has taught them a lot of the skills needed to prep these yearlings. And they saw the fruit of their labor on display when this guy went through the ring. Sold for $57,000, I think, for pin hooking to Grassroots Sales Company. But looking forward to what the future holds for this horse and to see more yearlings prepped by these women who are doing such amazing work at the Second Chances program down in Ocala.
Yeah, it's a tremendous program. We had a few years ago someone who was part of that program who had been released and came when Quick Call was buried a little while ago.
Quick Call lived to 35 years old at Wallkill Correctional Facility. 35 is so old for a former racehorse, for any horse actually. He had no teeth left. They used to have to give him all kinds of mashes. He loved apple cider donuts. They had to soak the apple cider donuts so he could gum them and be able to saw them. And the prisoners and the inmates loved him. He was such a character, a really cool horse, and a horse that distinguished himself here in Saratoga. So he's buried right alongside Four-Star Dave back at Clarecourt.
Poster child really for that Second Chances program, which is tremendous for the horses, for the inmates as well. One of so many of these organizations doing good with horses who, once they're retired from their days on the racetrack, go on to do so many good things. We have the finale still to come. 5.5 furlongs on the main track. That's, I believe, the favorite right now. Proud Mary for trainer Mark Hennick. John Velasquez will be aboard. We'll get to the post parade when we come back on our Thursday coverage.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Welcome to Old Friends at Cabin Creek. We've been here almost 14 years. We're a sanctuary for our retired horses. It's just like coming to a museum with live horses. Our mission is to provide a dignified retirement and also to raise awareness for aftercare due to the fact that horses can live into their 30s and the racing careers are so short. And some just can't be retrained, so they do need a place to live out their lives. People are just amazed how close they can get to them and how mellow some of them are. And, you know, after watching them on the racetrack just be these massive athletes, it's so nice to learn all about horses, you know, every aspect of their lives. And so it's great to be able to teach people. We are 100% donations. We're a 501c3. And we're grateful to the industry for what they do, but it's mainly the fans that come and just want to help. Horses are magical in so many ways, and it's just a wonderful thing to watch them relax and just become a horse and become an ambassador for aftercare.
Old Friends at Bobby Frankel Division, Saratoga County's only thoroughbred retirement farm, and one of the few that will take thoroughbred stallions as well, Mig.
Yeah, Thunder Rumble out there for a while, Will's Way. They used to run the fence line racing each other all the time.
There's a lot of buyer points in those two horses. I mean, Will's Way was running 125 buyers, and Thunder Rumble, he was a very,
like
very good
115,
horse.
I think 116
yeah,
when he won
the Saratoga Breeders, that race they used, was the Saratoga Breeders Cup,
I rode
whatever
him
it
that
was.
day, Saratoga Breeders' Cup. Yep.
That was the race that you once lost to a loose horse on, or the loose horse cost you the race by running.
Yeah, a couple years later, a breeze. Gander dropped Mike Smith and
loose horse, Gander, Mike Smith went off Gander, and he ran. Richie was on a breeze. It was a speed, and he ran him in the ground. And did Evening Attire beat him?
Evening Attire wound up winning the race. I get down the backstretch. I got my horse now to throw his ears up and settle. And all of a sudden, there's a horse's head on my boot, and my horse is getting ranked. So I turned to curse at the other rider and go like, really, dude? You want to be on top of me this early? And there was no rider on the horse.
No boy. Set for our paddock report. Let's go to Maggie.
Taking a look at number 2 in here, Reconcile, as she'll get back to the dirt for Linda Rice, a filly that won her debut sprinting on the main track, and it was a bit of a surprise, to be fair. And she was a very petite 2-year-old. She has done some growing. I wasn't in the paddock for that kind of comeback race, if you will, back on July 20th, but she has definitely grown up a bit. And she is such a stout individual that she probably needed it too, as she dueled on the front end and finished well back and tiring that day. She's tucked up, she has a bright demeanor here, and I think she should appreciate the fact that we're switching to the main track. As we'll move on to number 5, Leslie's Humor. She broke her maiden last time at Monmouth, sprinting the 5.5, and really kind of kicked away from that field. I really like the way she finished up, but looking at her, she doesn't look only turf meant. So I think this is a surface that she can handle, and she is incredibly fit here for Christophe Clement, kind of third off of that layoff. I like what I'm seeing from Leslie's Humor, and Greg, she ran a figure first time out in a scheduled dirt race that makes her a player.
Yeah, ran third in that dirt debut. That was at Gulfstream back in January. So we'll see what happens here, 5-1. Flavien Prat will be aboard for the Clement barn.
The thing that I find interesting about the 5 being 5-1 in here, we were talking off camera, but the 1, 2, and 5 appear to be the ones that have the best dirt form of anybody in this race. The 1 and 2 have no turf form to speak of, so they don't rate to get bet, at least early, people thinking it's a turf race. Whereas the 5 has a good turf figure and a good dirt figure. So in a way, the 5 is really kind of supposed to be bet a lot more heavily in here, right? Because you could bet this horse on either surface.
Confusing to me. It really is. I mean, when you look at the doubles, it does look like the 1's going to be your favorite and the 5 will be your second choice when it's all said and done. And that will change some of the payouts.
Here's our post parade. We'll start with Daughter of Time for Charlie Baker, coming out of a restricted stakes race in Maryland.
Yeah, I mean, she's been in good form. She should be forwardly placed. There's nothing not to like about her as a dirt horse.
Favorite right now at 3-1 with Luis Saez. Here's Reconcile, speedster, who's better on the dirt, no question.
Yeah, and very good speed. I mean, this horse took a stakes field, almost gate to wire, so I would think maybe the horse to catch in here. Nice little gray.
Second in a stake. That was on a wet track, too, at Laurel. 6-1. Wow. Parola Secura has Manny Franco aboard.
Well, this is, trying the dirt, really a turf pedigree. This was a very good player on the turf, but not on the dirt, probably.
One Maggie talked about whose dirt debut was pretty good. It was at Gulfstream for Christophe Clement, Leslie's Humor.
As we said, I mean, this is the one that I wouldn't be surprised if she was favored in an odd way.
All 4 starts for Heaven Rules. They've come on synthetic.
Yeah, for Kevin Rice and Jose Ortiz. The horse has shown a ton of speed, just hasn't shown any stick.
Proud Mary for now Mark Hennig. The debut was on a sloppy seal track at Ellis and ran second.
It did run well and did not have the best of breaks that day, so I can understand why the money went to the 8 early here.
7-2 on the Tom Amos runner, who has some dirt form.
Yeah, has that one dirt race that wasn't good, but it was good enough that maybe some will use here. I just think they're more likely. I mean, Paul and I were talking off camera. I think Reconcile's supposed to be the favorite in this race, the 2, to be honest with you. And Richie, we were all in agreement, so she probably has no chance. But, I mean, she is very fast early. This horse on a muddy seal track at Laurel, her second start, ran a 79 buyer figure. That was 7 months ago, earlier in her 3-year-old career. Sort of routine improvement, puts her into the mid-80s. If she should run a buyer figure in the mid-80s here, she should be 1-5. Now, I'm not saying she's going to, but 6-1 on her seems like an enormous overlay.
See if it changes. We still got 6 minutes to post. If everyone starts to catch on, Nightcap moved off the grass from Saratoga when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry soil room, and cryotherapy treatment. all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 at the premier meet in the country. Get signed up, play along with the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bets, that's that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus. When you punch in that code at sign-up, spot 250 for new members. Again, right there. Play with us all summer long and beyond at NairaBets.com. Closing out this Thursday card, 5.5 furlongs. Move to the main track. We just got a look at Daughter of Time warming up. She is moving well. Looks like on this track, Luis Saez, Charlie Baker, and she's placed, Andy, in a couple of stakes races.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree the 1 and 2 are sort of the most logical dirt horses in here. And I do want to point out to people, if you use scratched horses in this race, they in the pick 4 and you were alive and you use them, they go to the post-time favorite. Because the change in service was made before we came off. So pick 4, this is considered a dirt race. So whoever ends up favored is going to get any scratched horse in there. And so while the will pay is showing $925 in the Big 4 with the 1, if the 1 should be favored in here and win, it'll probably be considerably less. So don't be surprised when that happens.
Intrigued to hear what Maggie thinks about how Daughter of Time here, the 1's warming up. Maggie.
I didn't like her at all, the way she warmed up. Maybe she looks better now that she's on the backside. But when she first started off here and watching her, she just looked as though she was stabbing her toes into this surface up front. A little bit short-strided up front, to be perfectly honest. I don't want her as the favorite. So moving on, number 8, she actually was moving pretty good, I thought. And if she can get back to, the sloppy sealed track race at Ellis Park first time out and show that routine improvement, now just being an older, more experienced animal, I think she does make a little bit of sense overall. There are horses with more dirt form that I prefer, as we all have landed on either the 2 or 5 in here. Those are the 2 horses that you want, in my opinion. And then there's number 9, Riley Jean, who you can see why she's more of a turf horse. She's a horse that just lacks some push behind and lacks a, really potent hindquarter to her. And I think that's why she enjoys the turf a lot more, or the synthetic, what have you. She's another one that just didn't look as though she was truly enjoying the sloppy racetrack in the warm-ups at least. But sometimes, Greg, when they're going faster, it's a totally different story than when they're asked to go a bit slower before going in the gate.
All right, Maggie, see what happens. Look, if you want to bet against Daughter of Time, it's 3-1 right now. Maggie did not like the way this one was warming up. And now the 5 is favored to play against.
And now the 5 is favored.
But I do think, to be fair to the 1, she got looser as she warmed up. Like, by the time she got to the backside, she had changed quite a bit.
This is crazy. I don't know who's going to be the favorite.
This is the kind of thing that really drives people crazy, who's going to end up being favored. You just don't know until the last flash. And sometimes horses now it looks like the 5 is favored, so people did look and say, oh, this horse could run in turf and dirt. So as of now, any scratch tickets in the pick 4 would go to the 5, and that would be horses like the 4. I think only the 4 and 10 are the only ones that came out of this race after the race came off the turf.
I think
only the 4 and 10.
100% right, yes.
And, you know, not just, we talk about Reconcile too, winning first time out on the dirt, and then stakes placed. But this horse should be in front, right?
The 1 or 2?
The 2.
I think the 2 should be in front. But, you know, as Richie will agree, being in front is a lot about rider intention because both the 1 and 2 do have speed. And who's going to be more aggressive? Now, listen, maybe the 2 just runs better, the 1 just runs better. But
the 2 has turf sprint speed, which usually is greater than dirt speed.
Well, the 2's quick.
And Jose Lezcano
banking on
is
being in
usually
front.
fairly aggressive. You know, he's and of course you got to get away clean.
The 6 is going to be quick. I understand the horse has been off synthetic, but the 6, if it shows any kind of lick, should get out. Here's the deal about your favorite now, the 5. The horse jogged on the turf last time. I was at Monmouth Park. Loved it. This horse is not a great gate horse. Got to get away from there good, Leslie's Humor.
5-2 right now. There's your favorite stepping in. Flavia Pratt for Christophe Clement. Nightcap on this Thursday card from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
2 more left to load. Proud Mary and Riley Jean. They're in the gate. Very restless runner in the middle there. Backing out, number 2, Reconcile. Goes back in. And they're off. Daughter of Time is very fast, and so is Reconcile, and those 2 at a blistering early tempo. Leslie's Humor comes away 3rd on the inside of Riley Jean 4th. Then it's Parola Sakura 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Another length back to Heaven Rules, and Proud Mary is at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. It's Daughter of Time and Reconcile. Those 2 continue to sizzle on the front end. 3 lengths back. On the outside, Riley Jean with Leslie's Humor a close-up 4th. Another 4 back to Heaven Rules, who has 8 lengths to make up Parola Sakura. And Proud Mary trails there at the top of the stretch. Leslie's Humor dives down toward the inside and is coming after Reconcile. In the center of the track, Riley Jean. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Leslie's Humor's just in front. Riley Jean on the outside. Leslie's Humor, Riley Jean coming. Riley Jean on the outside. Got up to nail Leslie's Humor. 3rd went to Reconcile, and Daughter of Time was 4th.
Riley Jean, Tyler Gaffleone, our colleague Tom Amos crossing the wire first. The only dirt start from this horse that had been on a race taken off. Had run 2nd in front of a horse who came back to win next out.
Well, they got to the top of the lane, and you're going to see when they get to the top of the lane. Watch the 5 and the 9. The 9's going to make a sweeping move. Well, watch what happens here between these 2 horses. They're going to make a significant right there, and it was more maybe the 5.
His 5 was looking
I
to
was
make
just holding his position, huh?
Well, I think the 5 was looking to come out and make room for himself, and
shut it
Tyler
off,
held his ground. So Flavian dove back to the rail, and that cutthroat dude took its toll on the 1, Daughter of Time, and the 2, Reconcile. The 5 wound up getting the run on the inside after trying to get out, but that relentless drive by Riley Jean gets up for Tom Amos, and Tyler Gaffleone continues his hot ride.
28th win of the meet for Tyler Gaffleone, and good for Tom Amos here.
Phenomenal job of holding his ground. And I think the 2 kind of coming out a little bit. Flavian kind of had to go to the inside, and you could tell he did not want to go to the rail because you could see all the rain on the rail. Then the 9 just kind of ran him down.
9-5-2-1. Tom Amos. There he is, front and center. Gets to make that winning phone call.
Well, gun runner.
They
do like to run in the slop, those gun runners, don't they? And she was determined today. The 5 got the slip. Flavian tried to make room. Tyler held ground. And she beat her on the square.
That's your job as a rider, right? You can't just let guys take the path they want. If you've established your position, you got to hold your position, and Tyler does that on a consistent basis. Riley Jean was good. She got a great setup, though. That speed duel between the 1 and 2 really set it up for her.
Feels like Reconcile probably ran the best race.
Again, 9.521. I don't think many people coming into this meet would have thought the guy to challenge Rod Ortiz Jr. for the riding title would be a guy based in Kentucky. He's a phenomenal rider, but he's based in Kentucky.
But the Kentucky horses have been running well through this meet, and his relationship with Tom, obviously evidence of that. And he's a good rider.
Wow.
I mean, he's talented. It's just about getting an opportunity.
We mentioned this a while back when he first started coming up here. I think I said this before, when he stayed back in Florida and won all those races when guys were up here, it's almost like, being in AAA or AA and getting experience, and then when he came up here, he was ready. And each year, he's getting more and more wins, and he's getting better mounts, too.
Riley Jean, $10.80 to close out this Thursday card. There's the payouts. And we get back at it tomorrow with a couple of stakes, including early on in the card, race 2. See how things go. Scheduled for the grass, 5.5 furlongs in the Skidmore, where Governor Sam for George Weaver will try and make it 3 consecutive wins, Andy.
Yeah, we'll see how much speed this horse has to deal with early, and you got a first-timer turf if it's on the turf, and the number 6 horse for Wesley Ward, but run well. He's won 2 races in a very short period of time.
It's a good effort at Monmouth Park. I mean, he just, just loses by, what, a neck in here? Or, I mean, wins by a neck, but they're battling with Jet Sweep Joe. These 2 horses went down on the wire, and Jet Sweep Joe was 30-1 on this day with Joey Bellmere aboard, and Joey's coming actually down here to ride.
Joey, apprentice, spent the winter at Oaklawn, Paul, and I remember I was there with you. I tell you, I'm impressed with this kid. He sees a race well, and, the first thing riders start to get is the physical part of being a rider. The mental part takes a little longer. So when a young rider sees a race well, you can see that they're making the right kind of choices. That bodes well for them going forward for their future.
Yeah, he lost his bug quick. He's up to 122 pounds, so he's been riding well.
Now, you were talking quite a bit about him, impressed with his skills. Later on the Friday card, Union Avenue, New York bred fillies and mares, 3 and up, and Lilu for Nacho Correas, first or second, Megan, 10 of her 20 lifetime starts.
Yeah, you love these kind of hard knocking, tough horses that show up, right? They bring their lunch pail, they go to work. She's earned over $400,000, and she's tactical, right? She has tactical speed. You see her kind of wandering in and out there. Might have cost herself there when she wandered in behind horses, had to lose a little bit of her momentum, but came out and then finished and couldn't catch Can't Hurry Love, who was trained by our friend Dave Duggan.
Yeah. Who do you think who's the main danger in there, Andy? Tricky Temper?
Well, the track will dry out for Lilu, so that'll help. I think Kara's time.
Yeah, Kara's time's pretty
Kara's
good
time
too.
has been in really good form for Mitch Friedman. She's really turned the corner. I mean, she was good at 2. She's really run extremely well in both of her races.
3-length score 2 back, but has run back-to-back, very career best figures as well. For Mitch Friedman. Eric Cancel back. We'll have that mount. That's Friday, Union Avenue. One more day without Rod Ortiz Jr. and Tyler Gaffleone. A little bit of advantage here in this finale to pick up at least 1 win on him. We'll see if he can make up any more ground on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, Irad's probably looking, and he's feeling pretty good. He's not happy he missed 3 days of racing, but as far as his lead's feeling well. But knowing Irad, he's just more annoyed he can't ride.
Got to be difficult. As competitive as he is, to have to sit out, these 3 days at this meet, to miss any time here.
Knowing him, he's probably watching, but he probably should have been off doing something to relax and take it easy, come back.
Why do you think we all play hurt?
Back with you on our Friday coverage, 1 Eastern start time on Fox Sports. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. So many great organizations doing what they can for these racehorses to find second homes once their careers on the racetrack are over. Meanwhile, the feature of the Rick Violette got it in before those rains took the last couple of races on the card off the turf, and that was good news for Courtney Banker. Saratoga stabled, Barkley tag. This horse breaks the maiden in a stake. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern.